Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check. Check, check, check. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
You made it back another day, huh? All right.
Attention in the barn. Good morning. This is your 15-minute call, MaineTainer Spring Bull Calves. 15-minute call, MaineTainer Spring Bull Calves to the makeup ring. 15-minute call, Simmental cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. 15-minute call, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. Thank you. Attention in the barn, it's 5 minutes to showtime and I don't see any livestock. Let's be bringing our MaineTainer spring bull calves to the makeup ring and our purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring, please. Gentlemen, can you hold up just a second? Please hold up. Good morning for those of you that are attending. Welcome to Freedom Hall and the North American International Livestock Exposition. My name is Kent Jakey. I'll serve as your public address announcer for today. Before we get festivities started, would you please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem? In our Simmental ring, at our National Simmental Show, Class 1 cow-calf pairs, we have a single entry. Silverstone Lizzie, shown by Aria Warren, Crawfordsville, Indiana. It is once again my pleasure to introduce our judges for today's National Simmental Show. Our judge today is Mr. Bob Adcock from Moweaqua, Illinois. Sorry, Justin. Graduate of Lakeland College and owner of Adcock Land and Livestock, which maintain 150 head Angus and Simmental cattle. Bob is judged on the state and national level. He has attended several numerous events throughout the United States and is accompanied by his lovely wife Sherry today and their children who are with him in the North American. Assisting Bob in the ring today is his son Justin Adcock from Chatham, Illinois, a graduate of University of Illinois with a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science and received his master's in ruminant nutrition. Justin works for Mix 30 Liquid Cattle Supplements as a nutritionist and a sales rep. Also assisting Bob in the ring today is his future son-in-law, Jeff Jackson from Walnut Springs, Texas, a graduate of Tarleton State University. Jeff runs 500 commercial cow-calf pairs in north central Texas, has 5 online sales annually, and unfortunately his fiance is not here, but Lauren, I know we're listening at home and we wish you were. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Bob Adcock, Justin Adcock, and Jeff Jackson.
That's all you need. Yeah, we'll be all right. May not be able to jump here by the time you get it, I can get
Well, good morning. Glad to be back here in Freedom Hall, ready to look at these purebred Simmentals today. We had an awesome day yesterday in the Sim Solutions looking at good cattle, and sure looking forward to today's show. And this 2-year-old cow-calf pair we've got out here this morning certainly is an indication of what we're going to look at today. It's going to be fun again today. Really a very streamlined kind of a female, long-bodied, leveled-hipped, really travels about the ring very free and easy, really angular and extended up to that front end. Done a tremendous job with little May heifer calf here. Probably hasn't transformed the part of the movability. The calf seems to be a little bit straighter as she gets around the ring, but a really nice design calf. Probably to change this cow a little bit, I think for longevity purposes, I'd change her front teeth set just a touch, maybe shorten them up a little bit. For longevity purposes, that bag will last a long time, but she's got a nice bag on her for a 2-year-old, done a tremendous job. Let's give them a nice round of applause to start this day off.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class 1, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs is entry 732, Silverstone Lizzie, shown by Aria Warren, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 2, purebred cow-calf pairs. In our MaineTainer ring, Class 1 Junior MaineTainer bull calves. Please bring Class 2 Junior MaineTainer bull calves to the makeup ring. We also need Class 5 and 8 to the makeup ring, please. Class 5 MaineTainer bull calves and Class 8 to the makeup ring, please. In our MaineTainer ring and our MaineTainer Maine Anjou ring today, it's my pleasure to introduce our judge for today, Mr. Josh Taylor, manager of H2 Rafter J Cattle Company in Perkins, Oklahoma. Josh has worked extensively in the Hereford industry most of his life, has judged major livestock shows in Kansas City, Louisville, Denver, Fort Worth, and also has judged shows in Canada and Europe. And recently just judged the National Junior Shorthorn Show in Denver last year. He, along with his wife Ashley and son Sam, live in Perkins, Oklahoma. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Josh Taylor, evaluating our MaineTainer and Maine Anjou cattle today. Josh?
Well, we've got an excellent set of these three calves out here to start off our Maine Anjou show today. I think when we start to analyze this trio, we see a couple of these calves that come to the forefront of this set of three from a performance and power standpoint. I think the young lady's bull that's going to wheel around here and start off this class, he's one that bounces up extremely nice and tidy from the side. You look at him all the way to the ground. He handles that hock and that rear leg with more authority and more comfortability when he set him into motion. He's one that bounces up extremely nice down out of that top line. Would like to change this bull ever so slightly, maybe refine him in that sheath set, see him tucked up a little tighter, but one that's got some power and got some performance to him. Nice way to start off our show here this morning. Then we're going to follow him with this calf here in second that mostly complements our class winner in terms of that power and performance and size and scale. He's just got more weight per day of age and length of side and overall size and scale to match up with our class winner. When you get him and you set him into motion, we'd like to see him set down a little more securely off of those rear two. Maybe doesn't have quite the balance over that top when we start to study him in terms of muscle development, maybe not quite the transition of base width all the way down the ground that we have in our class winner. Then the young lady's bull that's going to come out and round out this set of three is one that you certainly have to appreciate for the way that he's patterned up and the way that he's pieced together. Just doesn't have enough length of side today and elongation of those vertical bones to get him up and match him up with those two that go out in front. Nice way to start off our bull show here this morning. Congratulations.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 1 Junior MaineTainer bull calves is entry 2, I-80 Eastbound, shown by Megan Reed and Brian Burt from Ohio. Second, entry 162, KW The Game 14C, shown by Cale Watchus, Newton, Kansas. And third, entry 1, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Junior MaineTainer bull calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior bull calf champion.
Back over here on our Simmental side, I think just a really excellent cow-calf pair to lead off this particular class. A cow that just exemplifies what a Simmental female should be. Just a big, stout, broody power cow that still from a show ring and balance standpoint has more than enough eye appeal, and you can see that transition into her heifer calf. Extremely high quality female, both very sound structured, big bodied cattle that have a lot of broodiness and usefulness to them. Extremely nice female here coming out in second. One that I guess just whenever you talk about the brass tacks basics of a female, again, one that exemplifies the Simmental breed of cattle that have some performance to them, but I think still one that balances up very nice. Got a really nice udder on her there, just doing a really nice job with her calf here at its side. Doesn't have quite the extra power, mass, and dimension of that cow directly ahead of her, but a really high quality pair of females. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Josh.
Well, we've got a March bull calf over here on the Maine side of the ring, and one that's just a single entry out here, but certainly can stand some competition. I think here's one that's really open-ended off of both ends of his skeleton. He's extremely thick down that top and out of his hip as well. He gets out and he moves with a relative amount of ease off of both ends, and just one that you have to look forward to when we bring him back out here for our division lineup.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in our Class 2 purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs was entry 737, GVC Black Star, shown by Grandview and Schick, Clinton, Illinois. And second was entry 734, shown by Silverstone, Lundy Farms, and McElroy, Crawfordsville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our grand champion purebred Simmental cow. No. Attention in the Simmental barn, we need Class 5. Spring heifer calves, Class 5. Spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Please be bringing Class 5 to the makeup ring. We need Class 6 to the scales. Class 6, Simmental, spring heifer calves to the scales immediately, please. On our main. In our MaineTainer ring, our single entry from Class 2 is entry 3, LBG Encore, shown by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. We now will be selecting our junior bull calf champion in our MaineTainer bull show. Please be bringing Class 5 junior MaineTainer bull calves, Class 8 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 5 MaineTainer bull calves and Class 8 to the makeup ring immediately, please.
Over on your Simmental side, a really good group of cow-calf pairs here, and maybe comparative to classes we saw yesterday, not a lot just in terms of numbers of sheer cattle, but I'm telling you, quality runs deep in all these pairs, and I sure compliment these exhibitors on bringing these cattle out here before us. You know, it's a lot of work dragging these calf pairs up and down the road. Tremendous amount of work and effort to keep those cows in the right kind of shape and condition, and yet keep those calves nice and fresh on the sides of those cows. And my hat's off to each and every one of you exhibitors that brought us cow-calf pairs. I guess for us trio, there was a cow-calf pair that sure stands out and an awfully nice reserve in our eyes. I'll go show you those two if you would. Why don't you give all your Simmental cow-calf pair exhibitors a nice hand. I'll go grab you guys a couple champions.
Attention MaineTainer exhibitors, we need Class 13 and 16 to the makeup ring, please. Class 13 and 16, let's bring those MaineTainer bulls down here.
Well, I think a nice way to start off our bull show here this morning on the main side of the ring. A couple of class winners and a respective second out here that certainly worthy of a lot of praise and a lot of admiration. I think all three of these bulls are very useful in terms of their type and kind and their functional aspects of their build. I think there's a couple of them out here that really, for me, match up quite nicely in terms of that feet and leg design and how much muscle and much power that they pack on to the outside of their skeletal frame, and how they blend together in terms of their proportions and their ratios. We're going to use the two bulls that came out of that first class. The young lady's bull here is going to be the champion. The bull down on the other end will be your reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, if you would.
Get these marked, please, because I missed them all. Simmental breeders, we're going to get our pictures of our cow-calf first, and then we'll move right into our heifer calves. But we do need Class 5 and 6 purebred Simmental spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Selected as your grand champion purebred Simmental cow-calf pair is entry 737 GVC Black Star, shown by Grandview and Schick, Clinton, Illinois. And our reserve grand champion cow-calf pair is entry 734, Silverstone Marie in time, shown by Silverstone Farms, Lundy Farms, and McElroy Farms, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Congratulations. On our MaineTainer side, selected as our junior bull calf champion is entry 2, I-80 eastbound, shown by Brian Burt in Ohio. And our reserve bull calf champion is entry 162, KW the Game 14C, shown by Cale Watchus, Newton, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Junior MaineTainer bull calves. These calves will serve as our divisional champion and reserve also. Attention in the Maine Anjou barn, we need Class 13 Junior Maine Anjou bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 13 Junior Maine Anjou bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 16 Junior Maine Anjou bull calves to the ring, please. And Class 19 Junior Yearling Maine Anjou bulls. Let's bring all of the Maine Anjou bulls to the makeup ring, please, immediately.
Interesting pair of these junior bull calves over here on the Maine side. I think a pair of cattle here that you can certainly look at both of these and find the good in each of them. I think the young ladies bull that's going to win the pair and ultimately be your champion within this division. When you start to study him down his top, he's just square made in terms of that muscle dimension and muscle width right behind his shoulders as he carries it all the way back into that hip. He maintains that progression of muscling out through the top side of that pelvis and then transitions it down into a fuller nature down through that stifle and lower quarter. You get him out on the move and he's more secure and stable off of all four corners when you watch him travel. I think there's one right there that you certainly have to appreciate for the balance, the eye appeal, and the way that he's pieced together from end to end. Young ladies bull is going to come out and be a second within the pair, and then reserve in this division is one that I really appreciate from a softness standpoint. You love the center rib and the mass and the dimension that he has in that center 1/3 of his body. Certainly worthy of a lot of praise in those areas. He's one that you can definitely use within a herd to add some internal dimension to a cow base and really add some softness and some look. I think along with that, when you study him down his top, maybe not quite the muscle expression that you need to see from end to end, especially out of that hip from hooks to pins. Maybe doesn't transition enough width all the way to the ground as well.
Placing first in Class 5 Junior MaineTainer Bull Calves, and also our Division 2 Champion Bull is entry 8, BW Legacy, shown by Taylor Wright, Staunton, Virginia. Second, and our Reserve Division Champion is entry 9, SC Take a Chance, shown by Emma Erickson, Bedford, Indiana. We now are ready for Class 8 Winter MaineTainer Bull Calves. This calf will serve as our senior bull calf champion. Following this class, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand MaineTainer Bull. So let's bring those other calves back up here. Anjou exhibitors, Anjou exhibitors, please bring class 13, 16, and 19 to the makeup ring. I need all Anjou bulls, class 13, 16, and 19 to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, just one of these MaineTainer bulls here in this winter division, and I think an awful good one. You study this one from the ground up and from the top side down, and it's hard to pick a hole in this guy any way you want to look at him and however you want to view him. I think there's one here that you study that center dimension in this guy, and you appreciate that depth of body, the spring and the natural shape he has to that center 1/3, how much volume and capacity he exhibits from elbow back to flank, and then you watch him travel and he gets out with a tremendous amount of length of stride, security all the way down to the ground, and he's one that you study him down his top and out of that hip and got plenty of shape, plenty of design in terms of that muscle expression from end to end. Just an awful good one there to come out of that class.
Placing first in our senior bull calf champion is entry 12, GCC Alley Cat, B545, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion MaineTainer Bull Calf.
Well, I think in our Simmental side here, really a nice class of Simmental heifer calves, May heifer calves, real babies here, but I'm telling you, we got some real nice cattle from top to bottom in this particular class, but in our opinion, our first place heifer just excels the class. You just got to admire the depth and mass that this little female's got, and then just true to the ground. You love her bone set, the way she tracks about the ring, just very fluid, easy moving. The second heifer coming in is kind of next pair of heifers, I guess. We really like both of these heifers a lot. Just a couple of things we like about the second heifer a little bit better than the third. Really a lot of spring to rib in this second place heifer, really attractive up to the front end. Maybe not quite as high a pin set as what we've got in our third place heifer. Really attractive on the side profile, gets out and moves. Really a nice heifer. The third heifer, you just got to love her on the side profile. She's really sleek and angular up through that front end. When we get her out into motion, she wants to get up in that top a little bit and just not relax herself. Maybe she's just a little bit full today that's not helping that top, but hey, today's the day. Really an attractive heifer on the stop, just kind of got into the third hole on the move. Next pair of heifers coming out, heifers that's really attractive when you look at them from the side, kind of run into a buzzsaw with the three heifers up above them in terms of mass and overall thickness that they develop, but really angular, very nice heifers that can get about the ring, just need a little bit softer through the center. Going to make really nice yearling females, a good set of May heifer calves.
Placing first in our Class 5 Simmental heifer calves is entry 313, TJSC Diamond 133C, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second, entry 319, TNGL Hope's Bliss C894, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 309, SBS Perfect Power, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. And fourth, entry 315, AKNDS Crystal's Lady, shown by AKNDS Simmentals, Danielsville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 309, MLCC Ruthenium 523C, shown by Luke Herr, Arcadia, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 6. Spring Simmental heifer calves. Class 6 spring heifer calves are in the ring. We need Class 7 spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 7 Simmental spring heifer calves, Class 7 to the makeup ring.
325, 326 are scratches. He's kind of walking up through there like he owns the place. Long way to walk.
In our MaineTainer ring, we are now selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, MaineTainer bull.
Well, not quite the numbers that are probably warranted for a show of this caliber over here in the MaineTainer bull side of the ring, but certainly excel in terms of quality. I think our three division winners and the respective reserves down here really warrant a lot of praise. I think there's some good things that you can say about each of these five set of cattle out here. I think there's some quality concerns within a couple of them. I think there's a couple for me that rise to the top in terms of those quality aspects of what they piece together in terms of their structural base, their structural balance, and then all that volume and all that rib shape and capacity that you see and from end to end and from top to bottom. Let's give all our MaineTainer bull exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go pick you a champion in reserve here this morning.
Selected as your grand champion, MaineTainer bull, is entry 12, GCC Alley Cat, B545, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And your reserve grand champion, MaineTainer bull, is entry 8, BW Legacy, shown by Taylor Wright, Staunton, Virginia. Let's get our pictures taken and move right into our Maine Anjou bull show. Are they in there? Ask them. Exhibitors, I will remind you again, there are no aerosol cans in Freedom Hall. Please do not make me do this again.
Another really nice heifer class here as we move along in our Simmental show. A little more variation just in terms of types and kinds here in this particular class. But whenever you study the pieces and the one that puts all those pieces together the best, the heifer that leads off the class does so for us. Just the combination female, one that has some extra femininity, balance, eye appeal, still has more than enough mass and dimension whenever you get in behind her. I think where she excels this class is whenever she does finally slow down and cooperate, one that can get around the ring and handle herself as well as any of what propels her to the top. The same could be said for the heifer in second. She gives up some performance and muscle to the heifer directly behind her, but you just study the basics of this one that's built extremely well. And one, she keeps herself in the two-hole, not from a weight and performance standpoint, from just a structure and design standpoint. I think one that goes out, makes a big yearling, one that's going to have a lot of quality to her. That extra muscle will come. The heifer that comes out in third, obviously the big high-performing, stout, heavyweight heifer here for us today, one that has just a tremendous amount of muscle to her. Female, though, we're going to change her. She just wanted to get a little tighter whenever we set her in motion for us here today. One that doesn't get out and travel with as much flex and ease. The same can be said for the heifer that comes out next, one that we absolutely love whenever she's stopped, one that's presented very nicely. The young lady does a phenomenal job getting her stopped and parked. One that whenever we set her in motion, however, though, just falls to the part for us, one that doesn't get out and go out of either the front end or hock and pastern here today. The heifer that rounds off the class, another one's very elegant from the side, one that just needs a little more time, one needs to be a little better at the ground for us.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in Class 6, Simmental Spring Heifer Calves is entry 332, HPF B&K AF Alley, 355C, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second, entry 329, JR Expectation, shown by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. Third, entry 324, shown by Ashton Geyer, Bargersville, Indiana, and Martin Livestock. Fourth, entry 329, SVJ Queen Me, C663, shown by SVJ Farm and Raylene Frame, Amity, Pennsylvania. And fifth is entry 321, shown by Aaron Zimmerman, Spencer, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 7, Simmental Spring Heifer Calves. Class 7 is in the ring. Please bring Class 8, Spring Simmental Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce and thank our Simmental Junior Board for helping us ringside. It takes a lot of effort to put on these shows and to keep these shows rolling, and these fine young people do a great job for us. Helping us in the ring today is Mr. Zach Wilson from Stanwood, Washington, Cameron Crawford from Tylertown, Mississippi, Kirsten Jass from Garner, Iowa, Maddie Beans from Deweyville, Utah, Jody Bargrary from Tonganoxie, Kansas, and Kaylee Huizinga from Morrison, Illinois. Thank you guys for helping us in the ring today.
Over on your Simmental side, a really nice class of April heifers here, and the Baldy will be lead off with one that's just so good when on the standstill. She gives you that portrait and that pose of such quality and look and balance, especially about her head and neck and through her shoulder. She has that symmetry that you like to see from the side, and on the standstill, she's so good built just at the surface. I guess for us, though, as we study her, when we set her into motion, we'd like to change her so slightly out of her hip. She wants to swivel in her hip and kind of cross over those rear two just a bit more than ideal, and maybe on a personal preference, we question her for having maybe too much muscle when she gets to be a big bred, but we thought at this stage of her life and maturity, she has that extra look of quality and balance when on the standstill. We felt most comfortable to lead off with her in this particular class. The Baldy that comes here in second, she's one that does so just because she's so fault-free in her makeup. She's a femininely designed kind of a female that's so sound at the surface. We like the way she moves out of her hip and hind leg just a shade better than the female we precede her with, but one that just gets outdone in just center body shape and mass and weight per day of age to the heifer we lead off with. The female that comes next, really a big-bodied kind of a female. Comparatively, she's a shade shorter bodied than the female that precedes her in this lineup. One, I'd like to change the way she's constructed about her front third, tidy her up about her throat latch, and carry that through the floor of her chest and the point of her shoulder. The heifer that comes next, one that's loaded with some power and bone. She's big in terms at the surface. She just simply gets outdone in body shape and mass in her center body cavity to move her any higher in the class.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 7 is entry 344, TNGL Hope Allure C879, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second, entry 342, LLSF Baby Steel C908, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Third, entry 346, shown by Right Way Simmentals, Beecher, Illinois. And fourth, entry 349, shown by Musser and Gordon Simmentals, Otterbein, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Simmental Spring Heifer Calves. Class 8 Simmental Spring Heifer Calves are entering the ring. We need Class 9 Simmental Spring Heifer Calves. Class 9 to the makeup ring, please.
Very interesting class of March heifer calves here on the Simmental side. Very high quality class of March heifer calves. I think as you've watched us judge yesterday and so far today, I think you can pretty much tell that we like them to move good. That's longevity. They got to move good as a cow. You can talk about movement. Everybody has their different opinions. I've got an opinion. I used to not be able to move at all, but I got a new hip, and now I can walk like a dream. So it's not that case with all cattle, but I think the heifer that we're going to start off with here is the combination heifer of the class. She's not the biggest heifer in the class. She's not the smallest heifer in the class. She's one that on the stop gives you a beautiful profile, length of front end, very clean in her chest floor, and when you get her out on the move, she really gets out and travels. Our next pair of heifers that come in line are big, bold, sprung heifers. You really love the rib shape that these heifers got. They got a lot of mass, and I appeal to them. When you get them out on the move, both these heifers really get restricted off of that front end. They tend to toe out a little bit. Folks, it won't get any better the bigger they get. Really got good body patterns to them, just get a little bit restricted on the movement, both of them off the front end. They're really identical heifers. They've got a lot of body. We really like that about them. We just got to straighten up that movement a little bit better on that front end. Really a green heifer in the class right here coming out. You really admire the angularity. She gets out and travels about the ring very free and easy. Tell you folks, just in this particular class, you're just giving up a little bit too much weight per day of age to go ahead and get up into that second slot. But there's one to look at down the road. May get a little bit big for some folks as she does put on that weight, but a heifer that's really put together nice. Next young man coming out's got really a nice heifer calf, kind of run into a pretty tough class, a little smaller size, a little shorter bodied, but got some extension out through the front end. Maybe just not quite as free as we get her about the ring, but a heifer that's got a lot of quality to her. And as we finish up the chrome heifer, another heifer that gets about the ring pretty free and easy, just giving up a little bit more softness through the center portion of that body. Really a nice class of heifer calves. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class A, Simmental Spring Heifer Calves is entry 370. SJCC Calista CO34, shown by Caden Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Second, entry 359. TNGL A Delight C852, shown by Tingle Farms and Laurel Culp, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 361, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 369, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fifth, entry 362, shown by Holly Springs Simmentals, Boston, Virginia. And sixth is entry 368. No, excuse me, 362 is owned by Connor Travis, Olney, Illinois, and entry 368 is shown by Holly Springs Simmental, Boston, Virginia. Entering the ring now, Class 9 Simmental Spring Heifer Calves. Class 9 Spring Heifer Calves are in the ring. We need Class 10 Simmental Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 10 Purebred Simmental Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Josh?
Over here on the Maine and Anjou side of the ring, we're going to start off our purebred show with an excellent trio of these young bull calves. I think a top pair up here that really good in terms of that quality. You like this bull that comes out into the first spot from a structural standpoint. I think when you set him into motion, he's the best when it comes to that length of stride, that cushion that he has off of those rear two really sets down with a lot of comfortability off of both ends. He's extremely flexible in all those joints. One that when you step around behind him, you have to appreciate that mass down his top and out of his hip. I prefer the testicle size and shape on this calf, albeit he gives up a little bit of performance and a little bit of that mature look to our bull there in second. I think that's an awful good one there to win this set of three. The bull here in second, I appreciate this guy from a breeding look standpoint. He looks like a bull. He's one that really has a lot of depth of body, a tremendous amount of rib shape and dimension through that center. He gets a little hammer-legged when we get him out here and watch him travel. He wants to really plant those rear two with a lot of stiffness. We'd like to set him down off of those rear pasture and see a little more flexibility and a little more cushion back there when we watch him on the travel. And then the young lady's bull that's going to round out this set of three is one you have to appreciate for that length of side and that length of spine. Gets a little high up there through that loin as we watch him travel. He just doesn't have quite the flexibility off of both ends nor the internal capacity to compete with those two in front of him today, but a nice class of bulls from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 13 Junior Maine Anjou Bull Calves is entry 5, KBSC 22C, shown by Kendall Bremer Cattle Company, Blakesburg, Iowa. Second is entry 3, CFCC Lockdown 359C, shown by Circle F Cattle Company, Brownstown, Indiana. And third is entry 6, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Our entry 5 will serve as your junior bull calf champion, and entry 3 will serve as our reserve junior bull calf champion. Entering the ring now is Class 16 Junior Maine Anjou Bull Calves. Attention in our Maine Anjou barn. I need Class 24 Junior MaineTainer heifer calves. Please be bringing Class 24 Junior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring to be weighed, please. First call, Class 24 Junior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring to be weighed. Thank you.
Just a single entry here within this division of these purebred Maine bulls. Young ladies brought us a February bull calf, a tremendous amount of length of body. I think from nose to tail, probably as long as you need to make them. Here's one that has got some shape and dimension down his top and out of his hip. Probably need to deepen him out of that forerib, see a little more sweep to the underside of that body cavity. But I think one that certainly got some functional aspects to his muscle pattern, got some breeding value built into him from the top side down.
As we get back over here onto the Simmental side, I guess really a fun class for us here to study and evaluate. Definitely as deep a class as we've had here to start off the day, and we've got some rocking good ones up here at the top. The heifer that leads off this class is just picture perfect whenever you're drawing a beef cattle animal. This one is the silhouette that you draw, one that's just so elegant, so well balanced. You get off to the side of her, you get in behind her, she's still got more than enough shape and dimension. She gets out and goes, and when she's cooperating, her angles are awesome. She can get out, she can travel. That's a really good one. Another really high quality heifer, Nabaldi, coming out in second, maybe just a little more to her whenever you get in directly and look at her hip. This one again is just absolutely killer from the side. One that gets just a little plainer up through that head and neck for us here today. Simmental female that I think will grow into it. Not quite as level from hooks to pins there. Some subtle differences between that pair. Awesome pair of heifers. You just study the basics of this heifer coming out in third, one that's really nice heifer that's extremely sound structured, and that's what gets her into this position here. She gives up quite a bit in terms of growth and performance for us here today, but I think one that just is a good kind of cattle, one that's sound structured. Just would like to see a little more power and performance in that one. The heifer that comes out next has a little more to her in terms of that, one that at the same time we didn't feel is as good at the ground. Whenever you studied this one, a heifer that became more straight up through that shoulder, heifer that wasn't one to get out of her hock and past her and as free as easy. Just want to jack that tail head down in her there as well. Another nice heifer coming out here next, a little more moderate in terms of her kind again. Heifer that's got some body, going to be a low maintenance kind of a cow, one that doesn't balance up well enough, doesn't move good enough out of her front end. Big high performing heifer, round out the class, a lot of length and extension. Just would like to tone her down in terms of frame size, would like to loosen her up from a structural standpoint.
Josh, go ahead.
Well, just a single entry here in this yearling division on our Maine Anjou side, and I think a really, really good one. Here's one that you have to appreciate the overall balance, I think from nose to tail and from top to bottom in this guy. Really good in terms of his feet and leg design. You like him when he gets out on the travel. Just look at the length of stride that he has off of both ends, the amount of flexibility and the cushion that he shows us when he gets out and he plants them on all four corners. I think here's one that really powers up quite nicely down that top and out of his hip as well, with plenty of dimension through that center. Just one that just pieced together extremely well from end to end.
Thank you, Josh. Let me get caught back up in our Maine Anjou show here. Winning class 16 was entry 7, HLA Cardale C503, shown by Hard Luck Acres, Thornville, Ohio. This calf will also serve as your junior bull calf champion. Single entry in our junior yearling division is entry 109. He will be our junior champion bull. Is entry 109 Ice House B401, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is entry 9, JPF Team Blake 2A, shown by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. This calf will also serve as our senior champion bull. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Maine Anjou bull. You sure that was not already in there? Okay, okay. That's what I thought. That's a corrected sheet. Mine's a corrected.
Well, we've got another single entry here in this 2-year-old bull on the Maine Anjou side of the ring. And here's one that's got a tremendous amount of power out of that rear 1/3. You get around behind him, you have to be impressed with the expansion that he has up there at the top side of that pelvis and the muscle shape and dimension that he carries and transitions down low through that stifle and quarter. And yet he still maintains that flatness and smoothness to that front end as he comes in through that shoulder and through that head and neck. Extremely long-sided. I think just an excellent type of a bull here for an older, mature 2-year-old to come out in the ring to present himself like this is quite impressive. Congratulations to that gentleman. We'll see how he matches up here in our overall lineup.
Once again, our senior champion Maine Anjou bull is entry 9, JPF Team Blake 2A, shown by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Maine Anjou bull. In our Simmental ring, Class 9 results are as follows. Winning the class is entry 380, JBSF Proud Mary, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 381, SNS Emily's Honey 518C, shown by Katie Mize, North Manchester, Indiana. Third, entry 372, shown by Luke Circle M Farms and Luke Harker, Rockwall, Texas. Fourth, entry 376, shown by Wesner Livestock Enterprises, Chalmers, Indiana. Fifth, entry 378, shown by Circle M Farms and Justin Fraser, Rockwall, Texas. And 6th is entry 383, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. In our class now is Class 10, Simmental Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion. Simmental exhibitors, please bring Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Simmental, purebred, Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please, Class 13.
Over on your Simmental side, another really good class of cattle. A lot of differences in type and kind all the way to the bottom, and yet still useful cattle down here to my far right. I guess for us, the heifer that surfaces her way to the top, she simply wins on structural integrity. Beginning at the surface, she's the soundest moving heifer of the group. She plants the truest and squarest at the ground. I like her size and shape of her hoof wall and the way she's so coordinated in the way she gets out and go. On the standstill, maybe one I could change about her front end just a shade, tidy her up through her throat latch, and maybe give her just a shot more angle to that shoulder. But a female gets out and moves awfully well for us, and she sure overwhelms the rest of the group in body shape and dimension. The heifer that comes next, we just felt was the most complete heifer to follow. She offers you the most turn and shape in her upper rib comparatively to the ones that follow. I guess for us, we were really impressed with how much mass she works from the top of her blades back and out of her hip. She's a big bone, big footed kind of a female as well, and comparative to the heifer in third, we liked her body shape and dimension just a bit better there in terms of her undercarriage. She's just more pulled apart from her heart back into her flank. The heifer that's in third, she's the one that probably gives you the most unique silhouette and look as you view her from the side. So feminine and angular about her head, jaw, neck, and the way she sets that onto her shoulder. She's really expansive in her forerib, but from there is where we'd like to change her. Just give her more swoop and shape to her center body shape through her undercarriage, and maybe one comparative to the duo that precedes her, we could give her just a bit more true width from behind as well. Heifer that comes next, one that you really like on the standstill, big bone, big footed, tremendous in terms of her power and shape and her construction. She's a big top kind of a female as well. She's one that gets just a bit more uncoordinated and pulled apart in terms of her skeletal makeup when on the go. Set that shoulder just a bit neater to her body wall and change her out of her hip when she goes, and she sure works her way to the top end of this class. Really a big bodied, high performing, really ruggedly designed heifer comes next. We liked her overall power, just like to change her structural integrity to move her higher in the group. A femininely designed female that comes next, she's sharp-shouldered and smooth. She's a female that's maybe for us just a bit frailer in terms of her bone work than ideal. Heifer that finishes out, one that's just loaded with power and shape and muscle. Like to give her just a bit more weight per day of age and change the way she's constructed in her upper third to move her higher in the class. Good group of cattle, let's give them a nice hand.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 10, Simmental Spring Heifer Calves is entry 394 NXT SHS Maggie C57. Shown by Tyler Drock, Pontiac, Illinois. Second is entry 386, Why Not Selfie 8C, shown by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Third, entry 390, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Fourth, entry 395, shown by Kylie Field and Bar QH, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fifth is entry 391, shown by T-Bar T LLC, Sedalia, Missouri. Sixth, entry 327, shown by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. And seventh is entry 399, shown by Paetzel Farms, Hope, Indiana. Entering the ring now is our Division I champion lineup. Now comments on our grand champion Maine Anjou drive from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, again, not quite the numbers that you need to see at a show of this caliber, but I think, again, when we get into these purebred bulls, tremendous amount of quality out here within this set of 5. And just real briefly, you talk about this calf that came out in that first division, and here's one that you have to appreciate from the profile standpoint, the way he's pieced together, the way he puts together enough shape and a dimension in such a well-balanced and well-presented package. And then you get him out here and you watch him travel. He's certainly one that is excellent in terms of that flexibility off of both ends. I love the joints. I love the cushion within this bull calf. I think he's got a tremendous amount of future to him. Maybe needs a nickel more performance in terms of weight per day of age and overall size and scale in relationship to that maturity pattern, but there's an awful good one with a bright future ahead of him. Then we come into that bull that came out of that second division, and here's one that's got a lot of length of side. He's got some size and scale to him as well. We get him out here and we match him up with the ones on either side of him. Maybe doesn't have quite the natural depth of body and shape and dimension through that center, but one that's got some functional aspects to his build from the top side down. Then you work your way into this yearling bull, and he came out of as a single entry in this division. Here's one that's really, really good when you get him in and set him into motion. I like the way that he's built from the ground up, the size and the shape to that foot, the way he's extremely flexible and athletic, especially out of that front 1/3. I love the reach and I love the plant that he has off of those front two. And then you study him down his top line. He's got a tremendous amount of rib shape, and I like the way the curvature of that rib extends horizontally out of the top side of that body and then extends downward and through that center, and affords him that extra bit of natural spring of rib and that extra body capacity through that center, and along with that a tremendous amount of power down his top and out of his hip, and then profiles exceptionally well when you get him and view him from the side. Young man's bull here that came out of that last class. I think for an older bull, you have to appreciate that length of body in this one. From nose to tail, probably the longest individual in terms of those ratios from size to scale and length of side. Here's one that can get out and he can motor around for a big bull. You have to appreciate that about him, and with all that power, still maintains a lot of flatness and smoothness through that front shoulder construction. You have to certainly appreciate that as well. He's got some depth of body and some power down that top, as well as what we talked about, and can get out and can motor around with the flexibility and the cushion that he has built into him from that ground up. So a nice set of bulls, I think, from end to end. Several different ways you can justify using any one of these out here for your grand or reserve. Let's give all our bull exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you which two that I like today.
Here on our Simmental side, I think
Bob.
the first thing you need to do is put your hands together. This has really been a good first division here in our Simmental show.
God damn it.
As we look at these this set of heifers out here, I tell you, it's what you got to be proud to be a Simmental breeder, I think. I've been breeding Simmentals for 38 years, which is a lot longer than most of you in here, and we've made some great strides. A set of cattle that looks like this is really what is going to push the Simmental breed even further towards the top than what they are now. So I think we've got a couple in mind out here that really puts things together for us. We've been preaching soundness all morning long. We preached soundness yesterday. Soundness is one thing that we still in the Simmental breed got to keep working on, because they're not all that way, but boy, a vast majority of them are getting that way, and it's what I'm really liking to see in these classes. I think we really got a tough division here. We got a couple of them in mind that's really comes to the top, and we'll be proud to slap. Let's give them another round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Selected as your grand champion, Maine Anjou bull, is entry 109. Ice House B401, shown by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And your reserve grand champion, Maine Anjou bull, is entry 9, JPF Team Blake 2A, shown by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. Congratulations to both of those firms. Maine Anjou breeders, we will be breaking to take our Maine Anjou bull photos, and then we will move right into our junior MaineTainer heifer calves. Selected as your Division I purebred Simmental spring heifer calf is entry 380 JBSF Proud Mary, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And selected as our Reserve Division I champion female is entry 313 TJSC Diamond 133C, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Congratulations to both you firms. We now need Class 13 Simmental Spring Junior Heifer Calves, Class 13 Simmental Junior Heifer Calves to into the show ring, please. Class 14 Simmental Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. We need Class 14 Simmental Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Maine Anjou barn, we are missing several entries for Class 24 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves. Let's bring Class 24 and 25 to the makeup ring, please, to get on the scales. We need Class 24 and 25 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please, to be weighed. Attention Simmental exhibitors, throughout the day today, we will be voting for your Herdsman of the Year award. Those ballots are located back here at the scale area in the makeup ring. All Herdsman voting needs to be completed today, and we will announce that at the end of the show today. So if you would like to vote for a Herdsman of the Year award, please do so at the scales in the makeup ring. Thank you. Also, for those of you that are here in attendance at the North American but do have family and friends at home that could not make it, if you want to take out a pen and paper and write down this website, our live stream feed is on www.livestocexpo.org/livestream.html. One more time. It is www.livestocexpo.org/livestream.html. Also, we'd like to also recognize and thank Lindy's Livestock Photos for their partnership with the North American and taking all of our official photographs for this year's show. If you'd like to view those photographs, they have an office set up at the entrance of Freedom Hall. They're taking ring shots throughout the show also. But all of our champions are asked to please come up to the backdrops our division champions and reserves up to the backdrops by the announcer stand. But that does not mean that if you did not win a division, you can't come up here. Please feel free to come up and get any photos you'd like to have. We also have a representative from Lindy's Livestock at the photo backdrop in the make-ready area also. So feel free to use any 3 of these backdrop photos. You can view those photos, like I said, in their office or on their website at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. Now comments on our Simmental ring from our judge, Mr. Justin Adcock.
Another really nice class of Simmental females here as we start our next division. I think a pretty easy place for us to start here in this particular class. One that whenever she stopped, gives you as nice of look as any. She pulls herself together. This young lady does an absolutely tremendous job getting her stuck. She balances up very nicely. Heifer that's got more than enough to her. If we're going to change her, she just comes apart a little bit there in her top whenever we set her in motion. But I think that at the ground, this one is as good as any here in this particular class. I think she's a very easy place to start getting nitpicky on a really nice heifer. Chromed up heifer that comes out next. Again, another one that we really like on the standstill. One that gives you a nice balanced, big-bodied, easy fleshing kind of a look. Female that still has a really nice shape to her whenever you get in behind this one. Really like her hock and pastern and the way that she can get out and she can travel on those there. Really high quality female for this young lady. Maybe wanting to push just a touch more condition, getting a little wastier there through that lower 1/3. A green heifer here coming out in the third hole, one that's got a little more frame to her. A female that again balances up very nicely. She gets just a little plainer through that head and neck. A female that's not as soft through the center portion of her body. That you can get that one as she grows to be a big heifer. I think her build is really good, just needs a little more time. The opposite end of the spectrum is the heifer coming out in fourth, one that's more moderate in terms of her frame size, a little too moderate for us, one that's got a tremendous amount of body and capacity. Just would like to extend this one all the way through, change her design there through that front third of her skeleton. A little more size and extension in the heifer directly behind her, not as much power. Heifer that gets restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. Nice heifer, rounds off the class, one that has more than enough to her, just needs to be redesigned from an eye appeal and structure standpoint.
Thank you, Justin. Placing first in Class 13, Junior Simmental heifer calves is entry 413. STCC Believe in Serena, shown by Trenopole Farms and Richard Jenkins, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 406. RBS Cannoli C542, shown by Reck Brothers and Sons, Albia, Iowa. Third, entry 412, shown by Schick Hafner Cattle Company, Clinton, Illinois. Fourth, entry 418, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 409, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. And sixth is entry 405, shown by Hill Country Cattle Company, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Entering the ring in our Simmental ring is Class 14, Junior Heifer Calves. Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves are in the ring. I need Class 15 Simmental Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 15 Simmental junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. In our ring now is, in our MaineTainer ring, is Class 24 junior MaineTainer heifer calves. Please bring Class 25 and 26 junior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 25 and 26 junior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I think a nice way to start our MaineTainer heifer show over here. We've got a high volume, high capacity female up here in the top end of this class. I think from a body capacity standpoint, she certainly excels within this set of four. You look at the depth of rib and the volume that she has through that center, she's certainly impressive. I think here's one that really stoutens up quite nicely from end to end and from top to bottom. She's bigger footed, bigger boned, stouter made, and yet she still looks like a female out of that front 1/3. She still has some turn and some shape to her rib, and gives her some maternal aspect to that center part of her body cavity. Quite an easy class winner in my mind. The young lady's heifer here that comes out in the second spot got a tremendous future to her. You look at the length of body, the freshness, the length of side, the feminine look that she gives you through her head and her neck. I think this one, given time, is going to be quite the show heifer in the end. Not as stout today as what we have in that class-winning female. Maybe doesn't handle herself quite as naturally in terms of that cushion and comfortability to her feet and legs when we set her into motion like what we have in that class winner, but one on the profile standpoint you really have to appreciate. I like the red heifer that comes around here into the third spot. I think she's one that bounces up quite nicely from end to end and top to bottom. Here's one that's got some turn to her top and some shape and dimension to her lower rib. When you watch this heifer travel away from you, she gets a little narrow in terms of base width. She gets a little pinched in those underpinnings. We don't have quite the transition of width all the way down to the ground like we need to see to get her up any higher. Then the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, this little black heifer calf here, maybe not the power and the performance today to get her up with the three that stand above her. More importantly, I think when we watch her travel, we need to loosen her up off of both ends, see a little more length of stride and more natural width all the way down to the ground.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 24 MaineTainer junior heifer calves is entry 20, Driving Miss Daisy, shown by Campbell Cattle Company, Cedarville, Ohio. Second, entry 15, DRCC Miss Cowgirl, shown by Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. Third, entry 19, shown by Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. And fourth is entry 18, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Entering the ring now is our Class 25 junior MaineTainer heifer calves. Please bring Class 26 MaineTainer junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 26 junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
For that class 26 on the MaineTainer side, we only need entry 163.
Attention in the MaineTainer barn. We're missing from Class 26, junior MaineTainer heifer calves. We need entry 163, Hard Luck Acres. Please bring entry 163 to the makeup ring, please.
Over on your Simmental side, a really, really good class of cattle from top to bottom, and I guess in my eyes really good through 4, 5, and 6 here in this class. For us, the Blaze Face heifer, we lead off with just the most complete, especially when you get this one on the standstill. So neat in the way she's put together, long and extended from the point of her shoulder to her jawline, level in her top, and so awesome made in terms of her rib shape. From her heart back into her flank, she's so robust and pulled apart in the lower third of her skeleton, and then out the ground, she's really, really good comparatively to the rest of the cattle that follow her in this lineup in terms of her movement. To be ideal to us, sure, we'd like to set that tail head back and down into her spine and body cavity there just a shade, but a female loaded with real-world power and still has function, soundness, rib cage, and yet still some femininity up front. The heifer that comes next, when she hit the arena, is the one that I really like to tie into. She's a female that's so round in terms of her rib shape. She's a moderate frame kind of a female, a heifer that's feminine in terms of her design. But you get her parked right next to the heifer that wins, and she just gives up so much length of body, length of hip, and weight per day of age. And as she made that second round, she wants to start to labor just a shade out of her front. Doesn't want to quite bend that front knee as ideal as I'd like to see. The red heifer that comes next, a long-bodied, long-fronted kind of a female, she just kind of works her way into third because she's awfully fault-free and complete, sound at the ground, and a good look. We could give her just a shot more center rib cage and shape in her center body to move her higher in the group. A moderate frame, big ribbed female comes next. You like her durability, and her fleshing ability is going to be incredible as she matures and adds on weight per day of age and days to her life. She's a big hipped kind of a female as well. Maybe one that's just a bit plainer around the edges as you study her about her head, skull, and shoulder. The female that comes next, just loaded with power. She's probably one of the bigger boned, bigger footed heifers of the group. I love her shape, especially in the upper third of her skeleton and her true width from behind. Comparatively, maybe one we can make her just a bit sharper about her front third, maybe give her just a shade more center body cavity and loosen her up in her hock when on the go. The baldy heifer that comes next, feminine and big bodied, one we could give just a bit more power to move her up. Really a high-performing, really growth-oriented heifer comes next. Like to neaten her up about her chest floor and her head and neck carriage as well. The young lady's smaller framed heifer that comes next, and really there's a pair of heifers in this class, both cattle that are moderate framed. We could just maybe see just a little bit more length and extension and weight per day of age in both of those cattle to move them higher in the class. Young lady's heifer we finish out with, one we like her length of body. She's really a femininely designed female. We just like to change her structurally to move her higher in the class, make her a bit more settled in her top line and coordinated on those rear two as she gets on the move.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our MaineTainer ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Excellent pair of females up here in first and second within this class. I think an interesting pair in terms of the body shape and the body type. This heifer that's going to wheel around here and come out of the first spot, I think once you let this heifer get out and travel naturally and let her just go, she's got all the flexibility and all the comfortability built into her that you need to see. She really wants to reach out of that front 1/3. And then when you stop her and get her parked, she's more ideal in terms of the way that she's hooked in more correctly at both ends of her spine, especially in through that front 1/3. She ties in stronger through that chine bone. She's more correct in the way that she ties in out of that head and shoulder setting through all the way down to the ground as well, especially evident when we watch her travel. I think this heifer in the second spot is one that's got a tremendous amount of power from her shoulders on back. I'd like to tone her down maybe in the way that she's constructed through that shoulder blade. She gets a little bold and a little more opened up, if you will, down in through that the lower points of that construction. She just gets a little rounder out of that front 1/3, and we get her and set her and get her parked from the side. She wants to run downhill. She doesn't tie in as correctly in the way that that spine hooks up at the top part of that scapula. And then we come into a heifer calf here in the third spot. That's one that is very unique in her type and kind, gives up too much power and performance today and weight per day of age comparative to the two heifers that stand above her. She gets a little shorter sided, not quite the elongation of those vertical bones in terms of the frame size and overall scale to get her to match up with those heifers in first and second. And then the young lady's calf that comes and rounds out this set of four is one that certainly has that length of side and has got some adequate size and scale to her in terms of those ratios, but I think one that we just need to see move a little freer and easier off of both ends and let her sit down with a little more authority off of those rear two.
Thank you, Josh. In our Simmental Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves, winning Class 14 is entry 432, RF Eve C716, shown by Riley Farm, Cisco, Illinois. Second, entry 428, JSSC Carolina 004C, shown by Joe Seal Show Cattle and Mackenzie Sheffield, St. Augustine, Texas. Third, entry 434, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fourth is entry 435, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 424, shown by Gertie Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Sixth, entry 427, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Seventh, entry 425, shown by Tanner Francis, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Eighth, entry 422, shown by Fenton Farms, Laurel, Mississippi. Ninth, entry 423, shown by Musser and Gordon Simmentals, Otterbein, Indiana. And 10th is entry 384, shown by Wishing Well Simmentals and Dutch Cattle Company, Hortonville, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 15 Junior Simmental Heifer Calves. Class 15 Simmental Junior Heifer Calves are in the ring. We need Class 16 Junior Simmental Heifer Calves to the make-ready area, please. Class 16 Simmental Heifer Calves to the make-up ring, please. In our MaineTainer ring now is our MaineTainer Junior Heifer Calves. Class 26 is in the ring. We need Class 29 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 29 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
No. And we don't have any division sheets. Okay, on the divisions, but I don't have the sheet for this class.
Placings from Class 25 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves. First was entry 36, AHFF Candace Rose 502C, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Second was entry 30, CFCC Iggy 307C, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third, entry 29, shown by Carson Fahey, New Windsor, Maryland. And fourth was entry 35, shown by Caleb Sager, Fayette, Ohio. Once again, in our MaineTainer ring is Class 26. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Heifer Calf Division I champion. Class 29 Junior MaineTainer Heifer Calves, please be bringing those heifer calves to the makeup ring.
Another really nice class of Simmental heifer calves here. I think we got a female that really floats herself to the top in this particular class. She's really sound at the ground as we get her out on the move. She's not the longest bodied heifer in the class, but very balanced when you look at her from chest floor to flank. Really like the way she's leveled down her top and comes out through them pins and into that lower quarter. Maybe not as attractive as a few of them up through the front end, but she's got a lot of cow power in her and very sound package. I think the next heifer coming out is another really sound heifer. When you look at her at the ground, she floats about the ring very free and easy, giving up some weight per day of age in this particular class, but really got a nice flat shoulder in her and extends out through that front end. Got some length of body. Really nice from hooks to pins. Not quite as big bone maybe as some of them we looked at, but she's fine. Going to make a tremendous cow. I think probably if we got her out in the pasture setting and took this young man off the halter and just kind of let her go, this heifer might impress you a lot more. She's really fighting the halter. On the stance, we all kind of agreed she might be the class winner when she's just standing there. She gets out here on the move. She's fighting today. She's really wanting to prance off that front end, not get off the back, just not giving us a good look, and that's what it's all about. This moment was his chance, and the heifer didn't cooperate. She ended up in third hole with a really nice heifer that I think could change a lot as you get her out and let her just go on her own. Really a nice heifer coming out next, this young gentleman here. Heifer maybe that just didn't balance up quite as well, a little lighter in the flank than we see in the heifers up above her. Heifer that travels about the ring very, very free and easy, just maybe not as smooth made, a little more piecey as we view her from the side, a little deeper through that throat than we see in some, but a really nice female. It's going to make a tremendous cow. The red heifer, kind of a similar type of a heifer, not quite with the depth of body that we have in the heifers up above her. A little lighter in the flank. She also is just a touch shorter in terms of body pattern, but really long and level down her top. Got some extension through that front end. Maybe could just track a little easier as she goes about the ring. Really a long, extended front end heifer as we view her. Really got a nice long neck in her. Sometimes that doesn't transform into being a heifer that has as much flushability as they get older, but this heifer has got a lot of center body pattern, cavity to her, a lot of spring of rib, just a little tight as she gets about the ring. Next heifer coming out, very attractive on the profile, just a little finer made, not quite as soft through the center portion of her body as with some of the heifers up above her. And as we finish up the class, heifers that we just like to make them a little bit better on the move. They just don't get about the ring. They've got some style and eye appeal about them, but just like to make them a little more sound.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class 15, Junior Simmental heifer calves is entry 442, shown by Haley Hedrick, Shirley, Indiana. Second, entry 508, shown by Schick Hafner Cattle Company, Clinton, Illinois. Third, entry 449, shown by Megan Meyerskoff, Champaign, Illinois. Fourth, entry 447, shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Fifth, entry 443, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Sixth, entry 455, shown by Pence Farms, Hope, Indiana. Seventh, entry 454, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Eighth, entry 437, shown by Fleeman Cattle Company, Richmond, Indiana. And ninth is entry 307, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Entering the ring now is Class 16. Simmental Junior heifer calves, Class 16 is in the ring. We need Class 17, Simmental Junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 17, Simmental Junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Well, we get into an excellent set of these MaineTainer heifer calves here. I got a top three up here that are just superb in terms of their quality within this class, and I think the young man's heifer here that's going to round out around the corner here and be first out of this set is one that, from the profile standpoint, I absolutely have to fall in love with this one in terms of that rib shape, the dimension, the body type and style that she's composed of is one that I can really really appreciate. I like her when she gets out on the travel. She holds herself together exceptionally well from the top side down. When we set her into motion, she's got enough shape. She's got enough dimension to her muscle pattern. She's probably not the freakiest fronted one out here that you see, but I think she's more than adequate in terms of that refinement and feminine look. She's got a tremendous amount of cow power to her, I think, from nose to tail and from the top side down. Kind of a unique heifer here in the second spot. I swapped the second and third place ones. I busted up a pair of bigger and more higher volumed females there. With this one here, it's going to come out in the second spot. I really like this heifer when we get her and we set her into motion. That's where she has that advantage over this female in the third spot. I think she handles the top side of her scapula with a little more authority and a little more integrity when we set her and watch her travel. I think there's one that's got some length to side, some length to that center carriage as well, with some shape and dimension. Maybe not quite the natural amount of capacity that you see in the heifer that wins the class, but more than adequate in terms of rib shape and form and function. Young lady's heifer here that comes out in this third spot, like we just talked about. I'd like to see her handle herself with a little more trueness and a little more integrity up there at the top side of that shoulder blade. She wants to bust apart. She wants to get a little bolder made up there. Just doesn't quite want to fit together through that front 1/3. I think if maybe she goes through another growth spurt, comes out of that phase and tightens up ever so slightly at the top side of that scapula. There's one that's got a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension and depth of body. Certainly has a lot of cowy look to her from end to end as well. And then we come into a pair of heifers that didn't balance up for me from the profile standpoint. We get a young man's heifer there. When she stops on the profile, she wants to run downhill ever so slightly. Doesn't want to hook in correctly at the top side of that body cavity. The young lady's heifer that goes out next just doesn't have quite the flexibility and comfortability built into those feet and legs in terms of that design when she gets out and travels. Then we come into a set of 3 here to round out the class. Maybe just need to see a little more correctness in terms of their structural base and their structural build. Some females that didn't balance up for me in terms of that body shape and body depth and dimension in relationship to the rest of the class, but an excellent set of heifer calves there from top to bottom.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 26, Junior MaineTainer heifer calves is entry 165. TSSC Smarties Angel 513C, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 46, TSSC Who Dat Girl 533C, shown by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Third, entry 49, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Fourth, entry 39, shown by Jordan Kroll, Albia, Iowa. Fifth, entry 53, shown by Emma Erickson, Bedford, Indiana. Sixth, entry 41, shown by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Seventh, entry 50, shown by Jacob Butler, Muncie, Indiana. And eighth, entry 163, shown by Hard Luck Acres, Thornville, Ohio. Entering the ring now, we will be selecting our Division I Junior Heifer Calf Champion. MaineTainer exhibitors, I need Class 29 MaineTainer heifer calves, Class 29 to the makeup ring immediately, and Class 30. Please bring Class 29 and 30 Junior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring.
Another really good class here on our Simmental female side. Again, a class that just has a tremendous amount of usefulness from end to end. Heifer that leads off the class, just super cowy in terms of her appearance. Her baby calf was one that looks like a brood cow, female that has a tremendous amount of rib-shaped capacity to her, one that balances up very nicely from the top side of her skeleton, one that has a lot of shape dimension. She moves as good as any whenever we get out here. Is she the sexiest up front as anything on some of these others? No, but I think that's one that you just love, that extra cow power and mass and dimension in her structure that she has. The next most like her is the Baldy heifer. The young lady's coming out next. I think one that just still on those same body type and lines, one that follows that class winner very well just in terms of having some extra capacity, really, really good in terms of her foot and bone work. Again, one that's pushing just a little more chest for us here at this stage of the game. You could just freshen her up just a touch right there. Their chest floor, I think, again, another really high quality female. Love the structure of the heifer coming out in third, one that's just big bodied, easy fleshing. Love this one from her shoulders back. Just would like to change her from that front third, one that gets plainer through her head, one that gets a little straighter up in her shoulder. The pair of heifers coming out next, it's very similar in terms of their design in our opinion. Heifers that again have capacity, have plenty of muscle shape. What sorted them is whenever we rewalk these heifers that just don't go good enough to get them up there in the top part of this particular class. The gentleman in the cowboy hat with the heifer coming out next, another one that we really like whenever she stopped, one that balances up very nicely, just doesn't go for us good enough. The heifer that comes out next is one that has a lot of growth and performance, just needs to be softer and sounder. The same can be said for that pair of heifers that rounds off the class. Heifers that still have a look of quality to them, just need to go better whenever we set them in motion.
Now comments in our division champion over here in our MaineTainer ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, we got these heifer calves out here in our division lineup. I'm certainly impressed with the quality that we've got out here, especially in these three class winners. I think each of these brings a little bit of something different to the table. I think there's a couple of heifers out here in class 2 and class 3 that really match up from a shape and body type standpoint. I love the rib dimension, the depth of body, and then how fluid they are when they get out and they travel, and how they're pieced together from end to end in such a smooth nature. About a nickel's worth of difference between the two in terms of true power and muscle shape and dimension when we study them down their top and out of their hip. I think we've got a definite advantage in one of those in terms of that true shape from hooks to pins and how she transitions it down with a little more power through that stifle and through that quarter. It's going to be the young lady's heifer there that came out of that class 2. She's going to be your champion within this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause if you would.
Selected as your Division 1 MaineTainer heifer calf Division 1 champion is entry 36 AHFF Candace Rose 502C, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Emily.
Well, we bring that second place in out of that class, and she certainly adds to the quality lineup within this set of 3 that we've got remaining for our reserve title. And I talked about that heifer that came out in the 3rd class and how she matched up, I thought, very well and complemented that ultimately my division winner. We're going to keep those 2 heifers together. This young man's heifer out of that 3rd class is going to be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause one more time. Thank you.
And selected as your reserve Division 1 champion is entry 165 TSSC Smarties Angel 513C, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 29, Junior MaineTainer heifer calves. Class 29 is in the ring. We need Class 30 to the makeup ring, please. In our Simmental ring, placings in Class 16. First was entry 478, TNGL Emily C. 814, shown by Tingle Farms and RT Cattle Company, Newcastle, Kentucky. Second is entry 472, JPLF Miss Matlock C. 502, shown by Lashment Cattle, Winchester, Illinois. Third, entry 470, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Fourth, entry 462, shown by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth, entry 466, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Sixth, entry 459, shown by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Seventh, entry 476, shown by Tanner Francis, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Eighth, entry 465, shown by Windy Ridge Simmental, Seward, Nebraska. Ninth, entry 469, shown by Macy Dilly, Cave City, Kentucky. Entering our ring now is Class 17, Simmental Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion heifer calf.
Over on your Simmental side, a lot of numbers in this class, and yet still quality runs deep and a lot of good cow prospects even the middle way through this class. I guess for me, the heifer we lead off with, by no means is she the outlier in any one area, but this one's just the best. She's the highest quality as you study her at the surface. She's the most genuine and true in terms of her structural integrity. We like her femininity about her neck and the way she's assembled in her shoulder and forearm. I like her center body shape as well, the way she's settled in her top line when on the go, and yet she still has some center rib cage and mass. As I proceeded with, without a doubt, she's not the biggest, highest performing female of the group, but she's just the best in terms of her structural integrity and quality, and we just felt the most comfortable with leading off with that heifer. On the initial look, I really like the heifer here in second to win. She's a big, stout, powerful kind of a female that's loaded with center rib cage. She's just got a lot of real world value and look to her when on the standstill. She's sharp and feminine about her head and just so bold sprung and big centered. She's a female as time proceeds on out in this class. She wants to labor just a shade in terms of her shoulder when she gets out and move, and you compare her to your class winner. I'd like to neaten her up about her chest and breastplate and along there in terms of her undercarriage, just neaten her up a shade to move her higher in the class. Same thing comes in the heifer that comes in third. We thought that between 2 and 3 it was an awfully close pair of cattle that were built awfully similar. I guess in our eyes, the heifer that's here in third, I'd like to neaten her up right through the point of her shoulder and hook her together just a bit better in terms of her forerib. She's a female when on the stop, yet still gives you some look and balance from her shoulder back. She 1-2 is one we could neaten her up about her head, throat latching down into her chest floor. The baldy that comes next, work her way in there into the top pull, just because when on the standstill, she's so nicely balanced, feminine and elegant in the way she's constructed about her head, neck, and shoulder. She's one that could too get out and move with just a bit more comfort when on the go. Same thing comes for the baldy that comes next, really a powerfully constructed female that's loaded with shape and muscularity up high. One I'd just like to soften her at the ground when on the go. Heifer that comes next, a femininely designed, sharp-shouldered female. She's one you could see just a bit more power in when you get directly behind her. She wants to get just a bit closed up and narrower gauge through her chest floor and from behind. The red baldy that comes next, boy, when on the standstill and he gets her put together, that one is lights out. I mean, she's long-necked and cool-looking. She's really symmetrical in her lines. It's when we set her into motion, we'd like to change her. She's a bit more upright and erect in her rear hock and pastern and just goes just a bit more rigidly than ideal in our eyes. Heifer that comes next, another high-performing female that's got some length of body. She just struggles to get out and go in our eyes when set into motion. Lean her back in terms of the shape of her shoulder and loosen her up out of her hip to move her higher in the class. The blaze face heifer that comes next, another one of those that on the standstill you really like. She's feminine and elegant up front. She's level and parallel in the way she's put together. You get in behind her, you'd like to maybe just open her up a shade. She 1-2 could go just a bit freer off all 4 corners. A pair of heifers that come next, females that have some bone and have some width and have some power. Ones we could just free up just a shade as you get them on the go. Baldy heifer that comes next, one that you like her length of body, one that's feminine in her design. We could just give her just a bit more power to move her any higher up. Finish out with a moderate frame big red, really easy fleshing kind of a heifer. We just need to see more weight per day of age and grow in that heifer to move her any higher in the class. Good group of cattle. If you Simmental breeders would, let's give this class a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Please bring in our Division II champion. I need our first and seconds from our Division II Simmental heifers for a division. And now comments on our MaineTainer Class 29 from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor. Josh?
Well, we've got an interesting set of 5 over here within this class of these MaineTainer heifer calves, these February heifer calves here. I think a lot of differences amongst the top trio, top 4, if you will, and I think you start to have to sacrifice some things that you want to see to get the shape and the design that you want to have. And I think the heifer that comes out in the first spot for me today has that desired shape and body style that I like to see, especially in the top side of her body cavity. How true she is in her spine, how long and level she is down her top. Ideally for me, she really fits the bill in that aspect within this class. Probably when you get her and you set her into motion, you might want to free her up just ever so slightly off of those rear 2, but I think she's one that's more than adequate in terms of her structural build and the way that she gets out and she travels. It is more than adequate as well. She gives up some internal dimension and capacity through her center comparative to the heifers in second and third, but I think she's got more than enough natural spring and shape to that rib and depth of body when you start to really analyze the ratios as to what she gives you within this class. I appreciate the heifers in second and third from that body capacity standpoint. Tremendous amount of depth through that forerib. They extend that depth all the way back through that flank, albeit they've got a lot of hair down there, and it's been built into them, and they're presented extremely well. I still think they've got a tremendous amount of turn to that rib shape and design. I think the heifer here in second, maybe not as clean up through that front 1/3. We need to see a little more suppleness, a little more refinement and feminine look out through that head and neck and through that chest floor as well. More importantly, when he analyzes this heifer on the stop, she wants to break apart on the top side of her body. She just doesn't want to hook in right off of both ends of her spine. She wants to deviate right there in that center carriage. I think we could fix that aspect on that female. She certainly has enough cow look to make a run at the top spot within the class. And then the heifer that comes into the third spot really complements that heifer that goes out in front of her in terms of that body shape and dimension and depth to that rib. She too has the same problem that we saw in that second place winner. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly to the center part of her loin and then race back uphill into that shoulder blade. I think if we could fix that and level her out of that top, there's one that can certainly rival the top pair within the class. The young ladies heifer here in the fourth spot is one that I really appreciate from a body type and build standpoint. I wish this heifer was a little bit younger. I think she doesn't have enough power and performance today to run with the top trio of females, a little more weight per day of age, see her have a little more added oomph, if you will, to get her up there and race with those three in front of her. Then the young ladies heifer that comes and rounds out the class has got a tremendous amount of length and extension and feminine look, especially out of that front 1/3. You just like to drop her down in her body type and see a little more natural rib shape and depth from end to end to really rival those heifers that go out in front of her today.
Placing first in our Simmental Class 17 heifer calves. First in that class was entry 507, HPF AF B&K Knockout 267C, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Second was entry 499, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Third, entry 494, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Fourth, entry 488, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Fifth, entry 493, shown by Clearwater Simmentals, Milan, Illinois. Sixth, entry 492, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Seventh, entry 509, shown by Tyler Treyas, Hollandale, Minnesota. Eighth, entry 502, shown by Tyler Drock, Pontiac, Illinois. Ninth, entry 480, shown by Hexall Simmental Farm, Mayer, Minnesota. 10th, entry 482, shown by Castle Simmentals and Missing Rail, Dorchester, Nebraska. Real quick in our MaineTainer ring, our placings in Class 29, Junior MaineTainer heifer calves. First went to entry 60, MMC MJ, shown by Morgan Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Second, entry 65, MRH Nellie's Girl, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Third, entry 66, shown by Campbell Cattle Company, Cedarville, Ohio. Fourth, entry 62, shown by Leslie Rogers, Paducah, Indiana. And fifth, entry 61, shown by Sydney Roberts, Nineveh, Indiana. Entering our ring now in our MaineTainer ring, Class 30, Junior MaineTainer heifer calves. We will be selecting our Division II champion following this class. Please bring Class 33 winner MaineTainer heifer calves and Class 34 senior MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. I need Class 33 and 34 MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Now comments on our Simmental division from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock.
Another really stout division here in this Simmental show. Maybe, I guess I'll just be honest, maybe not quite as stout as the division that we had ahead. but nonetheless an awesome set of heifers here that we've got to look at. There's some subtle differences that we've talked about in every class, things that we'd like to maybe change a little bit on these heifers. We haven't seen the perfect one come in yet, probably never see the perfect one come in today, but all year round the ring are still trying to produce that one as well as we are, and we're getting closer. But I won't re-talk these heifers. We've got a couple of heifers in mind. There's really kind of 3 out here pretty much in contention, but it kind of came down to 2. I'll go select them. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a good set of females.
Selected as your Division II champion female is entry 478, TNGL Emily C814, shown by Tingle Farms and R&T Cattle Company, Newcastle, Kentucky. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 432, RF Eve C17, shown by Riley Farms, Cisco, Illinois. Congratulations. Josh?
Well, over on the MaineTainer side of the ring, we're going to round out this division with this class of these January heifer calves in the MaineTainer show. And we've got a smoky colored heifer up here at the top end of this duo. I think from a structural standpoint, she certainly gets out and travels with more authority and more cushion off of both ends than what we see in the black, solid black heifer there in second. Along with that, this female here in front has a tremendous amount of power and structural base to her. You look at the muscle development down her top and out of her hip is just really unrivaled out here. I think just explosive in terms of that muscle pattern, and yet she still looks cowy enough and feminine enough out through that front 1/3 with enough rib shape and dimension through her center as well. The young lady's black heifer that's going to round out this pair is one from a length of body standpoint, from a feminine look standpoint out of her front 1/3. You really have to appreciate those things about her, how flat made she is in through that shoulder. Just not maybe quite as much muscle and power as what we had in that smoky heifer that wins the class. But I think more importantly, when you watch this one on the travel, she just doesn't get out with a long enough stride and with enough freeness and easiness off of both ends to really get up into the top spot within this pair. Nice pair of cattle there from a quality aspect, however, I think from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 30 Junior MaineTainer heifer calves is entry 38, HCKF GSC Jenny, shown by Taylor Elliott, Mansfield, Ohio. Second, entry 70 RCHY Celestial Beauty 3C, shown by Deal Show Cattle, Galatia, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division II champion MaineTainer female. Please be bringing Class 33 and 34 MaineTainer heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 33 and 34 to the makeup ring, please. Entering the Simmental ring now is Class 20. Class 20 senior heifer calves. We have Class 20 senior heifer calves in the ring. We need Class 21 senior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 21 Simmental senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
As we start off here in our fall division on the Simmental show, big high-performing type of a female to lead off this particular class. A female that just has a tremendous amount of growth to her. And then still, whenever you talk about the big picture things, one that balances up very nicely. Love the rib shape and dimension in this heifer that can still get around the ring and move as agile as any here in this particular class. Heifer that comes out in second is not the most flashy heifer we've ever seen walk through the ring, but I think if you just study the big picture, real-world implications of this one has a lot of good pieces. A female that's more moderate in terms of her kind, a female that's good in terms of her belly shape, really sound whenever you get her out here in motion. Just not as much to her as that heifer directly ahead of her, but a high quality female. Really like the basic design of the heifer that comes out in third, just in terms of her structure. She may be as good as any here in this particular class. Just takes a long free stride. A heifer that just would like to see a little more to her in terms of growth and performance. One that not that moderate is a bad thing, but one that's almost a little too small for us here today. Heifer that rounds off the class, and one that has a really striking look through her head and neck. Just would like to see a lot more center body capacity, a lot more stability on that hock and pastern.
Well, over here on the Maine Anjou side, as we get ready to select this Division II MaineTainer heifer calf division, I think we've got 4 outstanding individuals out here. Each of them brings a little bit of something different out here to the ring today in terms of body shape and composition from end to end. I think here's a pair of cattle out here, I think from a quality standpoint in terms of the parts and the pieces that they put together, really come to the top of this set of 4. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. I'll go show you which ones those are here this morning.
Selected as our Division II MaineTainer calf champion is entry 60, MMC MJ, shown by Morgan Love, Baltimore, Ohio. And our reserve is entry 65, MRH Nellie's Girl, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Congratulations, girls. Placings in our Class 20 senior heifer calves, Simmental senior heifer calves. First was entry 511, SVJ Black Star B789, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 519, Miss CCF Southern Charm, shown by MBK Cattle, Starkville, Mississippi. Third, entry 522, shown by Holly Springs Simmental, Boston, Virginia. And fourth was entry 518, shown by Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 21 Simmental senior heifer calves. I need Class 22. Class 22 Simmental senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Following Class 22, we will be selecting our Division III champion. Entering the ring now in our MaineTainer ring is Class 33 winner heifer calves.
Over on your Simmental side, a really nice class. Maybe not a lot in terms of numbers comparative to our last division, but I think sure enough good quality in this class. The heifer we lead off with, the star-headed heifer, one that's just so nice from the portrait and the silhouette. She's feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder juncture, big-bodied and really sound, one that just kind of overwhelms this class in terms of quality, rib shape, and structural integrity. The young lady's black heifer that comes next, one that you sure like on the standstill. She's level down her top and big and square out of her hip. She probably works more true power and mass in the upper third of her skeleton and out of her hip than the heifer that precedes her. Comparatively, I just like to change this heifer when on the move. She wants to rise in the center of her back and just kind of shove those hind legs, just a bit more ideal for me when you set her into motion. The red heifer that comes next, just loaded with power, maybe one we could pick her up just a frame size comparatively, give her just a bit more shape in terms of her center body as well, one that can move just a bit freer off of her front end. Good group of cattle. Congratulations to each.
Now comments in our MaineTainer ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, we've got a pair of heifers here to start off our winter heifer division, a couple of December-born heifer calves, and I think this one that is going to win the pair is awful good. Really hard to pick a hole in this one out here. She gets out and she travels with an extreme amount of flexibility, and then everything stays so true in the top side of her body cavity when she gets out and she moves. It's just exemplary in the way that she's hooked in so correctly off of both ends of her spine. And then you study her not only from the ground up, but then from the top side down in terms of that muscle shape and build to that center body cavity. You really have to appreciate the arch and the flex that she has to that first and second rib, and the amount of power and muscle development that she has from end to end. I think that's just an awful good female to go out and win this pair. I look forward to having her back in our division lineup later on. Young ladies heifer here in the second spot just ran into a little bit of a lightning rod within that first place heifer. I think this one's very good in terms of her form and function. She's got some rib shape and she's got some dimension from end to end in terms of muscling down her top and out of her hip. Maybe not quite as fluid when we set her into motion as the heifer that goes out in front, but more importantly, it gives up some of that power and performance today to get up any higher. A nice pair of cattle from top to bottom.
Placing first in Class 21, Simmental Senior Heifer Calves was entry 529. CMFM Time to Shine 031B, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Second entry 528, STCC Steel Serena 4185, shown by Trinipole Farms, Cameron Clapp, M. Very, and R. Jenkins, Montezuma, Indiana, and Middletown, Indiana. And third was entry 527, shown by Wayward Hill Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Class 22 Simmental heifer calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III Simmental female. Placings in our MaineTainer Class 33 winter heifer calves. First was entry 72, SF Miss She-Dog 19B, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. And second is entry 71, ACLM Juicy Wiggle 5B, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 34, Senior MaineTainer heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior Calf Champion. Please bring Class 37, 38, MaineTainer heifer calves. I need Class 37 and 38 to the makeup ring, please. MaineTainer, Class 37 and 38 to the makeup ring. First call, Class 41, MaineTainer Spring Yearling MaineTainer females to the makeup ring. Class 1, 41, Spring Yearling MaineTainer females to the makeup ring, please.
Here in our Simmental side in this fall division, we've got an interesting class to look at, but I think as we view these cattle, I think the young man's heifer that's here to the top comes so quite easily, very well balanced, not the biggest heifer in the class. She is a cowy female. It's attractive up through the front 1/3. She labors a little bit as she gets about the ring off that front end, but a heifer that's very complete in her makeup, not powerful in any one way, just nice female that's very well balanced and can do the top of this class quite handedly. The heaviest weight per day of age heifer in the class would be the heifer coming in second. Really a big volume, big heavy muscled female, really long bodied, a female that we just got to let her travel about the ring a little freer and easier off that front end, and she'd have been right there at the top hole very easily. Next two heifers, very nice in their design. They're just giving up a tremendous amount of weight per day of age. Their yearling weights are low in this particular class. We're a breed of growth, and we're looking at yearling weights down in the 60s. A lot of these cattle got weaning weights in that, and I think that's showing you in the performance. It's not showing you that in the quality, because they are good quality females, just a little smaller in stature, not quite the grow, mated to the right bulls. They got a lot of future in them. Nice group of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
On the MaineTainer side.
Now comments from our judge on Class 34 Senior MaineTainer heifer calves.
Pair of these fall heifer calves here within this class on the MaineTainer side of the ring, and I think the young lady's heifer, when you watch her get out and go, she's just got more flexibility. She moves with more authority and comfortability off of those rear two than the heifer here in second. And along with that, when you get her out here and you get her parked, she shows us more of an ideal body type in my estimation, in terms of that turn to her rib and that depth of body and that sweep to her underline. Just really appreciate that heifer for what she brings to the table in those aspects. Very muscled up heifer here in the second spot. Tremendous amount of shape down her top and out of her hip, like we talked about. Just doesn't move with enough authority off of those rear two. Need to free her up and see more flexibility when we set her into motion.
Placings in Class 22, Simmental, Senior Heifer Calves. First entry went to 537, CMFM Duracera 040B, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Second entry, 540, Swan Marley 423B, shown by Swan Select Simmentals, Louisville, Kentucky. Third entry, 542, shown by Jason Maddox, Guys Mills, Pennsylvania. And fourth entry, 534, shown by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division III champion Simmental female. Attention in the Simmental barn, we need Class 25, 26, and 27 to the makeup ring. Please bring Classes 25, 26, and 27 late summer yearling females to the makeup ring. Sorry, Justin.
As we get out here in our fall division, again, maybe not the numbers, but I think the quality sure runs deep, not only in our class winners, but our respective seconds there standing along the fence. Cattle that have the basics that we've been looking for all day long and will continue to look for as we move on throughout the show. Cattle that have some body and dimension, mass, yet the most importantly, they were, and why they surfaced up here, where they were cattle with eye appeal and structural integrity. We've got a pair of females we think pair up very nicely here in this particular division. We won't waste any more time, keep the show rolling. Let's give our exhibitors in this division a round of applause, and I'll show you the two that we prefer.
I know, I just called Class 25, 26, and 27 to the ring. I'm just going to start calling them. I mean, because, I don't. Selected as your Division III champion female is entry 529, CMFM Time to Shine 031B, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Congratulations.
We're going to call for Simmental 557 and 549.
And selected as your Reserve Division champion is entry 537, CMFM Duracera 040B, also shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Okay, Josh.
Well, over here on the MaineTainer side for our fall division lineup, a couple of heifers up here that came out of these two classes that really complement each other quite nicely. I think from a body type standpoint, they're outstanding in terms of their build, not only from the ground up, but from that top side down when you talk about rib shape and dimension as it comes out of the top side of their skeleton, and then has all that muscle shape and dimension down their top and out of their hip, and how they transition it down into those lower extremities is quite exquisite and yet powerful, yet they still look like females. I think there's one that hit me awful hard when she came out in the first class and within that division in that December heifer calf. She's going to be your champion out here within this lineup. The young ladies heifer out of class 2 is going to be your reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause over here on this side of the ring.
Selected as your senior heifer calf champion is entry 72, SF Miss She-Dog 19B, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. And your reserve is entry 76, shown by Emily Thornson, Glenville, Minnesota, on CLA Lily 210B. Congratulations.
Just a single entry over here to start off our summer division. A really high quality female that just has a tremendous amount of power, mass, dimension to her. Just love the shape that this female has. Really nice to see the exhibitor coming out here, even though it looks like she's got a bum knee, getting out and moving probably better than Dad was about a year ago if we were at this time still. But really high quality heifer. Let's put our hands together for this young lady.
Placing first in class 25, summer yearling females in our Simmental show is entry 545, STCC Miss Pep 4169, shown by Laney Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Entering the ring now is class 26, late spring yearling females. Class 26, late spring yearling females. Simmental exhibitors, please bring class 27, 30, and 31 to the makeup ring, please. Class 27, 30, and 31. Please bring those entries to the makeup ring, please.
Well, just a single entry here in our MaineTainer show within this class of these summer yearlings, and I think an awful good heifer here that can certainly stand some competition, and I'm sure she will once we bring her back for our division lineup. One that you really have to appreciate for that sweep to her underline, how open and expansive she is in through that center 1/3, and yet really maintain some feminine look out of that front end. Good all the way to the ground in terms of that flexibility, and the joint work underneath of her is exceptional with as much power as she has out of her hip and how it transitions down in through that stifle in such a full nature. Just an outstanding female there that can certainly stand some competition.
Placing first in class 37, late summer yearling MaineTainer females is entry 80, Darcy, shown by Shelby Manning, Union City, Ohio. Entering the ring now is class 38, early summer yearling MaineTainer females. Class 38, early summer yearling MaineTainer females are entering the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our summer champion female. MaineTainer exhibitors, I need class 41 and 42 to the makeup ring. MaineTainer exhibitors, I need spring yearling MaineTainer females, classes 41 and 42 to the makeup ring, please. Simmental exhibitors, class 26. Late spring yearling females are in the ring. I need class 27, 30, and 31 to the makeup ring, please.
Another nice class of summers here. On your Simmental side, really challenging here in our top trio, we thought, in our eyes. And the heifer that surfaces her way to the top, she's just the softest and most coordinated at the ground. And then yet you get her stopped and set up. That thing has a nice, intriguing look from the side, smooth in her shoulder, nice in her body shape and depth, really nice back into her flank. She's a female. She gets set into motion. She wants to rise in her spine just to shade and kind of drop her head, and that's being picky on an awfully nice heifer. It's really kind of weird how she wants to rise in her top and duck her head, but yet she meets her track at the ground. But nice female, really a complete one to lead off with in this class. The blaze face heifer that comes next, one that's another sound structured kind of a female, really big ribbed and moderate framed, really easy fleshing kind of a female. Maybe one that gets just a bit rougher around the edges compared to the heifer we lead off with. We can make her just a bit more feminine about her head and skull and through the point of her shoulder and out of her hip to move her higher in the class. The heifer we really like when on the stand is the heifer that's here in third. If we didn't have to move these cattle, this one automatically wins the class. She's the longest from the point of her shoulder forward, so feminine and angular about her head and neck carriage. You love her lines and you love that sweeping rib shape that she offers you. It's just when I set her into motion, I need to change her. She's a bit tighter in her spine, and I just need to give her more flexibility as we study her at the surface. Big, long-bodied, big rib female comes next. You like her weight per day of age and power. Tremendous in terms of her performance. Just a heifer you would like to soften in terms of her rib shape and in her structure to move her higher in the class. In the blaze face female, we finish out with another long-bodied heifer, one that we just would like to soften her in her structure, soften her in her rib cage to move her up higher.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in class 26. Late spring yearling Simmental females is entry 552. CSCX stepping out 214B, shown by DI Simmental's Danvers, Illinois. Second is entry 556. Rolling Hills Hush Hush, shown by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Third, entry 553, shown by Tingle Farms and Cami Stair, Clinton, Oklahoma. And fourth, entry 557, shown by Danielle Gents, Platteville, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 551, shown by Hoffman Farms, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Entering the ring now, class 27, spring yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion female. Simmental breeders, I need class 30 and 31 to the makeup ring, please. Class 30 and 31 to the makeup ring. First call, class 32 to the makeup ring, please. Class 30 and 31 to the makeup ring immediately. I need class 32 to the makeup ring also. Josh?
Well, we get into the second class in this summer division in our MaineTainer show, and I think this is a superb set of four out here. I think if you put this class together within a judging contest, I think a set of kids are going to be all over the board on this one. There's a lot of things to work through within this set of four, and I think the easiest one for me to get up into the top spot is this heifer that comes out of this lineup right here, broadside to me. I think one from a profile standpoint, I love the sweep to her underline. I love the natural body shape and the depth and dimension that she has and how real she is down through that lower 1/3. And that's very evident when you study her out of her top, how much natural spring and shape she has and curvature she has to that center part of her rib. Maybe pick on her ever so slightly when we set her into motion. Might want to see her track just a little truer from her hock all the way down to the ground. She wants to rise up just a notch right there in that center part of her loin, but that's like I heard just over here on the other side of the ring, that's getting really nitpicky on an awful good one. I think the young lady's heifer here in the second spot is unique in her type and kind. I think here's one, she's a little more moderate in her frame than the heifers on either side of her. I think that's what gets her into this second spot, is there's just not enough power there and true oomph, if you will, to get up and rival that heifer that wins the class. I appreciate this one for the presentation on this heifer and how good and how square she is over that top line, and maybe just see just a little more performance and a little more power and natural dimension to that one, especially in through that lower 1/3. I think she can rival that heifer that wins the class. A unique female that comes out into the 3rd spot. I think on the profile, she really complements that class winner in terms of her body shape and her body type and kind. Just draw issue with this heifer when we watch her travel, like to fix her off of those rear two. She wants to swing that left rear out more so and get on the outside of her body cavity. I think we could fix that aspect on that heifer. There's one that can really get up there and hunt with a heifer in the top part of the class. And then the young lady's female that's going to round out this set of 4 is no slouch herself. I think this one certainly merits a lot of attention and a lot of praise and admiration just from the way that she's built and the way that she's constructed in her muscle pattern, and yet still maintains that feminine look out of her front 1/3. She ran into an awesome class out here within that top 3 heifers. I think for me today, if we get her out here and we see her have a little more length of stride and a little more flexibility off of both ends, she might be able to work her way up into that spot ahead of her.
Over here on our Simmental side, we just got these 3 entries in this particular class, but it's 3 really good females. It's going to make awesome cows. This is a show, and the showiest one of the 3 is standing here in this first hole. She's also the most correct at the ground of these 3. Big-bodied female that's got a lot of natural width and dimension as you view her down her top and through her quarter, a skeleton, a female that gets out and travels very free and easy. Is she the sleekest up through the front end? No, she's not, but it kind of goes with that big, massive body that she got. She wins the class rather handedly. One of the heaviest weight per day of ages heifers in the class is this heifer in 2nd. She also translates that to end to one of our bigger yearling weight heifers of the day and ends up with a pretty good API. Too, a female that's showing you a lot of cow power, got a lot of prospects, a lot of breeding potential here, not quite as attractive up through the front end, and labors more as we get about the ring. Another classy looking female coming out in 3rd with a lot of length of body, just gets a little bit more labored as she gets about the ring, tends to get straighter up through that front end, wants to roach in her top. But 3 very nice females in this Simmental class.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class 27, Spring Yearling Females is entry 565, TJSC So Sweet 112B, shown by Derek Miller, West Unity, Ohio. Second, entry 560, WHF Barbie 35B, shown by Hoffman Farms, Fountain Run, Kentucky. And third, entry 575, shown by Campbell Land and Cattle and Emma Woodward, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion female. In our MaineTainer ring, placings in Class 38, early summer yearling MaineTainer females. First, entry 87, JSC So Sweet 158B, shown by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Second, entry 88, BPF Miss Wisdom 121B, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Third, entry 89, TGF Sadie Soul Agent, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. And fourth, entry 92, CFF Clara, shown by Mason Andrew Perry Love, Baltimore, Ohio. We now will be selecting our summer champion female in our MaineTainer ring. MaineTainer exhibitors, I need Class 41 and 42 to the makeup ring, please. Please bring Class 41 and 42 to the makeup ring.
Well, I don't know how often you see a set of heifers in a summer division that are this good. I think a trio out here that a tremendous amount of quality. They can go out and they could win a lot of shows all over the country. I think it just it really says a lot for the breeders to have somewhat of an off age of a female and get them out here and just have that much quality. It really tells you that the breeders take a lot of pride in those programs, and no matter when their calving dates are, they put a lot of emphasis on quality, and you can certainly see that out here within these three. I think the two heifers that came out of that second class really body up quite nicely in terms of cow look and that power and the performance that they exhibit. We're going to keep them together within this division. They're going to be your champions and reserve. Let's give all our MaineTainers exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Selected as your senior, or your summer champion female is entry 87, JSC So Sweet 158B, shown by Hannah Top Miller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And your reserve summer champion female is entry 88, BPF Miss Wisdom 121B, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Now comments in our Simmental ring for Mr. Justin Adcock.
Really an exceptional set of females out here in our summer division from our July down through our last class winter here, cattle that just have an extreme amount of usefulness to them. When we get back out here in for division, it comes down in our eyes to the pair of females here out of our second and third class. There's some differences in these cattle. You could probably bring these cattle back in and things might go a different way. But we've made up our mind here, a tremendous set of cattle. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors, and I'll show you the order we prefer them in.
Selected as your Division 4 champion female, entry 552, CSCX, stepping out 214B, shown by Die Simmentals, Danvers, Illinois. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 565, TJSC So Sweet 112B, shown by Derek Miller, West Unity, Ohio. Congratulations. Please bring class 30 spring yearling females, class 30 spring yearling females, Simmental females into the ring, please. Class 30 into the ring. I need class 31 and 32 Simmental spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 31 and 32 to the makeup ring, please. In our ring now, in our MaineTainer show, is class 41 spring yearling females. Please bring class 42 and 43 MaineTainer spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Attention Simmental exhibitors, I am missing entry 599, 603, and 613 for Class 31. You are late to your class.
Well, again, we've got another set of these MaineTainer females over here that are just awesome, I think, from top to bottom. And a trio up here at the top end of the class that certainly excel in terms of their quality parts and pieces. Young ladies heifer here is quite an easily named a class winner in my mind. I think there's one who's got a tremendous amount of length of side, especially through that center part of her body cavity, and yet she has all that strength down her top, muscle shape and dimension out of that hip. Watch her all the way to the ground as she gets out and travels. Good in terms of that flexibility and the cushion off of both ends, and then has that killer profile and that killer look out of that front 1/3. Just an awesome female there, I think, to win this set. The young man's heifer that's going to come into the second spot, I appreciate this female from a cowiness standpoint. You look at the center rib, the depth of body, the uniformity in that depth from that forerib back to flank, the sweep to her underline, really good in terms of that foot size and shape. I love the circumference and the depth of heel on this female when you get her out here and you set her into motion. Maybe not quite the attractiveness and overall eye appeal and balance maybe out of that front end that we have in that class winning female, but an awful good heifer there to go out in the second spot, as is this young lady's heifer here in the third hole. I think she just shortens up for me on the side view profile in comparison to those two heifers above her. She gets a little shorter coupled off of both ends of her spine, if you will. I think she's adequate in terms of that length, but just when you analyze her with those heifers in first and second, she gets a little shorter made in comparison. A couple of females here in 3 and 4 that have some body shape and dimension to that rib, get a little out of balance in terms of that structural correctness all the way to the ground, particularly in the heifer that goes out front. Clean her up in her navel a little bit too and see her have a little more natural sweep to that underline. Young man's heifer that goes out and gets a little out of balance out of her front 1/3, a little plainer made and more subdued in her muscling pattern when you study her out of the back side of her hip. The young man's heifer that goes out next is one that gets a little shallower body, doesn't have quite the natural shape and dimension to that center 1/3 to get her up any higher today.
Thank you, Josh. Now comments in our Simmental ring from our judge, Mr. Jeff Jackson.
Really good class of Simmental females, and really good, we thought, here in our top pair, and awfully close. Quite a bit of differences in contrasting in terms of their type and kind, but for us, the heifer we lead off with, one that's maybe just a bit more feminine as you study her about her head. We like her condition, maybe just a shade better right down through her chest, but where we really like this heifer is you study her at the ground. She is so sound and agile, so square in the way that she's built in terms of her foot and the scope that she has to them. Just gets out and moves awfully good off both ends of her skeleton, yet she's still big in terms of her rib design, appears to be nice in terms of her teat size and shape, and so nice and square and level out of her hip. The heifer that comes next, one that from the initial look is one that you really like. She's really long and extended about her head and neck, and we love the way it sets onto the apex of her shoulder. It's a female, when the young man gets her set, has quite an intriguing look from the side. Comparatively to the heifer that we lead off with, though, maybe one that just doesn't have that quite extra sweep back into her flank. As we study her when on the go, she wants to dip down in her loin, shove up in terms of her tail head, and wants to just swivel out of her hip a bit when you get directly in behind her. The red heifer that comes next, one when on the standstill we really, really like. She is ultra powerful in her type and kind, big boned and footed, extra muscular in terms of the upper third of her skeleton and out of that hip. With that, maybe one that's a bit more masculine about her head, neck, and shoulder carriage. For us too, we wanted to lean this one up just a shade as you study her down along her chest floor. The black heifer that comes next, she follows that same type and kind of the heifer that's in third, ultra masculine and muscular in terms of her type and kind. Huge and stout in terms of her bone and footwork. For us, we just want to make her a bit more ladylike about her head and neck carriage, and most directly through the point of the shoulder on this heifer. We too could lean this one up just a shade. The blazeface heifer that comes next, she's probably in pretty good rig in terms of her condition as far as weight per day of age and maturity and where she's at in her life. She's a heifer that we like, her look and her balance. Maybe one she could be just a bit more feminine about her head. It's when we set her into motion. I could give her just a bit more reach and stride there when on the go. Same thing comes for the heifer that comes next. I really like her moderation of frame. I like her rib cage that she has built into her. She'll prove to be an easy flesh and easy doing kind of a female as she matures here in life. But for us, she's one that the same thing. We'd like to just loosen her up in terms of her skeletal integrity, make her just a bit looser there in her spine as well as she wants to rise in her top. A sound constructed heifer comes next. We just like to soften her in terms of her body shape. Female that comes next, we could lean her up in her condition. She's a big ribbed heifer. Just need to lean her up and soften her up about her structure. And the heifer we finish out with, another long-bodied, high-performing heifer. Just like to see more doability in her to move her higher in the class. Good group of cattle. Congratulations to each.
Placing first in Class 41, MaineTainer Spring Yearling Females was entry 97. DANR Presley Clone 11B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Second, entry 59, MRH Annabelle, shown by Colby Manning, Union City, Ohio. Third, entry 96, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 100, shown by Clayton Burks, Hardensburg, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 107, shown by Riley Rubel, Albert Lee, Minnesota. And sixth, entry 108, shown by Austin Schneider. Entering the ring now is Class 42, Spring Yearling MaineTainer Females. Please have Class 43 in the makeup ring, please. Simmental placings, Class 30. Spring Yearling Females, Class 30. First was entry 592, STF Brianna BN 53, shown by Kyle Brinkman, Holgate, Ohio. Second, entry 596, JPLF RBS You're the One, shown by Ben Weiss, McIntyre, Iowa. Third, entry 597, shown by Macy Moore and Young Show Cattle, Sumner, Illinois. Fourth, entry 589, shown by Thomas Willis, Alderson, West Virginia. Fifth, entry 578, shown by Allison Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Sixth, entry 577, shown by Tingle Farms and Laurel Culp, Newcastle, Kentucky. Seventh, entry 582, shown by Tanner Francis, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Eighth, entry 584, shown by Swain Select Simmentals, Louisville, Kentucky. And ninth is entry 587, shown by Lone Tree Simmentals and CLO Simmentals, Lone Tree, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 31, Spring Yearling Simmental Females. Please have Class 32 to the makeup ring. Calling Class 35, Simmental Females, Class 35 to the makeup ring immediately.
Over here on the MaineTainer side of the ring, we've got a female up here in this baldy heifer. The top end of this trio is just exquisite when you get her on the profile. This young lady gets her stopped. She's perfect in her lines, perfectly balanced and very symmetrical from her top side down. You study the rib shape and the dimension of muscle down that top and out of her hip, and she powers herself up quite adequately and yet still has that refinement and that feminine look out of that that front end. I think there's a female, if you're going to pick on her, might want to relax her about the top side of her scapula, see a little more angularity, a little more correctness through the front side of that body. As she gets out and she travels, she wants to shorten up ever so slightly when she gets out on the move. Young lady's heifer here that comes into the next spot is one that's got a little more moderation in her frame size. She's got an adequate amount of depth of body and sweep to her underline. She too needs to be fixed on the go. I think there's a heifer when we view her from behind as she travels away from us. She wants to walk on the outside of that body cavity. We need to see her square all the way to the ground as she gets out on the move. And the young man's heifer here that's going to turn the corner and be third within this trio is one that really has some form and function built into her from top to bottom. I don't think there's enough horsepower today to run with those two in front of her. Just need to see a little more mass and a little more substance from end to end.
Placing first in Class 42, Spring Yearling MaineTainer females is entry 115, UKN Whiskey Lullaby B1, shown by Paige Pine, Hastings, Minnesota. Second is entry 113, MGK Phoenix 293B, shown by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And third is entry 114, shown by Connor Cross, Wilkinson, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 43, Spring Yearling MaineTainer females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior champion female. First call, Class 48, Junior Maine Anjou heifer calves. First call, Class 48, Junior Maine Anjou heifer calves. Let's bring Class 48 to the makeup ring, please. Simmental exhibitors, we need Class 32 and 35 to the makeup ring, please. 32 and 35 to the makeup ring, please. Attention Simmental barn, I'm listing entry 625 from Aria Warren. If you're going to show your heifer, you better get down here.
Here in the Simmental side, an excellent class of females from top to bottom. A lot of brood cow prospects in this particular division. I think we got a close top pair. Then it kind of slides down into a next group after that. I think the female we decided to go ahead and start with, female that really balances up quite well. You love the sweep and swing to her rib cage that we like to see. She's very adequate in terms of thickness down her top and out through her quarter. Very sound when she hits the ground. Got some length of neck. Maybe just feminine her up just a touch more in the design of that head. I'd like to maybe see the young man show off a little bit more of that teat development, the way we got her clipped out there. I know he's trying to make her look even deeper flank than what she is, but it didn't need to be that way in a female getting this old. Heifer coming in next, really stylish as we get her on the stop. She's really a little longer necked and a little sweeter headed than the heifer that we started with. She's also pushing more through the bottom of that chest floor, getting a little further along in condition. female that's there again also has a big sweep to her rib, female that gets out and travels very well, very attractive, very well presented. Then we've got a pair of heifers coming in next, the red heifer, big-bodied heifers, maybe not quite the style and eye appeal that we see of the first two heifers, but heifers is going to make good cows. They're very free and easy moving, got a lot of sweep to the rib cage, got some natural width and dimension about them. The baldy heifer coming in next starts to get a little labored as we get her out about the ring. That front end, she just doesn't want to get out and travel as well. Next heifer coming out, very neatly designed female, start to get a little bit shallower in terms of our depth of body, but very attractive, long body, really level from hooks to pins, and moves out the ring fairly free and easy. We could soften her up just a touch. Next young man heifer going out just gets a little piecey for us as she gets about the ring, starts to rise in her top a little bit. She's just a little more labored, and that's why she's popping up in her top. Got some natural width and dimension about her, going to make a good cow. Really a long-bodied heifer coming out next, but there from the length of body, we just really need to soften her up a little bit more to get her up higher in the class today. The heifer that we round out the class is a big broody kind of a female, just comes in a little plainer package to you. Really a nice group of females in this particular class.
Thank you, Bob. Now comments in our MaineTainer ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, we got another set of 4 over here, the tremendous set in all of these heifers, I think, from top to bottom. And I think this is a perfect example of what a percentage show should look like. We've got a variation in type and kind, and you're going to have that when we talk about percentages in breeds and the things that we can swap in terms of the matings of sires and dams. And I think this one is a perfect blend of what you're ideally looking for within the MaineTainer industry. I think she's got a little more moderation in her frame comparative to the heifers behind her. I don't mind that because she's still got all that balance and all that length through that center carriage, and yet when you set her into motion, that one is really, really good all the way down to the ground in terms of that flexibility and in terms of that cushion off of both ends. I think there's one there. It's just as real as you can get and as solid as you can get within this class. This young lady's heifer that comes out next is a striking individual and from a profile standpoint. She's got the chrome on the underside of her body and down in through those extremities, and one that just affords her an extra bit of look and neatness and trimness to that design from end to end. I appreciate the length of side and the size and scale in this heifer. I think ideally for me, I prefer the type that we saw in that class winner. I don't necessarily discount the fact that she's got that extra size and frame and scale to her build. However, along with that, I just don't see maybe quite as true enough shape from that navel back to that udder floor like we had in that class winning female. Young lady's red heifer that comes next just gets a little out of balance in terms of that correctness and soundness as we watch her travel in relationship to the heifer that goes directly out in front of her. I think we could soften her up in those pastures and see a little more cushion and flexibility off of both ends. And as that can also be said about the young man's black heifer that rounds out the class, just need to free her up off of both ends as she gets out and she travels to get her up any higher today.
Placing first, class 43, spring yearling MaineTainer females is entry 164. JSC Cover Girl 31B, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Second, entry 126, BAAL Generally Fancy, shown by Abby Henderson, Jefferson, Iowa. Third, entry 127, shown by Becca Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. And fourth, entry 125, shown by Jake Roberts, Nineveh, Indiana. We now will be selecting our junior champion female, followed by our grand and reserve grand champion MaineTainer female. Please be bringing all of your divisional MaineTainer females to the makeup ring, please. We will take pictures after our MaineTainer female grand champion selection, but we do need class 48 junior Maine Anjou heifer calves. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Placings in class 31. Simmental junior yearling females. First went to entry 598, JS Black Satin 9B, shown by Jake Bloomberg, Berwick, Illinois. Second, entry 600, 3 Aces Minion B214, shown by Andrew Meyer and Three Aces Cattle Company, Clinton, Tennessee. Third entry 620, shown by Kyle Brinkman, Holgate, Ohio. Fourth entry 615, shown by Kerry Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. Fifth entry 601, shown by Emma Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Sixth entry 623, shown by Bennett Walther, Centerville, Indiana. And seventh was entry 621, shown by Jenna Doctor, Millbank, South Dakota. Eighth entry 611, shown by Reich Brothers and Sons, Blakesburg, Iowa. Class 32, Junior yearling Simmental females are in the ring. We will be selecting our Division 5 champion following this class. Class 35, Simmental senior yearling females to the makeup ring, please.
Again, another exceptional class of Simmental females here as we move along and as we get into these older heifers. I think, again, a really deep class, cattle that all deserve to have their time here to walk on the green shavings. Just a lot of usefulness to them. And with that said, even though we think this is a great class, we think we've got one that wins this class pretty handedly. One that just whenever you talk about the things we've been discussing all day long, one that's powerful, dimensional, big hip, thick-ended. She's really good in terms of her foot and bone work. She balances up so nicely. Just wish she'd stop being so lazy on us here today and get out and travel, as this one is built really good, really high quality female. We can discuss her more as we get back out in the division. Two very similar heifers here coming out in 2 and 3. As we compare the two relative to each other, both of them big bodied, easy fleshing kind of cattle. The heifers in the second hole we thought just moved a touch freer here for us today. I'd like to change that one in the way that she goes. She meets her track. She takes a long stride, but she really wants to throw that hock out, wanting to throw those legs out, pushing a little more condition. Heifer that comes out in third's a little fresher from that standpoint, balances up very nicely. Really like this one whenever she's stopped. Whenever she goes, as you see here, is where she falls into the third hole for us. Just is not good off both ends of her skeleton there. Another high quality, honest heifer here coming out next. Just one that doesn't have the extra power and dimension. Big, high-performing female that's got plenty of power and dimension, doesn't balance up as well, gets a little piecier, a little coarse there in terms of her teat size there as well. A heifer that rounds off the class, another one that's very useful in terms of her kind for us today. Just doesn't have that extra mass and that extra structure that we've been looking for.
Placing first, Class 32, Junior yearling Simmental females is entry 636. TJSC Kansas 823B, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Second, entry 628, Harker's Promise, I'm a Joy, shown by Cole Reinbolt, West College, Corner, Indiana. Third, entry 629, shown by Morgan Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 627, shown by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth, entry 633, shown by Reich Brothers and Sons and Tyler Espenside, Blacksburg, Iowa. And sixth is entry 631, shown by Fenton Farms, Laurel, Mississippi. Comments on our junior division champion drive in our MaineTainer ring by our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Well, for this junior yearling division, an excellent set of these three class winners out here. Just real briefly, just to touch on the three, because I think they're definitely warranted a lot of praise and a lot of admiration. Here's one up here that came out of that first class, just striking on the profile. I think she's as long and as extended as what we have out here, and still really, really good at the top side of her body when she gets out on the travel. I think there's one that you can do a lot of things within a breeding program because of that extra style and that extra balance that she has, especially out of that head and neck. I think in relationship to a couple of these other heifers that are out here, maybe in either one of the lineups, she wants to tuck up ever so slightly within that flank from her navel back to her udder floor as well, but that's getting awful critical on a pretty good heifer. The Baldy heifer that came out of that second class is one that, like we talked about, striking on the profile is pieced together extremely well from end to end. Maybe like to see her move just a little bit better when we get her and set her into motion in comparison to the two heifers on either side of her, but an awful high quality female there in her own right. And then we come in back to this heifer that came out of that third class, and we talked about that body type and that style that I preferred within this female. And you look at that sweep to her underline, you look how deep she is out of that forerib and how much natural shape and dimension and capacity she has from that navel on back through her udder floor, and then couples that with enough shape and dimension down her top and out of that hip, and still maintains all that balance and all that eye appeal from end to end, and couples that with a tremendous amount of flexibility and structural soundness off of both ends. And that's probably why she's going to be your division champion out here within this lineup. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you would.
Selected as your junior champion female in our MaineTainer ring is entry 164, JSC Cover Girl 31B, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 97.
Well, over on your Simmental side, I'd like to begin this division by all you Simmental breeders standing around ringside and in the stands. We need to give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. Good group of females.
No.
You know, when Bobby asked me to come and help be his associate in this, I knew the Simmental show was going to be deep, and I knew it was going to be good. But maybe I didn't know it was going to be quite this good in this particular division. You know, we've had a tremendous amount of division winners preceding these cattle that have just been unbelievably outstanding. But to bring us a set of bred heifers that are sound, functional, good in terms of their condition, have rib cage look, balance, and quality of these three class winners and respective seconds, my hat's off to each and every one of you breeders standing out there ringside. The heifer that leads off here in our first class, one that's just really fault-free. She's a heifer that's elongated about her front third. She's feminine-headed, good-shouldered, sound, and big-ribbed. Heifer that's really level and square about her hip. You know, typically the complete heifer is the one that always wins, but yet she gets in a division here with a pair of females that are just simply outstanding. But young lady, my hat's off to you. That's an awfully good female. The young man here in the center, I guess a female that just overwhelms this group in terms of center body shape and dimension. From her shoulder back and from her heart back into her flank, she's so round and robust in terms of her rib shape and design, and yet a female that gets out and moves extremely, extremely well off all four corners. I love the way she plants her feet to the surface when she gets out and go. She's a heifer comparative to the one behind her. She doesn't probably offer as much in terms of her upper third as far as just genuine width from the top of her blades back comparative to the heifer that follows her, but a heifer that is extended up front, so big and round in terms of her rib shape and design, and extra, extra soft as we study her at the ground. Just a female you love enjoying looking at from the side profile and on the move both. The heifer that comes out of your third class, one that maybe doesn't just overwhelm you from the side profile because she doesn't have that just extra sweeping rib cage to her, but a female when you get in behind her, as I just previously stated, she is probably the truest in terms of the shape of her rib, the way it hooks up to the backside of her shoulder, and most directly the way it comes out of her spine. She's the roundest and probably the truest in terms of her actual rib shape, and yet she still has plenty of depth. A female that gets out of her hip extremely, extremely well, and the way she plants those rear two to the surface, as we talked to her there in class, maybe one as she's starting to get big and bred and wants to fight that halter just a shade, she wants to just try to kind of pull away from you there on that front end, and maybe could plant them just a shade square to the ground. But I guess for me, a female that offers a tremendous amount of breeding versatility, a female that's awfully, awfully good. To our respective seconds, a tremendous amount of quality in each and every one of those as well. we'll go out, we'll select you a grand, take another look here for reserve, and go select you guys a reserve. If you would, do me the indulgence one more time, give this particular division another round of applause.
Selected as your reserve junior yearling MaineTainer female was entry 97, DANR Presley Clone 11B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Congratulations, Gracie. Selected as your Division 5 champion female in your Simmental ring is entry 598, JS Black Satin 9B, shown by Jake Bloomberg, Berwick, Illinois.
As we come into a reserve of this particular division, the heifer that pulls in here, one went on the stop you just love. She's so exquisite about her head and neck carriage, and you love the length that she portrays, and just so tidy and neat as you study her there through her throat latch. When on the standstill, just a picture perfect portrait there from the side. We were talking there in our group about how this heifer, when she comes back out here in this particular division, the longer she comes out here, the more she wants to struggle just a bit out of her hip. She's probably plants them just a bit more upright and erect there in those rear two than maybe just perfectly ideal, especially comparative to your division winner in this particular division. But a female from the side is just picture perfect and so high quality. We'll take another look, grab you guys another reserve. Congratulations to each one of these exhibitors.
Selected as your reserve division champion is entry 636, TJSC Kansas 823B, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. We now need class 35 Simmental senior yearling females into the ring, please. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion purebred Simmental heifer. We need all division and reserve division champions back to the makeup ring. Simmental division and reserve division champions to the makeup ring immediately.
We're over here on the MaineTainer side of the ring as we get ready to select your champion female. I think a little bit overwhelming in terms of the quality that's come out in every one of these classes. I think this is an awful good set from top to bottom, and we've seen quality cattle in every class that we've had out here today. I've been thoroughly impressed from top to bottom. I think once we get these division winners out here, we study these a couple of calves that came out of those first two divisions, and we liked them for the length of side and the look that they gave us out of their front end, and yet they still maintained enough power and enough soundness from the ground up. Then we worked our way back into that heifer calf, that December heifer calf that came out of that third division. We talked about how good she was in terms of body shape and dimension. She's still got some cow look and some feminine look up through that front end, and she's just awful good all the way down to the ground. Just a tremendous prospect in that fall heifer calf. And we work our way into those two older heifers. I think that one that came out of that summer division, once you get her out here and you get her stopped, you certainly have to appreciate the build that she exhibits in terms of that rib shape and natural dimension through that center. She's one, if you want to pick on her, she gets a little plainer maybe out of that front 1/3. We could clean her up and add a little more suppleness about that head and neck, a little more refinement ever so slightly through that front 1/3, but that's a tremendous prospect in terms of cow power and production on down the road. Then the young man's heifer there that came out of that last division, we talked about that division and how good that was, and in terms of that heifer in particular, that type and kind that I preferred within that particular class that she was in, and then she came out of that division ultimately because of that type and kind that she exhibits and how good she is all the way to the ground. Probably one of the sounder moving heifers that you'll find out here within this lineup. lineup, in my opinion, in terms of the squareness that she hits and in which she hits down to the ground, and the authority in which she moves off of both ends. I think an excellent lineup out here within our divisions and in our reserves. Let's give all our MaineTainer exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go pick your champion in reserve. Thank you again.
Selected as your grand champion, MaineTainer female, entry 164, JSC Cover Girl 31B, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Congratulations, Luke.
HOWD.
And your reserve grand champion female is entry 72, SF Miss She-Dog 19B, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations to both of those. Okay, comments in our Simmental ring from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock.
Well, it was a class in the female show that the last individual class that we've been looking for today, these senior yearling heifers. I think they fell together quite well for us. The heifer we're going to start off with is the most complete, the most well-balanced female that there is in the class. She's very sound at the ground. Really like her hoof size. Female that gets out and travels very, very free and easy, very well balanced from one end to the other. Just a nice, attractive female with a moderate size, going to make a tremendous cow. Excellent place to start this class. I think we've got a really long-bodied female with a lot of natural width and dimension about her. Just doesn't balance up quite as well as the heifer in first. She gets a little deeper through that front 1/3 than in the flank. The heifer we're going to round out the class with is a heifer that's just a little more streamlined than the other two. She gives up a little weight per day of age, not quite the overall power. 3 really nice cow prospects.
Placing first in class 35 senior yearling females and selected as your Division 6 champion Simmental female is entry 641 HLVW Secret Shine, shown by Howard Farms, Paris, Tennessee. Second entry 724 SVJ Stylish 12 A14, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. And third is entry 640, shown by Area Warren, Crawfordsville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, purebred Simmental female. Bring them in the ring. Attention Simmental exhibitors, we are selecting our grand champion female. We need class 40 and 41 spring bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 40, 41, and 42, be making your way. We need to weigh these bulls. Please be bringing bull calves, class 40, 41, and 42 to the makeup ring, please. Maine Anjou exhibitors, as soon as we finish taking pictures of our champion female, MaineTainer female, we will be starting our Maine Anjou heifer calves. So we need class 48, 49, and 50 to the makeup ring, please. Maine Anjou heifer calves, classes 48, 49, and 50 to the makeup ring, please. On behalf of the American Simmental Association, it is my privilege to announce the 2015 Progress Through Performance Herdsman of the Year Award. Presenting the award, we have Brian DeFries, Cliff Orley, and Barry Wesner from the American Simmental Association Board of Trustees. Are they all here? Are they here? Okay. No one deserves this award more than our recipient this year, Mr. Ryan Hefner. Ryan? His unfailing, honest, endless working, and ruthless competition, Ryan sets an example we should all aspire to. He excels in his instinct for breeding superior Simmental genetics in animal husbandry, in managing a complex organization, and in leading his team. Hudson Pines is incredibly lucky to have him, and now that Ryan is a father, we know that we will care for his daughter the same devotion he gives his cattle, his colleagues, and his customers, and she will be the luckiest girl in the world. Ryan Hefner, congratulations, my friend.
As we get back out here in contention for our champion Simmental female, I guess I'd first like to start off and say it's just truly been an honor to come out here, breed of cattle that I absolutely love, have grown up with, and to get to do it out here and with the guy that's taught me absolutely everything I know about this cattle business, and do it with my dad, and then to get to do it with my future brother-in-law has just been a tremendous amount of fun. Hopefully you can see what we've liked to pick all day long. I don't know that over the last 2 days we've had very many disagreements. I'd say that if you've ever seen us all work at home or work in the barn, you probably would have assumed there may have been some knockdown dragouts out here. But I think that we've all got along. We've seen the cattle all the same. I think that's truly a testament to the breeders and the exhibitors that have brought the cattle out here. It's just been a tremendous show yesterday, absolutely tremendous female show here again today. Just would like to take my hats off to all of our exhibitors. I think we don't need to go back through and talk about each of the individuals as we get back out here in our champion drive. Like I said before, we've been looking for one type of animal over the past 2 days. We probably sound like broken records as we moved through our percentage show yesterday, and we are through our purebred show here today. We like them big-bellied, we like them stout, but most importantly, they've got to have some look and structure and balance. We think there's 3 or 4 heifers that you could come out here and rotate through, but in our eyes, there's one that exemplifies what we think a tremendous Simmental female looks like. We used that term yesterday. This one's pretty good in our eyes that we think that we're getting ready to use here today. Let's put our hands together one more time for our Simmental breeders, and we'll go out and select a champion in reserve.
Once again, Mr. Justin Adcock, his father Bob Adcock, and Jeff Jackson. Thank you, fellas. Selected as your grand champion, purebred female, entry 598 JS Black Satin 9B, shown by Jake Bloomberg, Berwick, Illinois. Congratulations, Jake. Let's bring our Maine Anjou heifer calves in the ring, fellas. They're here. Let's go. Selected as your reserve, Grand Champion Simmental female is entry 636, TJSC Kansas 823B, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Congratulations, Maddie. Simmental exhibitors, we will break for pictures, and we will then start our Simmental Bull Show.
Joe Epper's with Limousine.
Yeah, Joe, how are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Really good. Just my announcer's
Yes,
copy?
sir.
Okay,
A
perfect.
couple little. There's one heifer that moves classes, and then
Okay.
the rest of them are just some ownership changes.
Could you have Chris write down some information on this for me to read
Yes, sir.
off of?
I'll do her.
Just name.
Well, we're going to start off our purebred Maine show with a nice trio of these young heifer calves, a couple of Junes and a May baby out here. And I think this young lady's heifer that's going to rise to the forefront of this trio does so quite easily. I think power and performance dictates that you bring this one to the top, and you look at her, and she certainly profiles with an exquisite amount of balance and eye appeal, and everything's in the right proportions in terms of that depth of body and the muscle shape down her top and out of her hip. Still maintains that feminine look out of that front end. I think a tremendous future in that one on down the road. And we come into a pair of cattle here that are a little more moderate in their frame size, probably giving up some age to the heifer that goes out in front. But I think the one that's square built over her top and out of her hip, probably a little more secure and less timid off of those rear two as she goes, is this young lady's heifer here in the second spot. I think she moves out with a little more authority. Shows us more transition of muscle shape from the top side down, especially through that stifle and down in through that quarter. I think the heifer that rounds out our set has got some length, some extension, some feminine look. Out of that front 1/3, she gets a little flatter made, maybe over her top, maybe not as secure in the way that she gets out and she travels off of those rear wheels, but I think an excellent heifer in terms of that form and function to her build. Tremendous future in front of her as well.
Placing first in class 48. Maine Anjou Junior Heifer Calves. First was entry 13, AHFF Kel Fantasy Girl, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Second is entry 10, Rumor Reigns, shown by Morgan Aleka, Buffalo, Illinois. And third was entry 12, shown by Borchers Maines, Eaton, Indiana. Entering the ring now is class 49 Junior Maine Anjou Heifer Calves. We need class 50 and 53 to the makeup ring, please. Please be bringing class 50 Junior Heifer Calves and class 53 Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Simmental bull exhibitors, we need your Class 40 entries to the makeup ring. Class 40 Simmental bulls to the makeup ring, please.
Well, we've got another trio of these Maine Anjou heifers here on this side of the ring, and I think one, again, from a power and performance standpoint, it certainly dictates that you bring this one up to the top of the class. And I think also from a structural correctness and soundness standpoint, she certainly has the most flex and security off of both ends when you watch her plant and you watch her push off of those rear two. She just is a little more stable, albeit she may not handle her hawk just ideally for me today, but I think she's one that's got plenty of width and plenty of shape from end to end, and with all that power and performance, it's certainly hard to get around out of this set of three. The red heifer that comes into the second spot, I think she gets up into this spot in the lineup because she most complements our class winner in terms of that rib shape and dimension of muscling down her top and out of her hip. She doesn't handle herself quite as much authority as the heifer that goes out in front of her in terms of how she gets out and she travels. She gets a little more restricted out of that hawk all the way down to the ground. She's a little more upright about her pasterns. We need to see a little more flex and a little more cushion, as well as the heifer that rounds out the class. I think there's one that just needs more flexibility from that stifle all the way down to the ground. We need to see her set down with a little more authority off of those rear two as well.
Placings in Class 49, Maine Anjou Junior Heifer Calves. First was entry 19, ML Miss Woe 11C, shown by Cohen Morris Carter, Trafalgar, Indiana. Second is entry 18, BRCH Caitlin, shown by Jacob Butler, Muncie, Indiana. And third is entry 16, shown by Randy Mason and family, Logansport, Indiana. In our class now is Class 50, Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Maine Anjou exhibitors, please bring class 53, 54, and 57 to the makeup ring, please. Maine Anjou exhibitors, I need class 53, 54, and 57 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
A good pair of cattle over here within this class. Just a couple of them in this class, but two high-quality heifers that can really stand some heat and some competition, and they're certainly going to get it when we bring them back out here for our division lineup. This young lady's white-bellied heifer here that's going to win the class. I think just from an internal capacity standpoint, she certainly excels in terms of that rib shape and volume and dimension through that center. And then you start to study her and her muscling down that top and out of her hips, and she shows us more expansion, more true shape and natural dimension and muscling from end to end and from top to bottom. Just an outstanding female there to win this pair. I think the young man's solid black heifer here that's going to wind up second out of the duo is one that is really good in terms of her type and kind, in terms of her build. You like the way that she gets out and she travels. She has enough flexibility through that knee all the way down to the ground, as well as that hock down to ground as well. Maybe just not quite the natural width and dimension and internal mass that you see in that heifer that wins the class, but very, very good in her own right.
Placings in class 50, junior heifer calves in our Maine Anjou ring. First was entry 26, CHAM Miss Daisy, shown by Becca Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. And second was entry 24, CRLL Miss Crystal 1C, shown by Jordan Crawl, Albia, Iowa. We now will be selecting our Division I champion Maine Anjou female. Simmental exhibitors. We should be able to start our Simmental bull show here in about 10 minutes.
Well, as we get our class winners lined up here for our first division in the Maine Anjou Heifer Show, an excellent trio out here of these class winners in the respective seconds as well. I think there's one heifer out here I just think really excels in terms of that rib dimension and internal capacity, and you look at the volume and that she exhibits from end to end, and yet she still maintains that feminine look and that pretty profile, especially through that front 1/3. And it's that young lady's heifer that came out of that third class. She's going to be your champion within this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause if you would.
Selected as our Division I champion female is entry 26, CHAM Miss Daisy, shown by Becca Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations, Becca. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 13, AHFF Kell Fantasy Girl, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Emily. Entering the ring now in our main Anjou female show is Class 53 Junior Heifer Calves. Bring our Class 53 Junior Heifer Calves into the ring, please. Class 54 Junior Heifer Calves. Class 57 Senior Heifer Calves. Please be making your way to the makeup ring, please.
Put my phone down. I got my calendar in my pocket. Just a moment. I gotta dig it out of my coat.
Simmental exhibitors, get your final touches on that Class 40 bull calf class. We're getting ready to start.
Breeding a bunch of cattle.
Oh, you are.
Almost 700 head bred AI. Well, in my county.
Oh, really?
Had it for breeding shows on the 30th. 9 a.m.
This isn't easy, is it?
No.
Well, you can improvise a little bit in the middle, but
Yes, sir. They go in 5 days on heifers, 7 on cows.
you can tweak it. I have no problem.
Yeah, actually, it's more than 7
Okay.
days. I mean, you put them in 7
See, you
days.
still need to see him to work with.
Oh, yeah. I get to.
Yeah.
Every day.
4 hours later on.
Why didn't you ask me to be in the picture?
I thought you were looking. Which one? The bull, the other heifer, or the heifer?
That heifer. Who bred her? Jordan's? Huh?
Steinhook.
Oh,
Thank you.
You look sexy in your pink today.
I know.
I'll buy you a drink at the bar.
Okay. See? Entering the ring now is Class 40 Simmental Spring Bull Calves. Please have Class 41 and 42 Spring Bull Calves in the makeup ring, please. Let's get these bulls down, folks. We have to get weights on them before we show them.
Well, here's a pair of heifer calves over here, and within this class, you'd certainly like to combine the two, I think, to ideally fix all the problems that you see with each one of them. I think the heifer up here at the top end of the class, she's got some problems that I think are more easily fixed within with one generation. I think there's one that has got enough shape and dimension down her top, and she's truer in her muscle pattern from end to end, especially right behind that shoulder blade. where we see more flex and more extension and internal mass right there off the back side of her shoulder. There's one that when we get her and set her into motion, she wants to close up at the ground. She's got enough spacing up high in those underpinnings. She just wants to dive inward a little bit from that hock all the way down to the ground. I think if we could fix that aspect with that one, there's an easy class winner to come out of this pair. I appreciate the rib shape and the dimension and the type and kind that this heifer is when we start to view her from the side. The big-footed, stouter boned female of the two is what she is. And however, when you really start to study the muscling characteristics on this heifer, you work your way off the back side of that shoulder, and she really wants to cave in. She doesn't have enough true shape when we get right around behind her, and that's very evident when we watch her travel away from us. There's just not enough muscling structure around that stifle joint to afford her enough squareness out of that hock. She really wants to come inward from that hock all the way down the ground and really get narrow-based as we watch her travel away. I think we could fix that aspect. I appreciate the build on that one, though, and the way that she's designed from end to end.
Attention in the Simmental barn, we're missing entry 662 from Tingle Farms. Please bring your bull calf to the makeup ring, please. You're in the next class.
Over on your Simmental bull side, what a good way to start off your purebred bull show with, and a couple of really nice entries here on the top end. And we've really got a pair of bulls here that work their way to the top end. And I guess for us, the young man star-headed bull we lead off with, one that just puts things together in a nicer, neater package comparative to the bull there in second. We like the way he hooks up at the point of his shoulder, most directly into his forerib and out of his hip, comparative to the bull in second. Really like this guy at the ground. Really square-footed, really moves flexible off both ends of his skeleton, really soft and angular. You study him down there at his pasterns. Big rib, got some thickness, just an awfully nice bull to lead off with. The other big testicled bull in the group is the one that's here in second. We probably like his weight per day of age and length of body, just a shade better than the bull we precede him with. But I guess for us, as we watch this guy structurally, he wants to rise just a shade right in the center of his back, wants to swivel out of his hip, and we could plant those rear two just a bit better to the surface as he gets out on the go. Really a neat and attractive, really shapely bull comes next. We like his length up front, and we like his extra expression of muscularity down his top and out of his hip. He too is one I'd like to just change in his rear leg construction, make him just a bit more coordinated from hock to ground when on the go. The red baldy bull that comes next, I mean, if you're all about muscle and you really like that extra look up front, your eye's probably drawn to the bull that's here in fourth. He's extra lengthy about his front end and extra shapely from his blades back. For us, we just want to soften him in terms of his rib shape and design and make him more coordinated off all four when on the go. Really another long and extended bull comes next. We really like this guy's pattern. We really like his balance. For us, we just simply need to soften him in terms of his rib shape and design and power this guy up to move him any higher in the class. Good group of bulls. Congratulations to each.
Class 53, junior Maine Anjou heifer calves. Placing first in Class 53 was entry 33, CRLL, Miss Chanel 22C, shown by McKenna Striegel, Moravia, Illinois, or Iowa, and second is entry 30, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Herod, Ohio. In our Maine Anjou ring now is Class 54 junior heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion. I need Class 57 senior heifer calves, Class 60 summer yearling females to the make-ready area, please. Calling Class 57 senior heifer calves to the makeup ring. I also need Class 60 early summer yearling females to the ring also. Josh?
Well, nice trio of these January, February heifer calves here. An outstanding individual here to lead off this set of three. Bigger and bolder sprung in through that center 1/3. She shows us more sweep to her underline, more uniformity to that depth, especially from that fore rib on back to flank. You appreciate the balance and the symmetry that she exhibits from the top side down. And then along with that, you get her and you set her into motion. She's certainly extremely good in terms of that fluidness and flexibility off of both ends, tremendous amount of reach and strength of stride when you watch her travel. Just an outstanding female there to win that set of three. Young lady's heifer here that comes into the second spot is one that's a little more moderate in her nature and moderate in her build, but you appreciate the squareness down her top, down her top and out of that hip. She's one maybe just need to deepen her out of that center part of her body cavity, see a little more sweep and natural rib dimension to ideally balance her up in terms of that profile to her design. But excellent female there in her own right. Young man's heifer that is going to round out this set of three. We need to soften her up on those rear pasterns as we watch her travel. Let her sit down with a little more authority, a little more cushion. I think we could fix that aspect on her. You certainly like the turn and the curvature and to that center rib and how powered up she is in her muscle pattern from end to end and top to bottom.
Placing first in class 54 junior Maine Anjou heifer calves is entry 42. DRCC Miss China Doll, shown by Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. Second, entry 37, HCKF Miss Linda, shown by Taylor Elliott, Mansfield, Ohio. And third is entry 40, shown by Randy Mason and family, Logansport, Indiana. We now will be selecting our junior heifer calf Division II champion. Simmental exhibitors. Placing first in class 40 junior bull calves is entry 643 CLSY Ascension, shown by T-Bar T, Simmental, Sedalia, Missouri. Second is entry 648 LLSF Enforcer C567, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Third, entry 653, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 652, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. And fifth is entry 644, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. In our ring now is class 41 junior bull calves. We need class 42 junior bull calves to the makeup ring. Calling class 45 and 46 Simmental junior bull calves to the makeup ring. I need class 45 and 46 junior Simmental bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
Over here on the Maine Anjou side, we've got our second division here that comes out with two class winners in the respective seconds. And I think when we talked about these two class winners and those second place ones in those classes, we alluded to the fact that the ones that came out of that class 2 were extremely sound when they got out and they traveled. Do you like that big heifer that came out of that class 2 because of that fact, and then how she bounces up when we get her out here on the profile and analyze her with the ones in front of her and behind her. She certainly comes to the forefront of this lineup for me. I think we're going to keep those two heifers together, the first and the second place ones out of that last class, to be your champion and reserve in this division. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division II champion female is entry 42, DRCC Miss China Doll, shown by Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. And second in our reserve female in Division II is entry 37, HCKF Miss Linda, shown by Taylor Elliott, Mansfield, Ohio. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Maine Anjou female show is class 57, senior heifer calves. Entering the ring now is class 57, senior heifer calves. These two females will serve as our senior calf Division III champion in reserve. I need class 60 early summer yearling females to the makeup ring and class 63 spring yearling heifers to the makeup ring, please. Now comments in our Simmental ring from our judge, Mr. Bob Adcock, on class 41.
Real good class of Simmental bulls here. I think we got an excellent pair to start this particular class off with. Really like this bull that we're going to lead off with. He really balances himself up quite well, really smooth in his shoulder design, really extended out through the front end, nice and clean through the sheath. He's probably not as big a testicle bull as maybe some of the others in here, but he's quite adequate in that standpoint. Very muscular when you lay him down his top, out down through his quarter, gets about the ring very free and easy. Really a nice bull, little bit bigger frame bull in second compared to our 1 and 3 bulls, but a bull that's got an excellent set of EPDs to go with this calf. Calf that's maybe just a little greener than the ones above and below him. More of a heifer bull, I guess I'm going to say. Probably more of a Cavanese bull. Doesn't have quite the overall power that we see in our first place bull, but real true to the ground. I would give him just a little bit more flank, but got a lot of style and eye appeal. Really, the third bull kind of went phenotypically a little bit with the first bull, and we were going to go him in number 2 and slop that 2 and 3, but as you get to looking at this third bull, he gets going around the ring. He wants to start breaking behind his shoulder a little bit. Just doesn't want to hold himself together quite as good, but a bull that's got a lot of mass and dimension about him. Next bull going out, a little frailer bone maybe than some of the calves up ahead of him, but a bull that's got a nice sweep to his rib cage. He gets about the ring pretty free and easy. Just a little plainer maybe than the bulls up ahead of him, but really a good bull. Next bull coming out, gets a little more restricted as he gets out about the ring, but I got a lot of weight per day of age, got a lot of natural fleshing ability to him, just not quite as attractive as maybe some of the bulls up ahead. Next bull going out, one of the lighter weight per day of age bulls in the particular class, but got a really neat design. He's really smooth shouldered, long fronted, gets about the ring good, just a lot greener than everybody else in the class. Then to finish up the class here, we've got a couple of bulls that just like to soften them up in the middle a little bit. They've got some shape and design to them, just need to soften them a little bit. A good class of Simmental bulls.
Thank you, Bob. Now comments in our main Anjou ring from our judge, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Nice pair of September fall yearling heifers here to come out of this division. I think the young ladies heifer that's going to ultimately win the pair. Just so much more dimension and volume, especially through that center 1/3. You look at the sweep to her underline, the spring of rib, and the natural shape and volume that she exhibits in through that center part of her body cavity is just tremendous for one at this age. And then she outperforms and outpowers that heifer in second from a muscling standpoint. You get her out and you watch her on the travel. She moves adequate enough in terms of that flexibility and comfortability off of those rear 2. I think she's definitely got a tremendous amount of reach and flexibility off her front end. Maybe we free her up just a nickel more so off those rear 2 than what we see today, but nice heifer there to win this pair. The young lady's female there in the second spot is one that from a balance and a profile standpoint, you couldn't draw one any better. However, due to the fact that she just gives up all that power and performance to the heifer that wins the class is what gets her down into the second spot for me. I think she's one that we just need to add a little more weight per day of age, a little more performance to her to ideally get her to rival that heifer that wins the class. I think she's another one that's adequate enough in terms of that structural base and how she gets out and travels. Just needs a little more horsepower today to get up and run with that one to beat her.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in class 57. Senior heifer calves is entry 44, BPF Miss Wisdom 700B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Second, entry 46, BK Brilliant 4101, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. These two females will serve as your Division III champion and reserve champion female. Entering the ring now is class 60. Early summer yearling females. Our first and second in this class will also serve as our summer and reserve summer Division IV champions. Please be bringing class 63 spring yearling heifers to the makeup ring and class 64 junior yearling heifers to the makeup ring. We need class 63 and 64 to the makeup ring immediately. Attention in the barn. Limousine exhibitors, we will start promptly at 1 o'clock. Limousine exhibitors, your show will begin in the West Ring at Freedom Hall at 1 o'clock.
Well, we've got another one of those classes, I think from top to bottom, an extreme amount of quality, and just unfortunate that somebody has to be fourth. I think there's a heifer up here at the top end of the class. I think for me, really comes together quite nicely. I think from a balance standpoint, from a structural standpoint, she's really, really good all the way to the ground when you watch her travel. There's one that's got a massive amount of rib shape and dimension, a volume when you work your way off the backside of her shoulder. She's exquisite in terms of that flex to her first and second rib, and yet she's got all that power and yet still maintains enough look out of her front end. It's not perfect out of that front 1/3, but she still looks like a cow. She's got a lot of maternal aspects and cowiness to her build you certainly have to appreciate. Here's one that comes out of the second spot. Again, really rivals the class winner in terms of that volume and dimension through her center. Need to clean her up through that front 1/3, maybe extend her a notch or two in terms of that vertebrae length from that shoulder up to her pole. But there's one that you have to appreciate the stoutness and the volume and the dimension that she has. Then the Baldy heifer that comes next is one that just really gets up into the third spot from that volume and capacity standpoint. Again, she just shows us more turn to her rib, more natural shape and dimension down that top and out of that hip. Maybe gets a little plainer, a little more restricted in terms of movement off of those rear two. Young ladies heifer that rounds out this set of four. Really, really good heifer in her own right. You like the balance and the eye appeal that this female has, and the strength down that top line just gets a little more parallel bodied down, not quite the sweep and the natural rib shape and dimension down through that lower 1/3.
Justin?
Really nice set of bulls here as we move along through our Simmental show. High quality bear bulls to lead off this particular class. Subtle differences in them. The bull that we go ahead and start with has an advantage on paper. Then you'll study this bull. Big-bellied, stout, rugged, masculine in his features. He balances up very nicely. Where he wins this particular pair for us is when we set these cattle in motion. Super good through his hock and pasture, and a bull that just can get out and go. Really high-quality pair. The bull that comes out in second, we absolutely love whenever this one's standing still. This a bull that is very masculine, super shapely down this top, really a thick-ended, big nutted bull, one that balances up very nicely. We just would like to change him whenever we set him in motion. He gets a little more push forward through that shoulder, gets a little more uncoordinated in that hock and pasture, and he's a little bowed there in this hock. If we could redesign that hock, I think he makes a real push at the bull that leads off the class. Extremely attractive, nice profiling bull that comes out here in third, one that if you're just looking from the picture standpoint is probably as good as any here in this particular class. We felt he just gave up too many pounds, too much growth and performance here in this particular class to get him up any higher. A little more length and extension coming in the bull next, really a long-bodied, long-striding type of a calf, one that just gets a little piecey in terms of his type and kind. He's a little off there behind his shoulder, doesn't want to come out of his shoulder correctly as well whenever we set him in motion, but a sound-structured, big testicled bull, high-quality bull calf. The bull that comes next probably has more power and shape and dimension, doesn't handle that extra power as well, just gets too restricted off of both ends of his skeleton. Another nice pattern bull that comes out here next, a bull that is really good in terms of his lines. Again, just would like to change him when we set him in motion. The same can be said for the bulls that round out the class. Bulls that balance up nicely, have a nice look. Just would like to change them when we set them in motion, free them up off of both ends of their skeleton.
Thank you, Justin. Let me get you caught back up. Class 41, junior yearling or junior bull calves, class 41 Simmental bull calves. First is entry 655, HILB Quantico C14G, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second, entry 663, STSCC All-In 5044, shown by Trinipole Farms, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 664, shown by CLO Simmentals, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 656, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Fifth, entry 660, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 750, shown by Stottenboro Farms, Moroa, Illinois. Seventh is entry 654, shown by Hannah Top Miller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Eighth, entry 661, shown by HVA Simmentals, Calcona, Wisconsin. Placings in class 42, Simmental Spring Bull Calves. First was entry 667, HS Cyclone C501, shown by Holly Springs Simmentals, Boston, Virginia. Second, entry 671, TNGL Ramblin' Man C835, shown by Tingle Farms, Newcastle, Kentucky. Third, entry 675, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth, entry 672, shown by Charlie Myerscough, Show Cattle, Seymour, Illinois. Fifth, entry 674, shown by Holly Springs Simmentals, Boston, Virginia. Sixth, entry 736, shown by Silverstone Simmentals, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Seventh, entry 676, shown by Patesville Farms, Hope, Indiana. And eighth is entry 669, shown by Stottenboro and Blue Chip Simmentals, Moroa, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division I champion Simmental bull.
Over on your Simmental bull side, a really good division here, and our compliments to each and every one of you as breeders. We thought all 6 bulls extremely valuable here in the industry. Just really, really good cattle from top to bottom, sound and muscular kind of bulls. All of them got some masculinity to them, big nutted and good moving, just bulls that are really, really worthwhile in our eyes. Good group of cattle. Not going to go through and talk each one individually. We've got a couple picked out. I'll go show those to you. If you would, why don't you Simmental breeders give your first division bulls here a nice round of applause.
Selected as your Division 1 champion bull is entry 667 HS Cyclone C501, shown by Holly Springs Simmental Farm, Boston, Virginia. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 655 HILB Quantico C14G, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Congratulations. We now need class 45. Please bring class 45 junior yearling or junior bull calf, Simmental junior bull calves, class 45 into the ring. We need class 46 to the makeup ring. Class 46, Simmental junior bull calves to the makeup ring. Please be bringing class 49 and 52 to the makeup ring. Simmental bull classes 49 and 52. We need to get weights on those bulls.
Will you call Simmental entry 682, please?
Simmental bull for class 45, 682. You are late for your class. Class 45, Simmental bulls,
Go ahead.
entry 682.
Let me book is in the office here. We'll be sending it down that way just for a moment.
Well, again, we ran into another one of these classes where we've got an excellent set of 4 out here, and you can't really think of it as getting last in your class. You were just 4th, and there wasn't anything else out here to beat. There's an awful good heifer all the way through from top to bottom out here. I think there's one up here at the top end of this class for me. I think from a body type standpoint, I really have to appreciate the sweep to her underline, how much rib shape and dimension she has through that center. She gets out and she's got plenty of flexibility, plenty of cushion off of both ends as well. Every now and then you want to catch her wanting to step outside of herself. I think that's more having to do with the attitude of the heifer. She's just not wanting to really cooperate properly during some points when you get her out here on the move. But one that just bounces up so nice and tidy out of that front 1/3, and that's where she has that advantage over that heifer that comes into the second spot. The one thing I would like to criticize criticize on my class winner here is that I probably would like to change her out of that pin set. I think she gets a little down in terms of that pin shape. They've done an excellent job of getting that alleviated due to the fact that they've built in all that extra hair up there on her tail head. It really balances up quite nicely. I don't think there's a major problem back there, but that's getting a little bit ultra critical, I think, on a pretty good heifer. The female here in second, like we talked about, maybe refine her ever so slightly, give her a little more feminine look about that skull design through that chest floor and up into that throat latch. I think there's an awful good heifer when you work your way back in terms of muscle shape and dimension down her top and out of her hip. Just explosive in terms of that horizontal width from edge to edge and from the top side down. She's really good as well in terms of how she gets out and travels. Just like to change her maybe just ever so slightly out of that front 1/3 to afford her a little more look like we had on our class winning female. Young man's heifer here that comes into the third spot. I love the flexibility in this one. I love how she gets out and she travels just so fluid on the move. She really comes together quite nicely when we set her in motion. That's where I draw issue with the females when we stop her and we get her parked and really start to study her off the back side of her blade. She wants to cave in. She doesn't have that natural width and natural dimension right there from that center part of her rib on back. I think she's one that if we go ahead and blend her in with that shoulder blade, give her just a little more true shape and muscle dimension down her top and out of her hip, I think there's one you could certainly tie to and fight for the top spot in the class. Like we talked about with the young lady's heifer here in the fourth spot. She's going to round out our set of 4, I think, just because she's just a little more restricted in terms of her stifle joint. When you get her out here and you get her parked, you certainly love the fact that she balances up so nicely from end to end and from the top to bottom. She's one that maybe just free her up ever so slightly when we watch her travel, maybe give her a shot more rib shape and dimension to ideally match up with the 3 above her today. An awful good heifer there that rounds out that class of 4. Congratulations to all 4 of those exhibitors.
Thank you, Josh. Now comments in our Simmental ring on our class 46 or 45.
We really got a nice set of Simmental bulls here. We just got 3 in this class. Boy, they're all really powerful bulls. The bulls has got some depth of body to them, some softness, masculinity, bulls that can get about the ring. And you say all that, and then you got a bull here that just cleans house. This bull really is a beautiful bull, really extended and clean out through that front end. Really easy on the move. We just like this bull a lot. Really lays into his shoulder nice. Nice square out over his hip, very ample in terms of muscle development, and not to give anything away to the next 2 bulls. They're really good bulls. You just kind of run into a buzzsaw here that can't get beat. Really a good red bull that we got coming out. A lot like our black bull that we led off, just not as soft, not quite as smooth and angular up through the front end, but a real meaty, square-made bull that can get about the ring. The third bull, probably of the 3, lacks as much depth of body as what our other 2 have. That's kind of what got him into the third. He's a little bit longer in terms of length of body, but a bull that gets out and travels, got a lot of good things to offer, especially going down through a commercial herd to do a lot of good, put on some weight per day of age for the commercial man's cows. Good set of bulls.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in class 63 spring yearling heifers in our Maine Anjou ring is entry 68, CHAM Miss Winn-Dixie, shown by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Second, entry 71, J. Soul Erica's Flower, shown by Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Third, entry 69, shown by Morgan Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. And fourth, entry 65, shown by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. In the ring now is class 64 junior yearling heifers. Following this, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion female, followed by our grand and reserve grand champion female. Please be bringing all of our Division Maine Anjou females to the makeup ring, please. Placings in our Simmental class 45 junior bull calves. First is entry 668. HILB Oracle CO33R, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second is entry 678, STF Rock Solid 033C, shown by Rolling Hills Farms, Bell Center, Ohio. And third, entry 683, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Our Simmental ring now is Class 46 Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion. Simmental exhibitors, I need Class 49, 52, and 53 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 49, 52, and 53 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
689 is a scratch, kid.
Nice pair of heifers here in this junior yearling division. A couple of Februarys. An outstanding female here is going to win the pair. I think one that is just put together and pieced together exceptionally well, not only from top side down, but from front to rear. You look at that heifer and how she blends in all those transition segments, and the balance points are perfect in terms of the squareness down her top, angulation through her shoulder, squareness out of her hip. There's just really a fault-free type of a female that's it's pretty hard to pick a hole in her. Just an awful good one there to win that pair. Young lady's heifer here in the second spot is one that's got some form and function built into her type and kind. I think she's got some rib shape. She's got some dimension down her top and out of that hip. Just ran into a really good one up there at the top end of the class. I think just need to power that one up and give her a little more balance and a little more eye appeal to really complement our class winner, but nice sound functional type of a female there in her own right.
Thank you, Josh. Placing first in Class 64, Junior Yearling Heifers in our Maine Anjou show. First was entry 77, JSC Lucky Lady 23B, shown by Montana Hulsmeyer, Botkins, Ohio. And second is entry 75, MCCF Iggy, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. We now will be selecting our junior champion female, Division IV champion in our Maine Anjou show. Following this class, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females.
Another really good class of Simmental bulls here as we move along in this division. Differences in terms of type and kind of the bulls as we move on down through the line here, and I will start off by saying we didn't use the biggest, stoutest bull here to lead off this particular class, but I think we just used the best bull in terms of his phenotype. You get off to the side of this one where I'm standing here right now, he gives you an awesome look from the profile. One that balances up so neat. He's really good in terms of his angles. A bull that still has more than enough shape, we feel. Extremely long-sided. Where he wins this class for us is whenever we set this top pair in motion is where he excels. A bull that just can really get out and travel off of that hock and pastern. Really true from hock to ground, high quality bull. Big, stout, power, growth-oriented calf here coming out in second. Whenever we get this one stopped, I think that you can sure make a case for him to lead off this particular class. Definitely going to inject a lot of muscle into his offspring. Just would like to free him up whenever we set him in motion. Then I think he makes a real push at our class winner. The bull that comes out next, another one that's very striking from the profile, catches your attention. Bull that's not as soft through his center, through his heart, through his flank. A bull that still is good in terms of his testicular development, his lines. Just would like to soften him up, like to see him go just better out of that front third of his skeleton when we set him in motion. The baldy that comes out next, another bull, big high-performing type of a calf, just would like to change his angles off of both ends. And a big numbered bull here that rounds out the class, definitely could do some things for a particular herd when mated him right, soft-centered. We'd just like to see a little more eye appeal and see him better from hock to ground.
Well, again, out here in this division, an excellent lineup with these two classes of heifers that come to us. These two class winners. A little bit of difference between the two in terms of their build and their type and their kind. I think both of them are equally impressive in terms of their balance and their eye appeal. I think there's one out here probably just a shot truer in terms of real muscle shape, especially out of the back side of that hip. It's that heifer that came out of that second class. She's going to be your champion in this division. Young ladies heifer there right in front will be your reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause if you would.
Selected as your junior champion, Division 4 female in our Maine Anjou show, entry 77, JSC Lucky Lady 23B, shown by Montana Hulsmeyer, Botkins, Ohio. And your reserve division champion is entry 68, CHAM Miss Winn-Dixie, shown by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Maine Anjou exhibitors, if there are any group classes, we will do those immediately following selection of our champion female. Coming into the ring now is our grand champion Maine Anjou female lineup.
Jakey, we know you like to hear yourself talk, but we got some Simmental bulls to talk about over here.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Really good division of bulls out here in my eyes. All three of us like all four of these bulls really, really well. Stout, powerful, sound kind of individuals. Not going to go through and talk each one individually. We've got a pair of bulls we really like and we really think really outstanding on the top end of this division as far as which one will be our champion. I'll go show you those two if you would. Why don't you give your particular exhibitors a nice round of applause in this division.
Selected as your Division 2 champion Simmental bull is entry 668 HILB Oracle CO33R, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. And selected as your reserve division is entry 694, Black Eyed Jack, shown by Poppy's Red Hot Cattle, Alvin, Illinois. Congratulations. I failed to read the placings because I apparently like to hear myself talk too much. On class 46, Simmental bulls, second in that class was entry 690, Volk Outrage C301, shown by Elmore Cattle Services, Wacomas, Oklahoma. Third entry 692, shown by Long Ridge Farm, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Fourth entry 691, shown by Reck Brothers and Sons, Albia, Iowa. And fifth was entry 695, shown by Rolling Hills Farms, Bell Center, Ohio. Entering the ring now is class 49 fall yearling Simmental bulls. Our first and second in this class will also serve as our divisional champions. Ladies and gentlemen, attend the North American this year, but would like to watch our Limousine show, our Medal of Excellence National Limousine show online, please pull out a pen and write this website down, or if it's www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html. Once again, that's www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html.
My judge's name, Mr. Ed Cobb.
Limousine exhibitors, thank you very much for your patience. I thought maybe you'd rather stand back there than stand out here while we did that, but I appreciate your patience with that, and we'll move your show. We'll get caught back up. Entering our limousine show is our spring heifer calves, class 5. Let's bring those class 5 spring heifer calves into the ring, please. Class 5 Limousine spring heifer calves.
We got a pretty fun class here. We got 3 entries out here, and I think these first 2 are actually pretty close. And you look at their genetic figures, they're awfully similar. Their body types are the same, so I'd probably venture to say they're pretty closely related. But I think that there's some subtle differences amongst the 2. I think the heifer in second is really nice. Everything she brings to the table, the one that wins the class, has just that much more. I read this heifer coming out of her shoulder into her forerib and center body, just being a nickel bolder. You read her the same way from behind, being a nickel truer there in terms of her pins and how she reads down from hock to ground. I think a little truer as well. She maybe's got a little extra leather up front as you compare her to the heifer in second, but again, I think you're going to have some of that with the extra mass and power that she brings to the table. The heifer that comes in second is probably laid in just a little neater at the edge of her shoulder. Love the way this heifer's neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, and I think she's built extremely well. Good bodied, easy, flesh and kind there. I think as you just start to study her, she's a little immature right there in her heart and her forerib. Give that one some time. I think she would rival that one that wins this class, just not quite as bold, not quite as powerful as the heifer that precedes her. Heifer that comes next is really backed by a lot of performance, both visually and in terms of her yearling figure. Long-bodied, extended heifer that's got some power when you get right in behind her. To me, she's the most disorganized. You read her top line, she wants to separate right behind her shoulder, a little off there in her hips. So when she sets in motion and when you get her stopped and put together, she just isn't as collected and maybe as neat made as those 2 that precede her in class. But again, I think 3 really good females in here that offer a lot of breeding versatility. My congratulations again.
You want the radio, Kent?
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Placing first in Class 5, Limousine heifer calves was entry 95, ENGD Chanel 5529C, shown by Inglewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. Second, entry 94, ENGD Cadence 5530C ET, shown by Inglewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. And third, entry 5, shown by Tyler Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 6, Limousine Spring heifer calves.
We jump up in size here in the number of cattle that are in this particular April class, and I think there's a pretty logical place to start. And I know this is probably one of the first times this April calf has been out and been in the show ring, so you got to kind of fight through some of the things, and she's having a hard time getting her put together. But when she does get this heifer stopped and just gets her collected, I think she's the unique combination of just true body mass and power, and yet she does so with such a smooth shoulder and a feminine, high-quality look there from the side. I think that's the logical place to start in this class. Then we're at a crossroads, and I honestly believe there's more than one way to go from there. The one that ends up in second, she gives up some power to the heifers on either side of her, I will admit that, but I think she's the next highest quality heifer, and you get this one stopped and put together, that neck comes out of her shoulder right, she stays the most parallel in both her top and bottom line, really drops a true hip and hind leg, and I like that about her. Yeah, she gives up some power, no doubt, but I guess to be really nitpicky, you saw it right there, she wants to hold that tail head up just a little high when she goes. We could knock that down and stouten that one up. She could win this class because she's built as neat as any of them from the side. Little different type that comes here in third, really low input, big bone, rugged mate kind of a heifer in third. I think she's one that gets out and hits her stride with some accuracy and some flexibility in her lower joints. She's got some power, but she comes in a coarser package. She gets a little round there at the edge of her shoulder, maybe not as quite as neat in terms of her head and neck. I'd like to change that heifer's heel. She wants to get a little shallow there, wants to twist in and get a notch pigeon-toed when she comes right at you. Nice heifer coming next, kind of a meat and potatoes, if you will. Good body shape, got some pin width and got some trueness to her skeleton. She gets just a nickel tangled up underneath and wants to snap those ankles. I'd like to redesign her from a balance standpoint because the base of her shoulder drops a little lower than her flank, so comes out of balance just a little bit in her bottom line. Lots of performance and power, maybe one of the just powerful females in this entire class. I love just the tradition that she brings and represents this Limousin breed. To me, she's too disorganized. She's off behind her shoulder, she gets rounder in her hip and gets underneath of herself, and for that kind of frame and that kind of muscle, I think she's one of the harder ones to maintain as you project her into the next stage of production. Real smooth-made, green or appearing kind of a heifer that rounds out our class. I really like that heifer, young man, and I hope you keep working on her. She's as flat-shouldered and as neat as any heifer in this class. She just needs more time. She needs to be opened up in her rib cage, and her skeleton needs to offer more power and weight per day of age up to this point. But again, 6 really nice heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in class 6 Limousine Spring Heifer Calves is entry 96, ENGD Calypso 5528C, shown by Inglewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. Second, entry 7, FWLY Sonora 522, shown by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. Third, entry 9, shown by Marjan Farms, Earl Park, Indiana. Fourth, entry 6 is entry 6, shown by Marjan Farms, Earl Park, Indiana. Fifth, entry 12, shown by Liliana Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. And sixth is entry 8, shown by Megan Madewell, Rock Island, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is class 7, Limousine Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I Limousine Champion Female. I need class 10 Limousine Heifer Calves to the makeup ring and class 11 Limousine Heifers to the makeup ring, please.
We jump to our next month of age in these calves here, and I think we've got tremendous quality. There's a couple, three really good nice ones in this class that I like extremely well. I guess for me, I always got to kind of keep in consideration that you guys are showing your purebreds and your limb flexes together. And I'm actually going to start with the purebred here, and she's got the extra stoutness and the power that you would expect. But for me, where she wins this class is just how she combines that with such a functional skeleton. I think the way that her shoulder and her knee and the way she sits down on the front part of her hoof is a little truer and a little squarer than the one that ends up in second. I think that one's pretty unique to have that kind of stoutness and yet give you that high quality of a look from the side. Heifer that comes in second, probably at the edge of her shoulder, how the top of her shoulder hooks up into her spine actually might be a little stronger than our class winner. Still got a great body shape. I like all the maternal look that she gives me from the side. It's up front where I start to get a concern with her. She's starting to toe out just a bit. She struggles in how she reaches out of her front end. So we lay that shoulder back and sit those toes down a little truer. I think that heifer could win this class because her body shape and that maternal cow look is what I like in a female. Heifer that comes in three has got a really attractive look, and when she does stop and get herself put together, super strong and organized in her top line, really attractive ahead of her shoulder as well. I think compared to those two heifers in front of her, you look at her lower body shape, just not quite as bold and robust. Need to drop that heifer in her flank. I think, again, with time and maturity, those traits are going to come. Heifer that comes next is one that certainly you like her depth and her fleshing ability. From this one's shoulder back, I really like this female. Pretty strong out through her top. She's got some levelness to her hip and got plenty of power from behind. She just jams up just a little bit in how she hooks up that neck into the top of her shoulder. And I think when you set this one in motion of the first four, she's the most restricted in her lower joints and wants to get just a nickel tight there on her pastern. Heifer that rounds out our class, again, very feminine, very smooth made in how she transitions from her shoulder into her top line and forerib. To me, she's the most out of balance in this class. She wants to tuck that hind leg up underneath of herself, drops those pins, and just doesn't have that same kind of proportions in both her top and bottom line as we see in those four heifers in front of her. But again, five really nice females in this class. My congratulations.
Placing first in Class 7, Limousine Spring Heifer Calves is entry 16, LMCC Nalani 45C, shown by Little Mackinac Cattle Company, Minier, Illinois. Second, entry 14, RADB Claire, shown by Windview Farm and Cross Creek Farm, Bulls Gap. Kingsport, Tennessee. Third is entry 13, shown by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 98, shown by Englewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. And fifth is entry 97, shown by Englewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division I champion Limousine heifer calf.
I know we have quite a few females and some bulls here that we got to sort through, so I'm going to try to do the best I can of being efficient with our time, but again, still give these exhibitors the look that they deserve. I know they've been traveling a lot of miles and put in a lot of work to get to this point at the North American, so my hat's off again to you on an outstanding set of calves here. You know, this young lady's May calf that wins our first class, I think just really nice in terms of how she reads maternally through her center body. I think she's one that still at the stand holds herself together from her shoulder back extremely well. I think compared to the two heifers behind her, she maybe gets a little plainer and doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, if you will. But if you talk about one that's just basic, just fundamental, and one that you can kick out and put into production, trust her to do her job year in and year out, I think she fits that mold extremely well. The heifer that comes in the second spot here, when these cattle are at the stand, that's the one I like in terms of just how she blends from her neck shoulder into her forerib and top line. And you know, she's not just a pretty one. You get right in behind her, she's got some pin width, she's got some shape to her center and lower rib. My issues with her is when she gets set in motion. At times, she's just a nickel rock forward there in her shoulder. I'd like to see that one set that pastern down a little softer. But again, you know, one that combines some true power and some true mass, puts it together in a smooth blending, very feminine package. I think that warrants some consideration in a calf that's got a tremendous amount of quality. After that wins our last class, she's a purebred, so she's obviously going to come from a different kind of a shape, and I try to look through that just a bit. That one's got the extra foot and bone and substance to her, and again, just the body shape in her is bold, but still reads like she's got some future to her. Love the way this heifer sets her neck there on the top of her shoulder, and again, for the mass that she has, she gets out and travels extremely well. If you'd nitpick that one just a bit, right there at the edge of her shoulder, she opens up and gets just a nickel weak in her top at times, but when she gets out and moves, she comes back together. She's the most correct at the ground in terms of her flex to her lower joints, and I think that's awfully intriguing for one that's that big boned and that stout and powerful. I think she's really intriguing in that regard. So again, it's been a really nice trio of class winners out here. My hat's off again to the respective seconds. If you would, please help me congratulate these Limousin breeders on 3 nice calves here. We'll pick you champion and reserve in this division.
Selected as your Division 1 Limousine Heifer Calf Champion is entry 16, LMCC Nalani 45C, shown by Little Mackinac Cattle Company, Minier, Illinois. And selected as your Reserve Division Champion is entry 16, entry 96. ENGD Calypso 5528C, shown by Inglewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. Congratulations.
He used to be the judging team coach in NEO.
Mm-hmm. Entering the ring now is our Division 2 Limousines, Class 10. Class 10, Junior Heifer Calves. Limousine exhibitors, I need Class 11 to the makeup ring, please. Let's be bringing Class 14 also to the makeup ring. Class 14, Limousine Heifer Calves, winner Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, Class 14.
As we jump up here into our February class, again, I think a pretty logical place to lead off with, and again, one that's got the extra power and the bone and the substance to her that you like to see from a Limousin female, but I think she still has some skeletal quality too. And again, when this young man gets this one stopped, I know she wants to kind of go out the gate right now, but when she does collect herself, super attractive, got a high quality look, and again, for a purebred female, I think the smoothness and the extra stoutness and how she puts it all together makes her the one that's pretty unique in this class. Different types of cattle here in second and third, and the one that ends up in second, a little extra performance and length of body that I appreciate. I like this heifer's growth figures on paper as well, so incentives to making some sons going forward, I think fit the bill in this heifer. I think she's the one, if you want to criticize her, she's probably the most tipped up in that rear third. Those pin bones in her hock, it's just a nickel upright. I'd like to change that about her, because when she gets out and travels, she gets just a nickel short there in her step. And again, I don't think she's just quite as neat and quite as powerful in her rib cage as that heifer that wins this class. A little more moderate framed heifer here, and I toyed with the idea of putting her in second, because I think when she's in motion, I like the way her hip and hind leg are designed better than the heifer in two. She's one that I just didn't think she's enough of a structural improvement, because she wants to run downhill. She's getting a nickel forward in her shoulder there and her knee, wants to paddle up front, and I think with that she gives up too much power, too much performance for this age category to move up any higher in this class. But again, three really nice February heifers. My congratulations again.
Placing first in Class 10, Limousine heifer calves is entry 21 LMCC Scotch Cap 35C, shown by Micah Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Second, entry 20 SJMR Claire 501C, shown by Samantha Jo Moore, Rafine, Virginia. And third is entry 17, shown by Paul Steelman, Woodbury, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 11 Junior Limousine heifer calves. Class 11 Junior Limousine heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion female.
Another really nice class here again, and I really like this female that wins. And kind of being an Angus breeder myself, she reminds me of that because she's got the right kind of maternal body shape. But then you look at this heifer ahead of her shoulder, and I just like the refinement and just how feminine she is through her head and her neck shape. Not a freak, but I think everything fits as you look at her chest and how it flows into the bottom side of her skeleton. Great hip and hind leg in this female, and she's powerful, but does so in a smooth, long, really maternal type of package. I think that's a really logical place to lead off in this class. My congratulations again. I think there's some decision to make between second and third, and these two heifers are polar opposites. And if you like them the other way, I probably wouldn't argue much with you. I guess I'd just side with the one that's maybe a little more conservative. I think relative to her frame, she's a notch bolder and truer just in her body shape. I think she's set wider at her pins and just offers more productivity. I think that matches her frame a nickel better. She doesn't have the stoutness, maybe not quite as neat in her hind leg as the heifers on either side of her, but I just like that one's just low input look, and that's why she stays in second. The problem heifer for me is in third. I really like this female. I think there's some really intriguing pieces that you can build from here. That one is huge-legged, powerful, smooth, and attractive when she gets her stopped. For me, I think with the size that she has, she reads just a nickel flatter just in her body shape, and as you get right in behind her, I just hope for your sake this heifer slows down in that growth curve and allow that body shape to fill in, because that one's look and that one's bone is incredible in this female. For me, she's just a bit extreme in her size, and I don't think she has enough power and productivity to counter that. Heifer that comes next is one that's extremely long-bodied and still moderate in her kind, and I like all those things about her. You set this one in motion, she gets that hind leg up underneath of her a bit, wants to break there in her loin, falls out of balance there in her chest and flank ratio. If we could just drop that heifer in that lower third, fix her top line, and just strengthen her in her spine, I think this heifer can move up a spot because she's feminine, she's smooth-shouldered, she's certainly good enough at the ground. Heifer that comes out next, I like the shape that she has to her rib, and you get right in behind her. To me, this young man's done a great job of getting this heifer in the right condition. For me, she's just the most challenged out here in terms of her structure. She's tipped forward off both ends of her framework. You see her in motion. She's pulling up in her spine and not just secure enough at the ground. But again, 5 really nice heifers. Again, my congratulations on those exhibitors.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 11 is entry 26. TASF Camaro 909C, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second, entry 22. ELCX Cali 822C, shown by Edwards and Owen Cattle Company, Belleville, North Carolina. Third is entry 25, WLR Karma, shown by Weiss Limousine, St. Charles, Missouri. Fourth, entry 99, EWCR Tilly Girl 5002C, shown by Inglewood Farms and Circle R, Jacksonville, Florida. And fifth is entry 23, Mags Selma, shown by Liliana Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division II Limousine female.
It was fun as we wrap up our last winter and spring calf division here. We didn't have the same kind of numbers, but I think we've had just as many good ones, and I think that makes it fun from my perspective. And, you know, just standing from where you guys are seeing and where I'm at right now, I'd be honest with you that these two class winners are polar opposites. And I think that they still represent quality. I just think that good cattle come in different shapes and sizes, and to be quite honest with you, I'd probably like to be kind of somewhere in between the two, but that's kind of the way the cards are dealt. They're both good in their respective rights. They just have some pretty significant trade-offs. Heifer that wins our first class, as you get her out here, super stout and super just rugged in terms of her bone work, like the extra power and feature that this heifer reads through her forearm and just in her foot size as well. And for one that's got the kind of mass to her, she's still neat in her shoulder and how she puts it together and ties into her top line. She set this heifer in motion. She maybe gets just a nickel tight there in that lower joint and that pastern, and she maybe doesn't have the sweep to the lower part of her rib cage as the heifer that's right behind her. But I think the interesting pieces of how she combines some extra power and mass, still gives you a quality look, makes her awfully intriguing in this particular lineup. Heifer that comes out of our second class, just awesome in terms of body shape. She's not just bold, but she's soft, and I love the way that chest and flank all set in her correctly. You set this heifer in motion, she's soft-legged, she's extremely correct in her hip and hind leg design. She maybe just isn't freaky in terms of just bone and power, but she reads like a female as you study her head and her neck shape, and the power that she has in terms of muscle is still very long and maternal. That heifer just looks like a maternal breeding piece to me that's super functional, and when she stops and gets her put together, she has an awesome look from the side as well. So not to take anything away from our respective seconds, we discussed them in class as well. I think 4 really nice heifers out here. If you would, please help me congratulate these limited exhibitors. I'll pick you a division champion out of this lineup.
Selected as your Division II Limousine female is entry 26, TASF Camaro 909C, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations, Lonnie. And selected as your reserve Division II is entry 21, LMCC Scotch Cap 35C, shown by Micah Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 14. Class 14 winter heifer calves. Class 14 winter heifer calves. Let's bring Class 15 and 16 to the makeup ring, folks. We need Class 15 and 16. Limousine senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention Limousine exhibitors, we need entry 35 for class 15. Entry 35 from Haley Sneed, we need you to the make ready area immediately if you're going to show in class 15.
Had a really good class as we started into our senior calf division here. Got a chance to visit with this young lady here, and I gave her a task that she needed to have a name for that calf by the end of this class, because that calf's too good to not have one. And I know you've been working hard with that one. My congratulations to you. You've done an awesome job out here and really put the hooey on some of these older people out here, so my congratulations at first. This effort to me wins at the ground. I think she's easily the one that sets the standard for skeletal and structural quality. She's the most right in her angles of her shoulder and her hock. I think as you stop and get that one set together, she gives you the nicest look too, and that's attributed to her structure and how she's made underneath. Not the swoopiest belly, not the softest, but she's got enough. Got a good shape to her rib, got some power from behind, super sound. I like that young lady's female. You've done an awesome job. Go get that blue ribbon, young lady. The calf that comes in second, I think, as you compare her to the remaining three, none of them are probably perfect as compared to our class winner in regards to structure. She's the next most like our winner in terms of a combination of frame size being moderate with a body shape that reads very low input. I just trust this heifer of the remaining ones to go out and be productive with her body shape and with her fleshing ability. She can be powered up in terms of foot size. She can be laid back in her shoulder, but I think that there's not a sounder heifer in here that has that same kind of combination of body and mass. A little attractive heifer coming next. I like this heifer ahead of her shoulder. She's got the upgrade in terms of bone and substance as you compare to the heifers on either side of her. To me, she's one that with her chest and flank, she's a little out of balance underneath. Like to drop that lower rib cage and just make her softer all the way through. But I think just a super attractive female that reorganized that one structure and dropped that lower body down, we can move her upper spot. Heifer that comes next is really easy fleshing. I think she's big-bodied and productive in her look. She's got a little extra condition on her. I think it's starting to hinder her movement because that extra condition's blowing that shoulder open. She's just not stable enough for me to move up in this class. But again, I think a really nice class. My congratulations again.
We pay him, he pays us.
Placing first in class 14 is entry 31. RCKN Braylin 001B, shown by R. Cole Kaufman, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second, entry 29, ELCX Diamond 327B, shown by Blaine Blankenship, McMinnville, Tennessee. Third, entry 28, shown by Paul Steelman, Woodbury, Tennessee. And fourth, entry 30, shown by Riverside Valley Farm, Hohenwald, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is class 15 junior heifer calves, winter heifer calves, class 15 winter heifer calves.
As we go into this October heifer class here, we've got 3 individuals, but I think this class is fairly logical for me to sort, and there's one that wins fairly convincingly, and again, she's one that combines some structural quality, has the right body shape, and puts it all together just in a high quality, just attractive, well-balanced kind of a package. She wins this class for me pretty easily. I'll save my comments and discussion with her when we get her back out for our division lineup. I think the heifer in second follows her the next most closely in terms of having a smoother, more maternal kind of look to the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. I think this heifer's muscle shape's a little longer, a little smoother than the heifer in third, and I like the fact that she's got just a notch bigger foot and bone underneath of her as we compare her to the heifer in third. She's just not quite as neat as our class winner, just a little plainer ahead of her shoulder, maybe not quite just the punch as you get right in behind her as well, but certainly a good functional female there in second. The real power heifer's in third, and she's a purebred Limmy as well, and some of that extra stoutness comes with that, super big pinned and big topped and got a ton of shape to her rib. Like to intensify that one's bone down low to match the power that she has up high, and I think of the heifers in class, she's the most disorganized in her structure. Like to loosen that one up at the ground as well. So again, I think 3 really nice females. Congratulations.
Placing first in class 15, winner heifer calves is entry 37, ELCX Brandy 423B, shown by Vorthman Limousine, Trainer, Iowa. Second entry 38, ELCX Girl Crush 421B, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. And third was entry 35, JHDL Candy Dandy, shown by Haley Sneed, Girard, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 16 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 16 Limousine Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion female.
An awesome class here, and probably the deepest one that I've had to put together. And again, there's some variation just in kinds out here and size and different types of cattle. Try to sort through all that, and I'm going to start again with the purebred. And I like a couple things about her. First, she's very advanced in her genetic profile, and I think that gives you a lot of breeding versatility. But what really intrigues me about this heifer and why she wins this class is at the ground. I think she's the most correct off either end of her framework. I think it's evident when you get her stopped and get her put together. She's easily the strongest and most organized in her top line. That hip and hind leg sets and drops just a little truer than the heifer in second. And she gives up some power, no question, but I think for this breed, there's a lot of stout, powerful bulls out there. I think she could be easily complemented when you've got a skeleton and a framework that's built for the long haul and built for tons of years of sustainability. I think that heifer's really, really good in that regard. The heifer in second, probably a nickel boulder as you just study the center part of her rib. If you get in behind her, I think she's awfully true in terms of her hip and her pin set and how she reads down to the ground. And she still looks like a female, no question about that. That one's intriguing, how to have that kind of power and still look like a female. A couple problems I have with her is as you study just the point of her shoulder and how it reads and transitions into her forerib, she wants to collapse there right in her heart. And I just don't think when she gets in motion, she's quite as secure in her hind leg, particularly her pastern, not as good in her hip design as that heifer that wins. But if you like him with some extra power, that's the heifer that you use in this class. I just thought she had some problems in regards to her structure and how she blends there in her forerib. Heifer in third at the stand is one that I probably like as good as any of them. She's got some extra size, but she's got the body and the mass to match it, and she's still one that's extremely attractive, very collected off both her top and bottom line. Right here's where she's got some problems. She struggles when she's in motion, too far forward in her shoulder, not secure enough in that pastern. If that heifer's structure and lower joints were loosened up, I think she could win this class because she's got a lot of good to her, how she combines some power with some femininity. Heifer that comes next is one that's moderate and deep-bodied. I like her fleshing ability. To me, she's starting to open up there in that elbow, and she wants to twist in up front. Gets a little pigeon-toed there. We'd like to change the way those feet hit the surface, but certainly one that's got some doability, and I think that one will be very low input in production. Same can be said about the heifer coming next. Tremendous in terms of her rib shape, super powerful when I get in behind this heifer. She's just a little round and coarse in her makeup. She's opening up there at the edge of her shoulder, a little plainer ahead in terms of her head and her neck and her chest, just a little rounder in her muscle shape altogether, but certainly one that's got some power that you certainly appreciate for this breed. Round the class out again with one that's got tremendous performance and lots of length of body. I just don't think for this one's frame she's got the same body shape and power, just doesn't balance as nicely as those heifers that precede her in class, but certainly a challenging class with lots of differences out here. Again, I commend these breeders on an outstanding lineup.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 16, Senior Heifer Calves is entry 39, TJMR Blackberry 427B ET, shown by Light Farm and Mystic Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. Second, entry 40, TJMR Bella 419B, shown by Samantha Jo Moore, Rafine, Virginia. Third, entry 42, shown by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Fourth, entry 41, shown by Owen Cattle Company, Hornbeak, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 100, shown by Madeline Ethington, Lancaster, Kentucky. And sixth, entry 43, shown by Dustin and Julie Sneed, Girard, Kansas. We now will be selecting our Division III champion female. Attention Limousine exhibitors, I need entry 47 for Class 20 to report to the makeup ring, please. Class 20, entry 47, please.
As we wrap up our senior calf division, again, this has been fun for me, and kind of echo some of the comments that I made in our previous division. I think that we have good quality heifers here that win our classes, and as you can kind of see, as they're getting to part of being yearlings and going through kind of what I call the awkward teenage years of their life and their maturity, there's going to be some variation here in terms of size and just body shape and fleshing ability. But like I said before, I'm a firm believer that good cattle come in different shapes and sizes, and I think that there's traits that each one of these can bring that can take your operation forward, and I think that's awfully intriguing in this particular lineup. This young lady's heifer that wins the first class, and like we talked about her in that lineup, she's one that's just super correct in her structure. And you know, when cattle are made like that, you know that they can go out and last in the herd. To me, she's the one that's probably as immature as any of them in her look, and I'm not discrediting her for that because she does have some age limitations here as you compare her to the two heifers behind her. I think that one with time and maturity, and if you continue to work with that calf, let that body shape drop and get her a little further along in gestation, I think that one's got a lot of good because her structure, her femininity, and her feature are right. She's the right kind of power in my opinion. I just think this heifer needs some more time and more days and just to get a little extra maturity to her. A little extra frame size in the heifer that wins our second class, but I think she's one that as you just look at her shoulder and her neck and how it all blends together, just extremely feminine, super long-bodied, very extended at the profile. There's a couple things you could change on this heifer. She's just one that maybe cuts up on her flank, and you know, for her size, I darn sure would like to see her just a nickel more powerful as you get right in behind her, but certainly one that's super feminine, super attractive head of her shoulder. That young lady does a great job of really highlighting those things about that heifer that are extremely good. A little bit opposite end of the spectrum here in terms of just frame size, but this one is a purebred Limmy, so she's going to be cut from a little different mold. Big bone, big forearm, and foot underneath of this heifer. I like her structure and how she holds herself together, both in stand and as she gets out and travels. She just keeps herself collected. That body shape is bold, but yet it flows in the right direction from her chest and how you read her out to her flank. And again, you step in behind her, I think she's certainly plenty stout enough as you get on top of her, as you read her out through her pins and base. So a little extra moderation, little size, and one that's maybe a nickel immature. So there's some variation out here. You pick out which ones you like and what side of the fence you want to be on certain traits, but I certainly am pleased with how these heifers have put together. Great set of seconds as well, but if you could please help me congratulate these exhibitors and give them a nice hand.
And selected as your Division III champion female is entry 39, TJMR Blackberry 427B, shown by Light Farm and Mystic Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. Congratulations.
And I know I haven't talked specifically a lot about some of these seconds that have been in these divisions, but I think this one makes this just as interesting because like we talked this one in class, she's unique in how she combines some true body mass and power, but still looks like a female ahead of her shoulder. If we could change her in terms of her forerib, I think that's getting awfully critical because just frame size and how she combines the power, puts it all together, makes her a real contender in this particular division. So again, I think it's really tough and it's a close decision between some different kinds of cattle out here, but certainly some good ones. If you would, please again, give them a hand. I'll pick your reserve.
And selected as your reserve Division III female is entry 40, TJMR Bella 419B, shown by Samantha Jo Moore, Raffine, Virginia. Entering the ring now is Class 19. Late spring yearling females. Class 19, late spring yearling females. We need Class 20 to the makeup ring, please. Class 20 to the makeup ring. Please be bringing Class 23 and 24 spring yearling females to the makeup area, please. Let's be bringing Class 23, 24, and 25 to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Limousine barn, I need entry 40 from Sarah Johnson. Sarah, if you're going to show your heifer in class 20, we need you up here to weigh her. Please bring entry 47 for class 20 to the makeup ring, please.
We jump into the beginning of our intermediate division here. Again, I think we've got 3 different kinds of heifers out here, and to be honest with you, I'd like to take a trait or 2 from each one of them and put them together, but I guess that's not the way the cards fall, and you got to make a decision in your mind. I'm going to start with a heifer that I think's a little fresher just in her condition, and I think you combine that with just the good foot that she has underneath of her in terms of size and just flexibility to her lower joints. That's the place to start for me. I like the way that her chest and her shoulder are set in her more correctly. I think when she gets out and travels, those pin bones are a little more correct. I think she just holds herself together, reads a little more genuine just in her width all the way through when you compare her to the heifer in second. The one that's in second's definitely got more body shape. You look at her lower third, a little softer there in her flank. She's got some extra condition on her. I'd like to melt that off of her as it's starting to push that shoulder and chest out. She's wanting to pop those shoulder blades out when she moves, and she's just not quite as neat and fresh ahead of her shoulder as that heifer that beats her in class. But if you're looking one for some body shape and some real fleshing ability, I think that one fits the mold, and you can punch that ticket for that heifer in second. I think a little different type of heifer coming next, super long and extended, extremely feminine in her kind, and I like that about her. She's one that just doesn't have the same kind of shape to her rib cage. I'd like to blow that heifer apart and just set her wider at her pins and base. But again, I think 3 really nice heifers here and a great way to start off our intermediate division.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 19 is entry 44, AHFF Blackbird's Dream 432, shown by Colin Campbell, Butler, Kentucky. Second is entry 45, ENGD Banana 4063B, shown by Callie Hicks, Midway, Kentucky. And third was entry 46, shown by Megan Madewell, Rock Island, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 20, Spring Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 Limousine Champion Female. Attention Limousine exhibitors, we need Class 23 to the scale, please. Class 23, Limousine females to the make-ready area immediately. Class 24, let's be bringing those Class 24 females and Class 25 to the make-up ring immediately.
Really another excellent class here. Again, I think there's a pretty dominant place to start in this particular lineup. And you've been in the breed and in the business for a long time, and I think it's hard to make cattle that are really phenotypically excellent like she is. She's so powerful, but the right kind, and smooth and attractive and good in her joints. But then you look at this heifer's genetics too, and like I said, it's really challenging to make cattle that are phenotypically excellent, but still well above breed average in all of her growth and her carcass and just her maternal column. So I think that's an easy place to start. That's a dang good one to lead off this class. Heifer that comes in second is still a pretty nice heifer, and I think she's the next most like our winner as you start to study her foot shape and the way that she's built off either end of her framework. I think this heifer is really good at the ground. She's soft pastern, she's soft-legged, and gets out and hits her track. When she gets in motion, she wants to pull up in her spine, and it kind of pulls that whole top line up just a bit, throws her out of balance when she's in motion. But I do like this heifer at the stand. She's smooth and she's powerful, good at the ground. Just like to see that one organize that top line a little differently when she gets out in motion. The real power heifer's in third, and this calf has just got tremendous shape and expression up high, big pin set, and keeps it very true on down to the ground. You'll be honest with you, she's a little much for me, because as you start to study that muscle shape, a little course through there wants to open up at the edge of her shoulder and intensify that bone underneath to kind of match that power up top. And I think we could slide this heifer up, because that kind of power is really hard to put in one. Just like to change her just at the ground, make her a little sounder there as well. Heifer that rounds out our class, a little smoother in her transitions. As you compare her to the one right in front of her, I think she's one that gives you a lower performing kind of a look. I don't think that her structural integrity is enough to justify just the fact that she gives up some extra power and mass, not the weight per day of age in that female as we see in the three in front of her. But again, I'm really impressed with that class. There's 4 really nice heifers in there. Again, my congratulations to the breeders.
Placing first in Class 20 is entry 51, SHSK Barbara, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second, entry 50, PSRFB Ready 451, shown by Michaela Fostick, Chenoa, Illinois. Third, entry 48, shown by Cross Creek and Windview Farm, Bulls Gap, Tennessee. And fourth is entry 47, shown by Sarah Johnson, Williamsport, Ohio. We now will be selecting our Division 4 Limousine female. Attention in the Limousine barn, we need entry 54 from Heiston Farms, Jamestown, Indiana, to the make-ready area. You are in the next class.
as we wrap up the division. And you get into these intermediate divisions, and you kind of expect the numbers to drop just a bit. I think across the country, it's always kind of an awkward time to be calving out cows. So, your numbers are usually a little bit smaller in this division, but I tell you what, even though numbers are small, I think these 4 out here are exceptional females that, again, I think as you set them and kind of project them as to what they can do when they hit the pasture and move those next generations in the right direction, I see tremendous incentive in all these females. They're genetically right. They're structurally correct. There's some minor differences out here in regards to power and condition and freshness, but I think as a whole, each one of them are functional and keep their basic production principles in check, which I think are awfully important in this industry. After the wins our first class, I like her foot and I like her feature. I think this heifer's big boned and rugged in terms of her appearance, and yet she can just get out and hit her stride off either end of her framework. She's powerful, but again, the right kind of power, long and smooth in her maternal and her muscle shape, like that about her. She maybe isn't just quite as neat as some of the other heifers I've seen, but in terms of just basics and keeping all the real world principles in check, I think that one's got a lot of value as you project her into that next stage of production. Heifer in the second class is obviously one that's got some extras, and we talked about her in class being, stout and powerful, but yet giving you such a smooth look from the side. And I really do like how that one's just so advanced and so complete just in her genetic makeup as well. So, that one's phenotype combined with her genetics, you can see a lot of things that she can do in regards to, whatever your market is or what you want to target for the next and future generations. So I think the seconds have been extremely good as well. Maybe not quite as organized in their structure, maybe not quite as fresh as our class winners, but certainly darn good ones that I think have a lot of value at the production level. So again, my congratulations again. If you guys would at ringside, please help me congratulate these breeders. I'll get you a champion and reserve out of this division.
Selected as your Division 4 champion female is entry 51, SHSK Barbara, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations, Mason. And selected as your Reserve Division 4 female is entry 44, AHFF Blackbird's Dream 432, shown by Colin Campbell, Butler, Kentucky. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 23. Class 23 Spring Yearling Females. Let's bring those females in the ring. I need Class 24 Limousine Spring Yearling Females to the makeup area, and Class 25 Junior Yearling Females to the makeup area immediately. Thank you.
As we get into this April class here, we've got 3 heifers that I really think represent different types and kinds. And I might have said that a few times, but I think this is one of those classes where there's probably a line of what you're willing to accept. And I think you got to figure out what side of that line you want to be on. So there could be more than one right answer out here is what I'm trying to say. And, this young lady's obviously got her hands full here with this heifer, but, I think she's the highest quality female, in my opinion. She does give up some power as you relate her to the other 2 behind her, but as you look at her angles and you look at her structure, I think this heifer's the freshest. She's the most correct off either end of her framework. When she set these cattle in motion, she's the one that's the most comfortable underneath, and I think she contains herself and holds herself together the best in this particular class. Like you said, you like to open that lower rib cage up. Maybe you could see her just a little further along at this stage of her development, but I think structure and where she wins for me is at the ground. Heifer that ends up in second, obviously, is the power upgrade, and again, if you're looking for some performance and some power in your herd, I think this is the ticket that you punch in this class. I think you set this one in motion a little far forward there in her shoulder, and she wants to drop her head. I think she's a heifer that's just not quite as secure in our hind leg, and her pastern hit the surface, and it causes her to get a little rough there in her top line. Like to just collect her there, maybe freshen that one up, and how she lays that condition onto her body. Heifer that rounds out the class is probably the longest bodied and the highest performing, and she has as big a foot and substance underneath of her as any heifer in this class. I think for her frame, she needs to open up in her rib cage and drop just a little softer look there to her heart and her flank. I think for that size and just her lack of body depth and fleshing ability, for me, it's a maintenance concern as you put her into production that concerns me the most on this one. But again, I think there's some performance, there's some length of body, and that's certainly important in this industry. 3 really different kinds of heifers, but good ones. Again, my congratulations.
Placing first in Class 23, Limousine Spring Yearling Females is entry 57, CJLM Zonkt 338B, shown by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. Second, entry 54, RCN NALB, shown by Heiston Farms, Jamestown, Indiana. And third is entry 53, shown by Haley Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 24, Spring Yearling Females. Please bring Class 25 Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 25 Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please.
I'm going to tell you what, when we get into this April class here, I really hate it sometimes as a judge when you've got 4 of them that are this good and they're all in the same class. And, you know, honestly, sometimes you can put a different set of eyes out here with a different set of circumstances, and you could probably shuffle some different decisions out here. I guess I didn't really ever think twice about not starting with this heifer. And just, I think when you've got quality in classes, you just kind of stick with what's your kind, and this one is my kind. I like her hind leg, and I like her substance, and I still think she's flat and clean in her joints, and she's one that's so big-bodied. She's the right frame size, and I think it's hard to make cattle that are this powerful, this good-bodied, and still that feminine and that correct in the way that her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. Again, like we talked about the heifer in our last division, she's backed by such an impressive set of genetics, so I think there's as much breeding versatility in that heifer, and that's why she wins this class. That's a dang good one again. I can't wait to get her back out in this division. Then I think there's some sort between second, third, and even on down into fourth, and the heifer that ends up in second, I'll be the first to admit I'd like to change the shape of her head and just make her a little more feminine. I guess I was willing to kind of forgive her for that because she's the only purebred in here, so she's cut from a different mold. I like her power, and I like her body shape, and I think she combines that and blends into her shoulder and reaches a little better up front than the heifer that ends up in our third spot. I don't think she balances as nicely from her lower third as our class winner, but I think the way she transitions is a notch more impressive than the one that ends up in third. This heifer in third is really good in terms of combining some body shape and power and still being moderate in her frame size. I like all those things about her. She's one that wants to open up down low. You study the edge of her shoulder, she wants to open up just a touch. I think she gets just a nickel straight off either end of her framework. I don't think she's a crippled, but I think when the quality is this good, it's those little nitpicky things that kind of sort her into third. Like to power that one up off a bigger foot, lay that shoulder in a little differently, and I think that heifer could slide up a spot. Probably the nicest fronted heifer's in fourth, and I like the femininity and the length of body that she has. She's not just a pretty one. She's got some power when you get right in behind her as well. She looks her best when she's in when she's in park, because when she's in motion, she's the most upright in her shoulder. She wants to pull up in her spine, doesn't stay as organized as she does when she's in park. So that's why she's in fourth, but I certainly think all 4 of those heifers are exceptional in terms of quality. Give that class a nice hand. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 24, Spring Yearling Females is entry 62, L.H. Bell 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham, Rose, Oklahoma. Second, entry 60, F.C. Beloved Angel, shown by Michaela Fosdick, Chenoa, Illinois. Third, entry 58, shown by Ryan Cheney, Windham, Texas. And fourth, entry 59, shown by Grant Malone, Monmouth, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 25 Junior Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion female. Please be bringing Classes 28 and 29 to the makeup ring place. Class 28 and 29 to the makeup ring. First call Limousine exhibitors for our Class 34 Spring Bull Calves. This is your first call. Class 34 Spring Bull Calves.
Is everything coming along okay with it? Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Oh, hey.
think good class again, and a pretty logical place for me to go ahead and lead off with, and kind of like the last heifer that won the last class, just in terms of uniquely combining some just real power and mass, but still being feminine, is what makes this heifer pretty unique in this particular class. I think she's dominant out here. I'll get a closer look at her when we get her back in division, but darn sure a fresh, just a really attractive, high-quality female that wins this class pretty handily. I think just as easy as you do that, there's a pretty default second, in my opinion. I think she's the only heifer of these remaining three that has the right kind of set to her angles off either end of her framework. She's still extremely high quality when this young lady gets her stopped, collects herself, and gives you a really nicely balanced look from the side. Everything that she is, the one that beats her just has more. She's got more body mass than this heifer in second. She's got more pin width and power. That's why this heifer's in second, but she's awfully good in her own right. I think there's tremendous quality in that female that's going out the gate. Heifer that comes next is, as you read her just in terms of her top and just how she has some extra power and substance to her, I think that's extremely good. To me, she's the one of these top three that falls out of balance. Starting to get a little mature and a little crestier there at her neck and her head shape, a little coarser, and how just her shoulders laid into her front side of her body. I don't think she balances from chest to flank as nicely as those heifers in front of her. And again, I think she has some structure problems that we could loosen her up off of that hind leg, see her track a little freer out of that rear skeleton. Same can be said about the heifer that rounds out our class. I don't discredit this female for her fleshing ability, plenty good enough in terms of her depth of body. She's one that just comes out of balance. The way her shoulder and chest are laid into her as compared to her hip and her flank throws her out of whack just a bit. I'd like to lay that one back in her shoulder and just see her reach off both ends of her framework with a notch more agility. But that's still a good female there in fourth. That young lady's done a great job with. So again, four really nice females and a great way to end up this class.
Placing first in class 25, junior yearling females is entry 65, VL Bombshell 402B, shown by Corinne Clausen, Beaver City, Nebraska. Second is entry 64, LMCC Nalani 34B, shown by Micah Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Third, entry 66, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company and Light Farms, Beulahville, North Carolina. And fourth is entry 63, shown by Alex, Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion female. Following this class, we'll move right into class 28, senior yearling females. Attention in the Limousine barn. Let's start bringing our bull calves to the weigh scales, please. We need to get those bull calves weighed. Let's bring in class 34, 37, and 40 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 34, 37, and 40 to the makeup ring, Limousine bulls.
One thing's for sure as we go from one division to the next, and as you go from the younger heifers and you get into these older females, the quality's been awfully good, and I'm really impressed again with my class winners. And I try not to sound like a broken record, but I tell you what, there's some just true quality and some true just value that each one of these heifers out here can take to the next generation that I'm truly impressed with. You breeders should definitely be commended, because this is an awesome set of first place heifers as well as their respective seconds there in their classes. I think when the quality's this good, it's obvious that now's the chance that you get to nitpick just a little bit. And it's interesting as we get all of our class winners back out here to just see what the dynamics are and see how they change and how they kind of compare against one another. And this young heifer up front that wins our first class, I like her freshness, and I think she's built the way they should be in terms of her angles of her framework. The way she gets out and travels is plenty good enough. She's not as wolfy or just powerful just in her body and just as you get right in behind her. But I tell you what, again, just would you give her some time, and because of the way that one's built, I certainly think has a lot of longevity. I think for me, as you kind of just come up with a decision, these two heifers as well as a couple of these seconds are maybe more in contention. I think this heifer that wins our second class is so unique in a lot of different ways, just so big-bodied and powerful, but still maternal in her look, and that's what's really interesting for me. I think that one's head and neck shape is the way they should be, because she's maternal. She's not whistle-fronted, but looks like she can go out and make a productive cow, and I appreciate that thing about her. So great in her hind leg structure, so good in terms of how she gets out and reaches off either end. I think at the stand, she's one that, compared to the heifer behind her, maybe ties in just a little neater right in behind her shoulder, and one that I think certainly powerful enough. Just a real good one there that's backed by a really impressive set of genetics. This heifer here that comes in the last spot here certainly has some tremendous power, and you study her body shape, it is awesome because it's bold, but you look at just her indicators, she's so fresh in her condition as well, and it's really hard to have cattle that are just that true in their body shape, and I really like that about her. I step in behind her, she's equally as impressive, so wide and true as you read her from down to the ground, and yet head of her shoulders, she, like the one in front of her, still looks like a female. If you'd nitpick her, she gets just a little weak right behind her shoulder, and at times when she goes, she's got a nice set to her hock, but she kind of throws it every once in a while, maybe not quite as secure there, but that one's so powerful, she's still adequate enough in her structure. I just think that these three and a couple of these seconds are just extremely good in a lot of different ways. So, like I've said before, when the quality's this good, it gives you a fun opportunity as a judge to just go out and use the one that hits you the hardest and the one that's just your kind. So I'll do that here in a second, but if you would, please help me at ringside and congratulate these exhibitors. I'll get you a champion and reserve out of this particular division.
Selected as your Division 5 champion is entry 62, L.H. Bell 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham, Rose, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Colt. And selected as your reserve Division 5 champion female is entry 65, VL Bombshell 402B, shown by Corinne Klassen, Beaver City, Nebraska. We now be moving into our Class 28. Class 28, senior yearling females that spring our single entry in. You division champions and reserves don't go far. We're going to be selecting grand female here in about 15 minutes.
Again, we've only got one single entry here, so we're going to just try to keep the show moving. But just from a first impression standpoint, this female's got some real power and some substance underneath of her. I like the way that she combines it with some functional and just in how she gets out and travels. Just a real nice female there that, yeah, we could see her just a little further along in calf, but I guess I can forgive her a bit because of his breeding program that he described to me. So again, we'll see this one back out for our division, but certainly a nice female that represents this senior yearling class.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 28 senior yearling females is entry 67, SEEE Aphrodite, shown by Windview and Cross Creek Farms, Kingsport, Tennessee. We now have Class 29. Class 29 senior yearling females into the ring, please. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 6 champion and reserve champion female, and then we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand female. Limousine exhibitors, let's get these bull calves down here. We need Class 34, 37, 40, and 41 to the makeup ring, please. Bull calf classes 34, 37, 40, and 41 to the makeup ring, please.
Again, we've only got one single entry here, but a really nice September senior yearling here that I really appreciate that she's got one, a calf there at side. And I know it's really hard for some of these first timers to put a live calf on the ground and have a decent udder, but still stay in the right shape to bring him to the North American. And I think she does that extremely well. So it's hard to know where you're at. Again, with only one single entry out here, we'll get her back out here for division. But again, congratulations.
Placing first in Class 29 is entry 71, ECC Promise Me 3E01, shown by Bill Couch and Quentin Emerson, Owensville, Indiana, Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division 6 Limousine champion female.
Well, as I had a little bit of a feeling here when we get these class winners back together and try to compare them, that they're going to be awfully different, and this is honestly probably one of the harder decisions I've had today, and I'll kind of explain to you why. You know, this heifer that wins the first class, she's a December. She's got some extra stoutness and power as you relate her to the heifer that's right behind her. I think she's one that you like in terms of her foot size and the dimension that she reads from up top, and as you get right in behind her, you know, I'll be honest with you, I would like to see that calf or that heifer a little further along in calf, and just see the udder start to drop just a bit. She's getting kind of close to being 2 years of age, but I think that she's one that's very functional in her kind. And I guess this young man told me that they have a spring calving program, so I can kind of understand where you're coming from, but I would tell you that it's really important for me to get these cows to calve on time, because I know going forward, as you project them to later years in their maturity, those ones that calve earlier in the calving season tend to stick around in the herd that much longer. I think the one here in the second gives me some trouble, because this heifer is really nice in terms of just her femininity, her refinement in terms of just her shoulder and how she blends. Got a super nice calf there at side. That calf is really interesting, just long-necked and freaky looking. And again, for one that is nursing this calf's doing a really nice job of keeping the right kind of flesh on her. The problem that I have with this cow here is that she's starting to labor just a bit. There's sustained some kind of an injury or something. I don't know if something happened coming down the ramp. Just not comfortable out here. She's taking an awkward step every once in a while, and I know that it's unfortunate that those things happen, but it darn sure makes me a little nervous as you try to kick her back out. So hopefully we get that fixed, because I think where she's really good is just her production principles and putting a nice calf at side, having a decent udder for a 2-year-old, and staying in the right condition. So I'll tell you, those are the differences that I see. I think you just got to make a decision out here. It's really tough in my mind, but I think that they're two really nice females that represent a lot of good for this industry. So again, put your hands together for our final division. I pick a champion in reserve.
Selected as your Division 6 champion Limousine female is entry 67. SEEE Aphrodite, shown by Windview and Cross Creek, Kingsport, Tennessee. And our reserve division champion is entry 71, ECC Promise Me E3E01, shown by Bill Couch and Quentin Emerson, Owensville, Indiana, Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion female. Okay, folks, let's bring our divisions in. Hey, wait.
as we go to pick our champion female here again. Getting the opportunity to get out on here in the breed and shavings and to sort of breed is obviously an honor, and I'm very humbled to be out here. I knew that this was going to be a really good show, and I'll be honest with you, as I was growing up as a kid, my very best friend growing up showed Limousine through 4-H and FFA, so I've been exposed to him, and I've been around enough to know that the good ones are really, really good, and they can really compete at a high level, not just within their breed, but where they represent in their respective part of the industry. I think it's really, really good. I think each one of these females kind of fits the mold of my kind in their respective divisions. All of them have a lot of similarities in terms of being very functional in their structure. The way they're built is built for the long haul. I think they're all acceptable or above average in regards to their genetic scripts as well. Then you see some variation here in terms of power and how they combine all these things with some balance. I think each one of them is extremely good. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to go down the line and talk about each one of these heifers. I think I've done enough of that in their respective classes and divisions. And like I've said before, when you go to pick a champion heifer, when you're pleased with the lineup like I am out here, it just gives you that unique opportunity as a judge to just go use the one that hits you the hardest and go use the one that's your kind. So I'm going to do that. But before I do that, I want you guys at ringside to please help me congratulate these Limousin breeders. I know it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of sound breeding decisions to put together a set of females from the young calf all the way to this senior yearling that are as good as they are in front of me here at the North American. So again, it's a real pleasure to get to work with you Limmy breeders. I'm truly impressed. My hat's off to you. I'll go pick you a champion, but if you would, give them a nice hand, and we'll congratulate a champion in reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Chris Cassidy, Savoy, Illinois, for sorting through our Limousine cattle today. Chris, thank you. Selected as your Medal of Excellence National Champion Female is entry 62, L.H. Bell 015B, shown by Colt Cunningham, Rose, Oklahoma. And your reserve national champion female is entry 51, SHSK Barbara, shown by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations to both Colt and to Mason. Bull exhibitors, we're going to take time to get our female pictures taken real quick, and then we will move right into our bull calf show. What'd you say, bud? Yeah. 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 Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, I know it. But that bull that brought $35,000 here, not in sale, is the one that won the Simmental bull sale. Grand champion bull. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. No, he won her. The bull we sold in Newmarket Hall the other night for $35,000 was the national champion purebred bull. Yes, sir. Oh yeah. Man, yeah, we got 18 bull calves. 18 bull calves here and we're done. We're taking the reserve heifer and we're gonna move right to the bull show. We'll be down here. Oh, it'll be 5 o'clock probably. 45 minutes we'll be done. Oh, I'm golden. I'm golden. That thing don't start till 6:30. That's gonna give me an hour and a half. When they slap the grand champion Limousine bull, I'm officially off the clock. Limousine exhibitors, if you are ready, let's pull that first class of bull calves in here. Entering the ring now is Class 34, Spring Bull Calves. Class 34, Limousine Spring Bull Calves. We need Class 37 Spring Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. And Class 40. And Class 41.
Class 41, entry number 79. Class 41, entry 79 to the scales.
Attention Limousine breeders, we need entry 79 for Class 41 from Marjan Farms, Earl Park, Indiana. We need your entry 79 to the weigh scale, please.
We got 3 young bull calves here to start off this bull show, and I'll be honest, again, these 2 here towards the top are so polar opposite, and honestly, I'd like to be kind of somewhere in between the 2, but I guess that's just kind of the way the cards fall and what you got to deal with. I know these bulls are young, and this guy's maybe about a month younger than the one in second, so I can forgive him for maybe not being quite as advanced. And what I like this bull is at the ground. I like his foot shape. I like the size that he has to his bone work. I think you set the cattle in motion. He's a little softer and more secure and flexible in his pastern and lower joints. I think you get off to the side of him, he gives you an ultra high quality look. He's still backed by really curve bending kind of growth numbers. I like his yearling weight figure. He maybe poses some caution for birth there in his birth and calving use columns, but he's still laid in good enough in his shoulder. I guess that maybe doesn't concern me going forward. The bull here in second, if you're looking to add some power and some dimension, I think he again is the ticket that you punch in this class. So much more powerful just in his rib cage and just the shape of muscle that he has out through his hip and his quarter. He's one that's a little moderate in his frame, and I don't mind that about him. I think he's a bull that just opens up at the lower part of his shoulder as you compare him to the bull that wins. I think you set him in motion. He's just not as stable in those pastern and lower joints as what we see, but he's the extra powerful, more rugged, masculine one at this point of his maturity. So if you like to switch that pair, I probably wouldn't argue much with you. The bull that comes in next has got tremendous performance and length of body, and I like all those things about him. To me, we just need to intensify his bone work and just power him off of a bigger forearm and foot size, but he's still adequate in his testicular development. He has some growth and power, certainly practical enough, just maybe not quite as neat in his presentations as the 2 bulls in front of him. But again, 3 really nice bulls and a great way to start off our show.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 34, Spring Limousine Bull Calves was entry 72. Mag's Crazy Normal, shown by Cross Creek and Windview Farm, Bulls Gap, Tennessee. Second is entry 101, ENGD Colossal, 5522C, shown by Englewood Farm, Lexington, Kentucky. Third, entry 73, shown by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 72 will serve as our Division I champion, and entry 101 will be our Division I reserve champion. In the ring now is Class 37 Junior Bull Calves. This single entry will be our Division II champion.
We bring out this division here, and we've only got 1 entry, so I know I can get this decision right, and there won't be much debate, but I think just at first glance, this guy, I like him on paper in terms of his consistency, being safe for use on heifers, but still having some growth to go with it. He's a good rugged made, kind of a masculine featured bull that's got some shape to his body cavity. He's got some width and power to him and puts it together in a nice enough look. We'll get him back out here in our championship lineup, but certainly a great single entry here to represent this division. Congratulations.
First in Class 37 is entry 75, FL Co-Pilot, shown by Jonathan Freed, Fairbury, Illinois. This calf will also be our Division II champion bull. Please bring Class 40, Fall Limousine Bull Calves into the ring, please. Class 40. We need Class 41 to the makeup ring, please. Class 41, Senior Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please.
we work into this senior calf division here. We got a October and November bull, and I'm going to start off with this black one. And again, this bigger testicle bull just reads a little bit more rugged in his kind, and I think it starts at the ground. Bigger footed. I like the shape of his heel and the shape of his hoof wall better than the bull that's in second. I still think he's got enough muscle, and just his practicality, his structure, and his body type tells me that he's probably going to go out and cover cows a couple extra seasons, which I still think is important. I think his genetics are really good as well. I think he's accelerated there in his yearling figure, still very conservative in his calving ease, so all those things are good. Lots of versatility in that bull that wins this class. A little more visual growth in the calf that ends up in second, and I like his length of body, and I like the muscle shape and expression. He's got a bit of an advantage there in his yield figure on paper, and I think that kind of highlights just the type of bull that he is, just rugged, masculine, powerful in his muscle. You start to read him underneath. This smaller testicle bull needs to have a notch bigger foot underneath of him. I'd like to change the shape of those front feet and give him more depth of heel. He's getting just a little long on his toes, and it's causing him to struggle out of his front end. But again, I think two really good bulls that have some differences in them, but have some quality as well. My congratulations. Good way to start off this division.
Placing first in Class 40, winner bull calves is entry 76, ELCX Bulletproof 438B, shown by Owen Cattle Company, Hornbeak, Tennessee. Second, entry 77, JHD L Red Ruger, shown by Luke Sneed, Girard, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 41. Class 41 Senior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III Limousine Bull and Reserve Champion.
Good pair of September bulls here again, and I first look at these two on paper, and I think they reflect one another extremely well. Not a lot of differences, not a lot of just variation in their genetics, and I think as you start to study them, they probably become a little bit more similar to me than they are different. I think they both could be changed a spot or two at the ground in terms of how those lower joints flex and hit the surface, but I think when you set that aside, the bull that wins this class, he's just got more mass to the center portion of his body cavity, a little more rugged, a little more masculine look ahead of his shoulder in terms of his head and his crest. Big testicled kind of a bull. I think when she gets him stopped and put together, he can give you a quality look as well. So that's how that calf wins this class. And the one that ends up in second, I still think has a lot of good to him. And I think just in terms of his length of body, he's good. His expression of muscle is still right. He maybe just isn't blown apart as much through his chest and his forerib as the bull that beats him in class. And he too could be changed in terms of the angle of his shoulder, how that hind leg and pastern hit the surface as well. But two really excellent bulls. I think there's a lot of value in both of those herd sires. Let's give them a nice hand and congratulate those September bulls.
Okay, what was it? How was it?
2 scratch 1.
Placing first in Class 41, Senior Bull Calves is entry 81, TASF Boone 81B, shown by Thomas and Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second entry 78, TJMR Brimstone 430B, shown by T&J Cattle Company, Raffine, Virginia. We now will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion bull. We need Class 44. Class 44, spring yearling bulls to the make-ready area, please. I need Class 44, Limousine, spring yearling bulls to the make-up ring, please.
We'll sure have some quality here in this division. And I know I've said it a time or two before in the heifer show that a lot of times we've got a lot of cattle that represent quality but are of different molds, if you will, and maybe different types and kinds that are represented out here. And I think this is another example of that. But I think you need to realize, those of you guys at ringside, all 4 of these bulls offer value. It just depends on where you prioritize and what side of the line of acceptability you want to be on some of these traits to kind of make a decision for champion and reserve. I'll just describe the differences that I see in these bulls, and we'll come and pick you a champion. And the bull that wins the first class, he's a little bit immature, and I think that comes just with his age. He's given up a month or so as you compare him to the bull that's directly behind him. But I like this guy at the ground. I think the way his shoulder and his knee is assembled from the side in terms of angulation, probably a little bit more correct. I think as you set this calf in motion, he's a little more stable in just how that pastern hits the ground and just the way he gets out and travels. He's got you a nice look too. The way his neck comes out of his shoulder is right. I still think he's acceptable in terms of his top line. He's maybe not just explosive just in terms of his expression of muscle. I'd like to see that guy just a notch bolder there in his heart and his forerib. But like I said, a lot of that is due to just his maturity. And I think that just in time, you can just see what he's going to develop like, and you can perhaps forgive him just a bit for some of those faults because of his age and his lack of just days and maturity as you compare him to some of the other ones out here. Obviously, one, as you look at his head and his neck, the bull in the second position, a little more masculine, just a little more advanced at this stage of his development. You get him behind this calf, pretty aggressive in terms of his shape. I think both of these bulls are acceptable in terms of testicular development. You know, this bull at the stand is where I like him. I think when you start to set him in motion, you can see that he's parking those front feet out a little wide, and you'd like to square him up just a bit. I just wish this bull would hit the ground a little softer just in his lower joints, and I think he'd be a slam dunk out here because I like his power, and I like the way that he combines some real meat animal shape with a nice look from the side. And yet I think both of these bulls here are very acceptable and very advanced just in their genetic profiles as well. So those are the differences that I see. I think you've got a good structured one that needs more time and needs to just open up, and you got a powerful, rugged looking bull here in the second spot that could be a little different at the ground. So again, you figure out what side of the line you want to be on. I say the bull up front has enough at this point. I like his structure. He's going to be your champion in this division. Let's give this young man a nice hand.
Selected as your Division 3 champion bull is entry 76 ELCX Bulletproof 438B, shown by Owen Cattle Company, Hornbeak, Tennessee. And selected as your reserve Division 3 champion bull is entry 81 TASF Boone 881B, shown by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 44 Spring Yearling Bulls. We need Class 44 Spring Yearling Bulls into the ring.
Good class of May bulls here. Again, there's some decisions to be made, and I think each one of these bulls out here may have a trait or two that you would call kind of a class-leading advantage and something you can get excited about. But I think the bull that wins this class probably puts the most good things together. I think this big testicle bull is the most advanced in his testicular development. I think he's one of the more rugged-appearing bulls in class that got some doability through his center body. You get right in behind him. He's opened up at the top side of his skeleton and out through his pins and his hip. For me, where this bull wins is when he's set in motion. I think he's a nickel more correct in just the set to his pastern, how he flexes those lower joints. He keeps his top line more organized and collected than the bull that ends up in second. So you talk about just his muscle shape and his doability and his structure. Again, I see just a few more seasons of service in that bull that wins this class. The real aggressively shaped bull is in second, and I think he's just impressive when you get on top of him in terms of the expression of muscle that he has up high and out through his hip and his quarter. Get this guy stopped and he still gives you a nice look. He's extended ahead of his shoulder, still plenty masculine enough in his feature. He's got a little curl there in his front hoof, and he just gets a little disorganized when he's get out in motion. He just doesn't want to get out and go, and it causes him to break behind his shoulder and his loin and just get that top line a bit disorganized. So if we could loosen that guy up and just get him to go, I think you could tie to his muscle shape. I think the bull that ends up in third is probably as good as any on paper. He's darn sure one that I like his MTI and terminal index better than the bull that precedes him in class. I think for a bull here, for his performance and his size, he's too flat just in his forerib and his body shape. I think this is the narrowest skeleton bull in class, so just pry this guy open and just have some extra width and power to match the performance that he brings. I think we could slide him up a spot or two. But again, three really nice May bulls there. My congratulations.
Placing first in Class 44, Late Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 84 ELCX Draft Day 395B, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Second, entry 85 AHFF Drifter 431B, shown by Hartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And third was entry 83, shown by John Alexander Walker, McMinnville, Tennessee. Entry 84 will be your Division 4 champion, and entry 85 will be your reserve. Entering the ring now is Class 47 Spring Yearling Bulls. I have an addition on our last division. Our division champion, entry 84, was also owned by Weiss Limousine, Wellsville, Missouri.
As we jump into this next division, only two bulls in this class, but they offer a little bit of variation in kind out here. I think the bull that wins this class, just a little more athletic and muscular in his shape. You get right on top of this guy. I think behind his shoulder, he just opens up with more width and content and keeps that same advantage all the way back. He's a more rugged appearing, more masculine featured bull that's just got a notch more power as you study the center part of his body. You study his forearm and look at the substance that he has underneath of him. I think he's awfully good. Gives you a nice look from the side. I think he's adequate in his structure. And I think he's got a nice blend of carcass figures there as well to kind of go with the extra stoutness and power that he has. Bull that ends up in second may actually be laid in just a little neater there at the edge of his shoulder. I think he's smooth and he blends really nicely from end to end. He's a bull that just as you get right on top of him, I don't think he opens up quite as powerful at the upper part of his forerib. Take him on back. He's not as wide and true out through his pins, not the same expression, but that's a big testicled bull that's really stout featured and smooth blending. Again, there's a lot of value in that guy as you kick him out on cows. So two really nice bulls again, a little different in their kind, but both represent quality.
Placing first in Class 47 is entry 87, TASF Believe 854B, shown by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second, entry 86, ELCX Saga 414B, shown by Cross Creek and Light Farms, Kingsport, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 48. Class 48 Spring Yearling Bulls.
Some trade-offs again in this pair of bulls out in this class, and I'm going to start with the bull that I think is just a little bit more practical and rugged just in his appearance. I think you look at his masculinity and the shape of his crest and his head, just a little bit more advanced there at this stage of development. I take him down to the ground. He's got a bigger foot and heel underneath of him. I think he's one that when he gets out and travels, he's more accurate in his step, more flex to those lower joints is what I see. So again, just in terms of practicality, rugged, masculine kind of look to him. I think this guy's got a really good future in terms of getting out and doing his job of covering cows. He can get just a little plain just in his look and shape at times. I think he maybe give that advantage here to the bull in second. To me, he's a nickel fresher just in his condition, and I appreciate that about him. I studied this guy, and you were just combine his forearm and his feature. I don't think this guy's just quite as masculine as the bull that wins this particular class. I think you set him in motion as well, just gets a little disorganized down low, maybe tangles up those hind legs just ever so slightly, maybe not quite as just organized in his skeleton as the calf that wins this class. But certainly it takes a lot of guts for this young lady to bring this big stout bull out here, like his shape, like his muscle expression, just like to intensify that bone work, see him just a little bit more masculine in his feature. But again, I think two really nice bulls. They're certainly different. My congratulations again.
Placing first in Class 48 Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 89, Freed's Buckshot, shown by Jonathan Freed, Fairbury, Illinois. Second, entry 88, S&L Lock and Loaded, shown by the Portwood Family Limousine, Versailles, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion bull.
So we're going to wrap up this division. We've certainly got some bulls with some value to them, but again, they probably target different markets, if you will. And I think that's still important that we have some versatility in these herd sires, because I think across our production systems and across the United States, we all have different targets. We all have different things that equate to profitability. So they all offer value. They just offer a little bit of variation in kinds. I think this bull that wins this first class is just really exceptional in terms of how he can combine just basic fundamentals of practicality, a useful build and body type, and yet still have some muscle and still have a quality look to him from the side. And you read his genetic figures, I think he's plenty good enough in terms of balance of growth and calving ease. I like his blend of carcass figures as well. That's kind of driving up his MTI. And the bull that wins our second class is one that's very loose in his skeleton. I like the flexibility that he has down low. He almost gets to the point where he's got so much flex, he can kind of tuck that leg up underneath of himself and drop those hooks just a little bit. But in terms of just one that just has the flexibility, the testicular development, and just the masculinity to go out and do his job effectively, I still think he can do that, and I think that's still important in this industry. We've got some respective seconds in those classes that, again, we talked about them. I think they all offer some value and some power, just maybe not quite to the extremities as our class winners, but certainly ones that are in our seconds I think are also in contention out here for this particular division. So again, if you would, please help me congratulate these bull exhibitors in this division. Let's give them a nice hand, and I'll pick a champion of reserve.
Selected as your Division 6 champion Limousine bull. Division 5 is entry 87. TASF Believe 854B, shown by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland.
We bring in our second place bull out of that class, and it really makes things interesting again, and probably makes this decision that much closer. You know, he's a bull that we maybe wasn't quite as just masculine and rugged and powerful as the one that beat him in this division, but you like this calf in terms of the way he blends from his shoulder into his four-rib and top line. I think he's one that organizes and collects himself extremely nicely when he's put together at the stand. Just a really good solid bull there that comes in second in that particular division. I'll take one last look here and pick your reserve, but again, my congratulations on a really outstanding division of bulls.
Selected as your reserve Division 5 champion bull is entry 86. ELCX Saga 414B, shown by Cross Creek and Light Farms, Kingsport, Tennessee. We now have Class 51 senior yearling bulls coming into the ring now. Bring in Class 51 senior yearling bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion bull.
As you get towards the end of the day and walk into one of your final classes, you know, what always makes it kind of interesting when you've got two bulls again out here that are so different. And you know, I wish again that I could be in somewhere in between these two in regards to just kinds of cattle. That's just the way it goes. And I'm going to go with my first impression here. And I like this bull to win just because to me, he's a notch more advanced in his testicular size, a little bigger scrotal circumference underneath of this guy. And I think that's backed by just his added power in terms of bone and substance. I think he's a bull that still has some doability as you read his heart and his forerib and his flank. Right, drops just a little softer look to him in terms of his breeding condition at this stage of the game. I just like his bone. I like his testicle size. I like the fact that he's just a little bolder there in his heart, a little softer there in his flank. And I think what's interestingly enough is the bull that's in second does give up some testicular size, but he's still a notch more masculine featured. And I think that makes this pair extremely close for me. He's a bull, when this guy gets him stopped and put together, his neck comes out of his shoulder correctly. He's probably a nickel leaner and more expressive in his muscle shape. He's a bull that you study him underneath. He starts to get a little fragile in his construction. I watched this guy go away, and he's starting to pull his hocks together. I need to square this guy up, just build him a little wider and a little truer at his foundation to match that expression up high. But both of them, from a genetic standpoint, reflect one another. They're adequate in those regards. There's just a couple subtle differences that sort this pair, and honestly, I wouldn't argue if you like them the other way. But again, I think two nice bulls representing different kinds. My congratulations again.
Selected as our Division 6 Limousine Bull champion is entry 91, KBCY All-American Outlaw, shown by Tyler Hodges, Bethpage, Tennessee. And your reserve champion in that division is entry 92, ELCX Axel 364A, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Limousine Bull. Before our judge makes his final comments in our limousine show, let's put our hands together for Mr. Chris Cassidy, Savoy, Illinois, for sorting our limousine cattle today. Chris, thank you very much.
Well, thank you again for the kind words there, Kent, and it's certainly been a pleasure to work with not just the heifer show, but the cow calves and even the bulls here with these Limousin breeders. It's been a real honor and been a real pleasure. I'll be honest with you, it's been tough. We had a ton of single entries in a lot of classes with maybe just 2 or 3 bulls in each one of them. So this is really the first time I've gotten to see all these bulls together that won their respective single entry classes and divisions. So I'm going to just take just a brief moment to kind of describe the differences that I see in them. Then we'll kind of give you some parting words, and then we'll pick your champion and reserve. Yeah, I think it was a great way to start off this first division. We had 2 bulls that are a little bit different in their kind. I think this one here's got a bright future in front of him because his hind leg and his structure is built the way they should be, in my opinion. Super high quality look from the side. This guy just needs to mature. He's young, and he needs to just fill out in his forerib, and I think that'll help everything tie together really well. But you talk about one that's built right, got a quality look, got some muscle, enough to just keep him going forward. I think that was a great way to start off this particular show. Kind of a rugged, masculine bull that wins our second division. He's got enough muscle, and I don't question the power in this calf. A little bit discombobulated there in his hind leg, and sometimes he doesn't set down as soft as maybe what I would call ideal. But from a Limousin breeding perspective, his muscle and power and the performance that he has are certainly indicative of this breed. Really a little different kind of bull that wins our next division. Super long-sided, smooth-made, good structured kind of a bull. And again, he's one that we just see him just going out and covering cows and doing an effective job for a long, long time. He's one that maybe gets a little flatter right there in his forerib and heart, and you'd like to just blow him apart in his center body, give him more shape from behind. But in terms of just real-world practicality and a bull that you can just envision him going out and covering cows effectively with his structure and his testicle size, I think he does a nice job in that regard. We get into some of these older bulls. This next bull, I really like a lot of things about him. From his shoulder back, I like his body shape and his doability. He's one of the bigger testicle bulls out here, and I like all those things about him. Drops a really neat hip and hind leg. It's certainly functional enough. If you're going to get really nitpicky on this guy, it's up front. He wants to park them front feet out just a little wide, and he needs to be a little truer there. And when he goes, he drops his head just because he's a nickel straight in his shoulder. But again, that's getting awfully critical of a bull that still has some doability. He's big testicled, he's masculine, and from his shoulder back, he's probably as good as any of them out here. The bull that wins the next division, just super masculine, very athletic in his appearance. He's really rugged in his head and his crest shape. His muscle shape is the way I think they should be because he's really aggressive up high. He's got some turnout through his hip and his quarter. And I think this bull's built really good. Just for the amount of muscle and the amount of mass that he has, he handles that framework and he handles those lower joints with some flex and some reach and some athleticism. There's only one thing about this calf that you change. Just right behind his shoulder, he comes apart just a little bit. But I'll be honest with you, you think about real-world perspectives, that little flaw right there maybe isn't quite relevant when he's talking about a bull going out and covering cows. I like his muscle. I like his structure. That young lady does a great job of getting him put together. Then we get to our final senior yearling bull. Tons of doability. One of the bigger footed bulls in this particular lineup. He gets just a little plainer in his look when you get him out here and compare him to the ones out here, but certainly one that's got the doability, the rugged makeup to make up an effective herd sire, and it's just a really nice way to end up our show. So there's all the differences that I see in those bulls. I just wanted to take an opportunity again to kind of echo some of the comments that were made after the Simmental show. I know there's not a lot of people that are still left in the stands. It's getting a little bit late in the day, but I just have to tell you guys to get an opportunity at a young age like myself to come out here and sort cattle on the green chips in Louisville, regardless of how late it is in the week or late it is in the day. It really is an honor, and I'm truly humbled by the opportunity. I really appreciate the North American as well as the North American Limousine Foundation for inviting me to do this. Again, it's been a real honor of mine, and I couldn't really do anything in this industry that I enjoy doing. And the things that I enjoy are livestock and livestock people. And to get to come to such a prestigious event and work with those two things is something that is really a passion of mine, and I certainly appreciate it. I couldn't do any of this without the help of my family, and I know that my dad's up in the stands and my mom's back at home at work, but she told me she was going to watch online. But I just want to take a chance to thank you guys. because you guys staying at home and doing all the work, I will say that my dad works a lot harder than I do. But to get a chance to allow me to go do the things that I enjoy and the sacrifices that you've made for your own children is something that I have to just continue to pay forward. And I look forward to that opportunity. I appreciate the support that I've had from my family. I'll forever be indebted to them. And just given the opportunity to come out here is so humbling. So again, I'm not going to take any time. I know you guys are tired. A lot of people have to travel home, including myself. I just want to tell you guys thanks from the bottom of my heart. It's been a pleasure of mine, a true honor, and something that I've really looked forward to for a lot of months since I've been invited here. So it's not really about me. It's about these breeders and about these cattle. If you would, please help me at ringside congratulate these people out here. Give them a nice hand. I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
Selected as your grand champion, national champion Limousine bull is entry 87. TASF Believe 854B, shown by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations. And your reserve national champion bull is entry 84. ELCX Draft Day 395B, shown by Edwards Land and Cattle Company, Beulahville, North Carolina. Congratulations. That concludes our limousine show. I'll have the premier exhibitor and breeder in just a moment. Okay, and they are. Your premier breeder for this year's national show was Edwards Land and Cattle Company from Beulahville, North Carolina. And your premier exhibitor is Englewood Farms, Lexington, Kentucky. Congratulations.